Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Monkey in the Morning. I'm your host, the Ranting Monkey. Hope you guys are having a wonderful. What day is this? Is this Sunday now? What seriously? What day is it? I have no idea. Hope it's a good one for you, whatever it is. Yeah, Sunday. I'm good. Hope you are too. Just gonna shoot the shit for a little bit, and have a little bit of fun laughing at some morons. I saw or at least some of the video of Yoel Roth, and we're gonna be laughing at his dumbass. It never ceases to amaze me how people are so afraid of words, especially when it's something as simple as jokes. You know what I mean? Oh my god, jokes. The internet is kind of, well, at least over on Twitter, is kind of blown up a little bit with some of the stuff this moron has said. But there's another clip that's on YouTube rather than on Twitter where he says something that just blows my goddamn mind. And I don't mean to be teasing it like this. I don't want to get too far ahead of where I want to be, because I want to first talk about this story I saw right before I went to air, where apparently the hosts of Good Morning America are humping each other. What were their names again? Hang on, I got it. I have a story up here somewhere. TJ Holmes and Amy Robach. They're apparently humping. And it apparently blew up earlier this week. I didn't pay any attention to it, but there was a TMZ article that leaked it, and they're all mad about it. I can't believe this got it. You were humping, it was going to get out. It's just how the nature of being a public figure and humping another public figure is. But the part that really made me laugh is at the bottom. It says that they became involved with each other. Where's it at? That they began their affair. They call it an affair. Are they married? I have no idea. But anyway, they began their affair in March when they were training for the New York City Marathon together. I'm fairly certain that's not how you train for a marathon. At least not a running marathon, which is what I thought they were trying to explain happened. I'm not a runner myself, and I do understand that humping is some cardio, but I've never heard of anybody like, okay, I got to train for a marathon. I need me a good humping partner. Well, that's good for your, cardio. It's probably good for your back. I feel like it doesn't do a whole lot for your legs. Maybe stamina, and that is something you need. But yeah, they apparently started humping each other when they were training for the marathon. Good on them. I wish them well. I will say this, though. If I am their boss, one of them gets fired. And probably him, to be honest. It is 2022. You are going to end up sued. Good Morning America. What is that? ABC News, I think. ABC, hear me out, okay? There's going to come a time where this is going to fall apart. And Amy is going to run to her lawyer and sue the fuck out of you for allowing this to happen and claim that he was sexually inappropriate with her. I mark my words, guys. We're going to see this. Give it a couple. If it falls apart, look, I hope the happy couple stays together forever and ever. Amen. But I have a feeling it's going to fall apart. And when it does, she's going to run to the press and be like, he touched my pooter. And what's going to happen? The press is going to come after whoever runs GMA. They're going to go after whoever's running the ABC division of Disney right now. Does ABC still belong to Disney? It was ABC, right? I'm not wrong on that. Fuck, I don't know. Whoever runs ABC, I would not let them. Now, we should be able to do this. You should be able to have sex with people you work with. I know people, don't shit where you. Nah, I mean, I understand that thinking and stuff, but that's where else are you going to meet people? It's not high school. Where you just going to randomly walk up to some weirdo in a fucking grocery store and be like, hey, want to get married? So I don't have a problem in theory with people hooking up at work. The problem comes with all the aftermath stuff and how now, It's always the guy who gets slammed. If I'm him, and I mean this sincerely, if I'm him and this ever goes south, I immediately go to HR and be like, that bitch sexually harassed me. That's all I would do. That's all I would do. Be like, she sexually harassed me. To get it out there first. In fact, I would go do it now. Just to get it on record. So when this all falls apart, you'd be like, see, I told you. And dude, save all your texts. Just throwing that out there. She's cheating on the Karate Kid's girlfriend's brother. Who's the Karate Kid's girlfriend's brother? I don't know who that is. Anyway, I just thought that was funny. The whole, I guess they just, they're running, and at the end of a good long run, you got the endorphins going, and you're just like, I need to plow a white girl. That's wrong. Oh, but I wish the kids good luck. I also want to read this article real quick. Well, I don't want to read it. I just want to talk about it real fast. Secret Service has Hunter Biden's gun documents. It denied that it had. Anybody shocked by that? Anybody shocked that the Secret Service, when they lied, denied having the documents? Here's what happened. Judicial Watch sued them for the documents related to their involvement in Hunter Biden's gun going missing. Now, Hunter Biden's brother's ex-wife, who was his girlfriend at the time, sorry, not ex-wife, I mean, it is his ex-wife, but his widow, his brother's widow, who was his girlfriend at the time, took his .38 and threw it in the trash can behind a store. I don't know what store it was. Well, Judicial Watch had heard, well, there were rumors, that the Secret Service got involved in this. And so Judicial Watch was like, we want to see the papers related to this investigation. And they said, okay, we'll give them to you. And then time passed. And then they said, oh, we don't have any. I'm not making this up. This is the timeline. We have them. We'll give them to you. They said, we'll get them to you. And then they said, oh, yeah, we don't have any. After, I think it was like 5-6 months. Well, it turns out they found them. Oh, who's shocked? And now, after they go through them, by the way, this was back in April of 2021 that they said that they would give them up, if I remember. Let me make sure I have my dates right on this. Oh, God, I do not want to see Naked Hunter. Oh, God, please. Yeah, it was April of 2021 when they said that they had located relevant records and would give them out. And then it was October when they were like, yeah, we ain't got none of them. That was October of 2022. So I was wrong. It wasn't 5 months. It was like a year and 5 months. But apparently now they found them. Apparently they were like, oh, yeah. I just want to remind you, it's only December of 2022. It was just 2 months ago that they said, yeah, we don't got those. They said their original communication back in April of 2021 had been a mistake. Oopsie. And now they're like, oh, yeah, we'll give them to you. We just got to go through them and make sure that there's no national security risks in here. It's Hunter Biden. Everything related to it should be allowed to be just put out in the open. There's no, okay, well, it is Hunter Biden. There might be some state secrets that could come out from this. Okay, maybe they have a point. Maybe there is something that they need to hide in there. Oh, for fuck's sake. Look, this is our government. This is how they run. Secret Service has been running fucking interference for this degenerate piece of shit for a year and a half. A year and a half. And let's be honest, they're actually not running interference for that degenerate piece of shit. They're running interference for the fact that they should not have been involved. He is the ex-president's son. He doesn't need a Secret Service detail. The Secret Service should not have been involved in that at all. Not even a little bit. And somehow they got involved. That's kind of weird. Anyway, he's no longer banging his dead brother's wife anymore because, he got in trouble banging a whore. Have you guys seen all the people talking about the Twitter docs that dropped yesterday? And like, it's funny how conservatives just really want to see Hunter naked. Like that's the only story that came out from the whole laptop thing. It's just about wanting to see Hunter's fucked up teeth and his dick. No, nobody cares. Nobody cares about seeing Hunter. One, we've probably all seen way too much of that motherfucker naked. But more importantly, there was more stuff on the laptop than him being a naked degenerate. Like a criminal piece of shit who was selling access to his father with his father's full knowledge. But we're not allowed to talk about that. We got to pretend it's just about people wanting to see his whiskey dick. I despise these people. All right, that's enough of that stuff. Let's get into. Wait, what is this one? Oh, I don't care about that. We can close that. Let's get into this because I really do want to dig into this story. By the way, hi Shroom over there and Tall Person over on the Rumbles, and hi to everybody here on the YouTubes. Make sure you hit the likes and the Rumbles and all that stuff, and donate if you're so inclined. It's always appreciated. Now let's see. I think I want to start. We have 2 videos to watch of Yoel Roth. Yoel Roth, former head of Twitter's trust and safety team, who stayed on even after Elon took over for just a little bit and then abruptly quit because he got his panties in a bunch. So he was at a thing called Night something, I don't care. And he said a couple of really stupid things. So we have 2 different videos to watch. The first one, I wish I couldn't find the full video of this talk, but he's talking to the Knight Foundation. Not the cool one with the kit car, not that one. That would have been awesome, man. I'd have watched that. I'd have found that and gone to it. They had a Knight Foundation with a kit car. Hell yeah. Just be careful of Car and Goliath. But this idiot is up there and he's talking about Twitter and, you know, his experience being the trust and safety piece of shit. And this is an exchange. This is an exchange specifically about the Babylon Bee getting cut off, right? And this is him. Try not to judge him too harshly. Genetics aren't his fault. I don't know who this chick is. She looks familiar, but she just seems like a really grumpy old lesbian. I'm not saying she is one. I'm just saying she looks the part. She looks like somebody whose ovaries dried up and she knows she's mad about it, but she still has to pretend that she wanted it that way. She may have kids. I'm just saying that's what she looks like. Meanwhile, he looks like vagina is his kryptonite. You know what I'm saying? And that's sad because I don't know if that's true or not. But dude, skinny jeans, really? You're wearing skinny jeans? Those were never cool. They're not even cool on women, to be honest. Why are you wearing that? Anyway, it's what he says that's important. I just enjoy laughing at stupid people and making fun of them in any way I can. So fuck that guy. All right, shit. I don't remember if I hit the button to make sure you guys get audio. Let me do it before people start yelling at me. Now, I know I did it this time, so I can see the little blue check mark. Don't give me no shit.
Okay, Babylon Bee, which is what got him to buy the thing, I think.
She's suggesting that the Babylon Bee being cut off is why Elon bought Twitter. I don't think there's any evidence of that. I think it was a conglomeration of things, including Jack Dorsey telling him, hey, yeah, you should probably buy that. Or suggesting that somebody should buy it. Somebody should buy it. When you're suggesting to the richest man in the world that somebody needs to buy Twitter, you are pretty much saying, hey, dude, why don't you go buy Twitter? But anyway, for her, it's the Babylon Bee. By the way, this is like a 2-minute video. It'll probably take us about 35, 40 minutes to get through it. And the other one's like a lot longer, so we'll see what happens.
That's the one which was not particularly funny. The Babylon Bee's Man of the Year is Rachel Levine.
That is hilarious. I don't care what you say, lady. That is fucking hilarious. Unacceptable View says, actually, I heard that too, Monk. I have never heard that. I have always heard that it is a mixture of things. Most largely, the Trump getting kicked off the platform is what really started the ball rolling. Put the idea into his mind. But anyway, I don't know. I'm not him. Could have been all of it. Could have been none of it. Could have been just because of the Bee. Maybe he's just that big of a fan of the Babylon Bee. I don't know. But to what she said, it wasn't particularly funny. Yes, it was. It was absolutely fucking funny for them to come out saying Rachel Levine was the man of the year because she had just won woman of the year despite having a wiener. That's funny. It might not be the funniest thing ever, but it's a kind of a giggle thing, right? At the very least, are you that fucking sad in your life that you don't see the humor in that? Not particularly funny. Wait, listen to her voice. Hang on. Listen to how she says it.
To buy the thing, I think.
That's the
one which was not particularly funny. The Babylon Bee's man of the year is Rachel Levine.
Does she sound like she's ever heard something funny in her life ever? That bitch sounds like she doesn't know what laughter is. Like it's offensive to her. Anyhow, she's not my main concern here. She is absolutely one of the worst hosts I've ever seen of anything. And I've seen Tim Pool interviews, but god damn, she is bad. Here we go.
Not funny.
Yeah. And you can ask
I didn't agree they should have taken that down, but go ahead.
You know, it's interesting. It's interesting to think about what the competing tensions around that are. And I want to start by acknowledging that the targeting and the victimization of the trans community on Twitter is very real, very life-threatening, and extraordinarily serious.
The targeting of trans community on Twitter is very serious and life-threatening. It's why is it always fucking life-threatening? Why are they always so over the fucking top with this shit? None of them can ever just be like, it's concerning. You know what I mean? It's somebody gonna die. I wonder if that's the voice my wife hates. Anyway, they're gonna come for the trans. It's life-threatening. All right, homie. All right. How many people that are trans have been killed because of Twitter? I need a number. Because very few trans people die each year anyway. I just need a number. Or how about an example? One fucking example. Anyway. Oh, wait, we missed something right there. Hang on. Listen when he says that. Just listen real close in the background.
Community on Twitter is very real, very life-threatening, and extraordinarily serious.
There's like a one person claps one time when they say it. I don't know if they were told not to cheer or anything during this, or if that's expected during these conversations on democracy in the digital age. It just made me laugh that there was like one person who tried to start a clap and then they immediately realized, oh, we probably shouldn't clap.
We have seen from a number of Twitter accounts, including libs of TikTok, notably, that there are orchestrated campaigns that particularly are singling out a group that is already particularly vulnerable within.
Particularly. Okay, let's talk about libs of TikTok for a second. Libs of TikTok does not particularly seek out anything but people on the left who say really fucking stupid shit in public. That's what they do. And yes, they do go after liberals. And yes, a lot of it is towards, let's call it the alphabet community. But that's because these are some of the people saying the stupidest shit. There is a ton of gay and trans and even some of the made up shit, non-binary crap who don't say this stupid shit and never end up on libs of TikTok. You ever seen libs of TikTok just put somebody up there and go, look, it's a gay person. Look, it's a trans person. No, it is always particularly, he likes that word, so I'm going to use it. It is particularly stupid people saying particularly stupid shit. But this is the lie, right? This is the lie they keep telling. This is why you need the trust and safety team, you guys, because they're going after the trans community and they're going to get them all killed. It's particularly dangerous, particularly. The fucking twat. This guy is the guy who gets to, well, not anymore, but used to get to decide what was okay to say in public forums. He's one of the I think what he's 36 years old, I think is what I read. This 36-year-old piece of shit lying pussy used to get to decide what was allowed to be said. Ain't that awesome?
In society. And so, yeah, not only is it not funny, but it is dangerous, and it does contribute to an environment that makes people unsafe in the world.
It can, if you make a joke like saying Rachel Levine is Man of the Year, that contributes to violence in the world. What? What in the ever-loving fuck is going on in this world? When did we get to the point when everybody's so fucking afraid of words? And not like, hey, go get them, but like, hey, this guy's saying something stupid. All right.
So let's start from a premise that it's fucked up.
No, I will not start from the premise that it's fucked up because you did not make a case. You said some feeling words is what you did. You got up there and went, this is going to cause violence. This does cause violence. It's dangerous. But you didn't prove anything. You didn't even give a single fucking example. The only thing you did was say, live the TikTok, because you know that the people who follow your stupid line of thinking are going to go, oh my God, that evil bitch. God damn. No, I do not accept your premise that it's fucked up. I think you're fucked up. That's what I think. I think people like you who are that goddamn afraid of words, you're the ones who are fucked up. And I think y'all need help. I really do. I think you guys need deep psychiatric help. I think you need to reach deep up into your ass and pull out whatever stick is stuck up there and learn to have a little bit of fun. Just a little bit. You know, I want to, real quick, before we get to this, there was a time when every group that wasn't the big group in America, you know, you start with your English, and so you have like the Italians, the Irish, Black people, Chinese, all kinds of Asians, whichever Asian, all groups got made fun of. At one time, it was their time to be the ones who got made fun of in the United States. And it's almost like being friends with a group of guys. If you're in a group of guy friends, everybody gets their time of being the one that they're fucking with, making fun of you for something stupid you did or said, or your physical appearance, your inability to score with chicks, your nerdy obsessions. It's almost like that, but on a societal level. And it was fine. It was fine. Every group made it through. Every one of them. And I'm not talking about like racism or xenophobia, not that, just jokes. And then we were like, no, jokes cause all the murder in the world. All of it, you're all dead. Everybody died. If jokes were so dangerous, there'd like only be English people in America, like actual from the island over there. That'd be all it is, because everybody else got made fun of, and they did too, to an extent. But you know, they had the power, so they could never be racist. But every group has gone through it, and it was fine. But no, how dare you? If you make a joke about the trans people, you're just trying to get them killed. Fuck you, pussy.
But then, again, let's look at what Twitter's written policies are. Twitter's written policies prohibit misgendering.
Twitter's written policies prohibit violence. But for some reason, that written policy only ever seems to apply to people on the right. I'm not wrong about that, am I? But let's talk about the written policy. But anyway, let's get back to his policy.
Full stop. And the Babylon Bee, in the name of satire, misgendered Admiral Rachel Levine.
No, they did not misgender her. They used her biological sex. I guess we're not allowed to talk about that, are we? My bad. My bad. I'm sorry, ambiguously gay guy.
Twitter,
Satire.
nominally, but it's still misgendering.
She says satire, and he goes, nominally, but it's still misgendering. He's acknowledging, yeah, it was a joke, but it's still misgendering. I'd have to check, but it used to be that Twitter's policies made exceptions for things like jokes. It probably doesn't anymore because of people like this piece of shit.
Okay.
And, you know, there can be a very long and academic discussion of satire and sort of the lines there. Interestingly, Apple tried to tease out this question of satire and political commentary in their own guidelines, which I think are also fraught. But
interestingly, Apple tried to tease out this part of satire. We can have an academic discussion. You can have an academic discussion of satire and the lines. How about this? How about, okay, I understand that satire, it's not somebody purposefully trying to be mean to somebody in their misgendering. Fuck off, seriously. But he admits that he knows what it was. Like, no, we still had to do it because it was the trans. I came up watching political correctness grow, right? It starts to take hold really strong at the end of the 80s. About 88, 89 is when it really started to take off. You can go back a little further, mid 80s, 85-ish, but it really starts to become this public thing where everybody's like, oh, we got to be politically correct now. Late 80s. I have never seen ever a group so protected as this new trans non-binary bullshit. Everything added after the LGB. Never seen a group that has that fucking much influence over what we're allowed to say and do because we might offend them. How about this? I'm going to throw this out there. If you're offended, shut up, pussy. How about that? How about you take your little dumbass and delete all of your little apps so that you don't get your little feelings hurt? Because here's the thing. It's not up to me not to hurt your feelings. It's up to you to stop being a bitch. Ta-da. Apple tries to tease this out, and it's a policy that's fraught. I kind of stepped on it there, but that is where he ends. Listen.
Tease out this question of satire and political commentary in their own guidelines, which I think are also fraught. But, you know,
I think they're fraught. Fraught with what? Anyway.
Landed on the side of enforcing our rules as written.
We landed on the side of enforcing our rules as written. It's a dumb rule. It's a dumb rule. You can never misgender anybody. Why? Why not? Oh, it's going to hurt their feelings, or in his case, it's going to cause them to get killed or something. It saves lives not to misgender people. No evidence whatsoever to back that shit up. Absolutely no evidence to back that up. It's up to you to stop being a bitch. That needs to be a t-shirt. Don't encourage my behavior. By the way, guys, hi. Everybody hit the like button. If you're over on Rumble, hit that Rumble button. This idiot had some other stuff to say, and this is a much longer clip, and I'll be honest with you, I've only watched, I jumped around in it because I thought maybe this was the clip that other clip came from. But I did watch like the first, I think 3 minutes of it when he hits it's 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, where we get to a point where this stupid motherfucker says some stuff that actually makes my head hurt. All right. So, make sure I hit the little share audio. There we go. Same two idiots, same event, but different point in it. I really do want to find the whole thing, but I could not find it on YouTube.
One of the things you said at one point, you tweeted that Twitter was actually safer under Elon. Do you still feel that way?
I don't.
That's right. He originally said that he thought it was safer under Elon. This guy we just saw talking about how the Babylon Bee made people less safe because they called Rachel Levine a man. By the way, Rachel Levine, born male. It's dangerous to say that. But anyway, let's get back.
One of the things you said at one point, you tweeted that Twitter was actually safer under Elon. Do you still feel that way?
I don't. It's funny, in the days shortly after the acquisition, a bunch of things happened. But one of them, predictably, because it's the internet, was that a trolling campaign emerged.
That's an important sentence. A trolling campaign emerged. And normally I would tell you, hey guys, remember that. But you don't really have to. But it is important. It is very important that he's talking specifically about trolls.
And a number of trolls, and you could sort of watch the organization happen on 4chan. So this is all happening in public.
So they know it is an orchestrated 4chan thing. And they knew this. All right?
They were like, let's go to Twitter and test the new limits of Elon Musk.
Yeah, I'm quite enjoying my Chinese porn, but go ahead.
All right, sweetheart. I don't know if you knew this, but porn has always been allowed on Twitter. There's a lot of people who got very mad at Twitter for a long time because they allow porn. Porn is okay on Twitter. You guys know that, right? There's a ton of porn on Twitter. This is a true thing. When I see somebody new, has a face that I haven't seen very often, back up. I make a post, right? Or my cousin. And my followers, you guys are very, very loyal, and I love you for it. But I get used to seeing who's there. And occasionally somebody new will pop up. And if it's not a thread that goes very big, if it's like my normal size, 20 or so likes on it, and I see a new face, I'm like, oh, who's this? And I'll click on it. And about 25% of the time, it's some chick with her hoo-ha out. I don't know why. Apparently, a lot of women on Twitter are very proud of their hoo-ha. But I love how she tries to make it sound like, yeah, I'm enjoying my Chinese porn. Are you new to Twitter? That shit's been there forever. She's trying to make it sound like it's a 4chan troll because of Elon Musk. I hate these people. Anyway.
That's another thing.
Yeah,
but
I'm aware.
What do you mean that's another thing, sir? It's allowed on your... Remember, we're going by the rules. You silly bitch. That's another thing. Okay. Just lie, I guess.
But the troll campaign sort of emerged very rapidly, and it, I think, was initially received as being an authentic surge in hateful activity on Twitter.
No, it was not. No, it wasn't. Excuse me. It was not received as an authentic hate campaign. It was lied about as an authentic hate campaign. People like Taylor Lorenz, people like Ben Collins went out there and wrote these fucking stories and went on TV and told everybody Elon took over, and now all the racists and the anti-Semites are running wild on the Twitter machine. And they pointed like, look, the instance of the N-word being used has gone up. We told you at the time, did we not? Just a bunch of jackasses seeing what they can do. It wasn't people who were honestly burning crosses in their front yard. It was people going, I bet we can say the N-word now. I don't blame him for this. We'll get back in a second here. I do hate some of the way he says things because that, like that right there, I think some people perceived it. No. They were told that's what it was. Not by him, but by our garbage press. I don't know why people listen to the press, I swear to God.
Which is a reasonable hypothesis.
No, it's not.
It turns out not to have been borne out by what we were actually seeing on the service, but a core, kind of taking a step back, a core principle for me of doing trust and safety work is you have to be able to measure it. You have to understand what the shape of the problem is. You have to be able to quantify it, which is really hard. And you need to know if you're doing anything that's impactful.
You're literally talking about people using slurs just to try to be silly, to try to be edgy, to try to be cool to their friends. That's what you're talking about. Thank you, Dangerous, for dropping the link to the full thing. It's over on Vimeo. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Could you DM that to me to my cousin? Because fuck, I'm still locked out. To my cousin, if you get a chance. I forgot what he was saying. Damn it, Dangerous, you distracted me by giving me something I looked for over half an hour and couldn't fucking find. I never think to go to other websites. I just try to find everything at YouTube. Besides, I had enough clips for what I wanted, but I do want to see the whole thing. So thank you for dropping it for me, bud. But he was talking about quantifying and everything. Yeah, we got to really quantify it. He already said he knew it came from 4chan. He said you could watch it in real time. You could watch it in real time. So the only thing you need to quantify is, shit, how many of these assholes are going to be here and for how long? That's all. This guy, Yoel Roth, he used to be head of trust and safety. He didn't just work for Twitter. He was head of trust and safety, Jennifer. This is the motherfucker who decided what could be said on Twitter. Who would get kicked off at Twitter? Whether or not the New York Post could put up a story about Hunter Biden being a degenerate who left his fucking laptop at a Delaware computer store with all kinds of highly sensitive information showing him being a criminal degenerate. This is the guy who was like, nah, bruh.
And Twitter has struggled deeply with measurement in the trust and safety space for years. But when we started thinking about this trolling campaign and about hateful conduct and the prevalence of racial slurs on the service, that's an empirical research question. And
well, I mean, to the extent that you have to do a quick search of how many times the word came up, I guess.
We studied it and we looked at it and we understood what the baseline prevalence of this activity was. I tweeted a graph that showed clearly there was a thing that happened. The thing that
you knew came from 4chan. I don't believe you said that in your tweet, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong, but I don't believe you pointed it out that this was a trolling campaign from 4chan.
Happened was a trolling campaign.
Thanks, Dangerous.
And we shut down the trolling campaign. And we took steps to build technology that addressed that type of conduct automatically and proactively. And measurably, it reduced the prevalence of hateful conduct on Twitter relative to the pre-troll campaign baseline.
Okay. He said a lot of words to say this. They came up with a tiny algorithm that caught a whole bunch of people who were just spamming the N-word. Fairly certain that was already built into the app, but okay. Did you guys see any stories about how all of the hateful stuff came down? In fact, we've seen quite the opposite, especially in light of Kanye and them trying to turn every conservative into being an anti-Semite. All we see is look how much the anti-stuff, they hate the Jews. They hate them. I saw an article just today about how the rise of hate on Twitter. This guy's telling us actually it's dropped even from the baseline that there was before Elon took over. Huh. You don't see that in your mainstream media, do you? And this is coming from the guy who was in charge of it. Who is anti-Elon now? That's him saying it. But don't, no. Who are you going to believe? Who are you going to believe?
Sure.
Which is great. Like that unequivocally
All
is
right.
a win for trust.
So why is it not safe now?
Trust and safety is an adaptive space.
Wait a minute. Wait. So he just told us that they took care of all of that bad shit that happened. And now, well, why is it not safe? Well, it's an adaptive thing. He's not wrong about that. He's wrong about how he means it. Because the whole trust and safety thing, it's adaptive in the fact that what becomes dangerous, I'm using the big ass air quotes, what's dangerous changes on a daily fucking basis based on what the little commies in charge decide. Oh, no, that's dangerous today. It was okay yesterday. I know, but today it's going to get somebody killed. Fuck off.
Nina Jankowicz has talked about the concept of malign creativity, the notion that people are not sitting still. They are actively devising new ways to be horrible on the internet.
Yes, people are trying to fuck with you because you keep ruining their stupid ass fun. I get it. You don't want people saying bad words on your site. All right. But the more you try to stop people from doing that, the more inventive in how they're going to do it. Take it from somebody who plays video games. I've been talking over on my other stream quite often about a game I used to play. It was called Tanaris or Tanaris, depending on who you are. We all had different ways of saying it. It was a little tank game that Sony made. Well, they bought, and they put it out there as a test for the game EverQuest to see if people would be willing to pay a subscription to play a video game. That's all unimportant. It's just to give you some background of what it was. Well, there were certain words we couldn't say in the chat because they didn't want us to say them. And actually, there was a couple of words, like you could not say rape in chat. But there are times where you'll type something out. I'm trying to therapist. Therapist is a great example. You couldn't say therapist in the chat because their chat filter very early on, this is more than a decade ago, it saw the word rapist in there. Therapist is the rapist. That's how if you ever have trouble remembering how to spell therapist, it's the rapist. Well, it would catch it and kick you out. And you'd end up with like a day-long ban. There were all kinds of words like that you weren't allowed to say. Now, it wasn't a game where there was I don't know if I ever saw racial slurs in there, but there was a lot of swearing. And they didn't want us swearing. So what we did is instead of typing out fuck, we would type out like PHUK. And it never caught it. And so then they'd be like, oh my God, they're using these. And so we can't do that anymore. All right, how about FUQ? And we got to do that for a while. And then they caught it. And we just kept coming up with different ways to say fuck because they wouldn't let us just say it. So yeah, that is the nature of man. You tell us we can't do it. We think it's funny. We're going to keep doing it. We're going to find a way around your stupid ass rules. All right. Anyway, that's what he's talking about. They keep coming up with different ways to say bad words.
And the work of internet sanitation.
But wait. Oh, God, I don't want to miss that part. The euphemism he uses right here. Just keep in mind, this is what we're talking about right now. The horrible trolling that happened and how, oh my God, this is why it's evil now. Keep that in mind.
To be horrible on the internet. And the work of internet sanitation is
the work of internet sanitation. This guy's a high-tech garbage man. I don't want my internet sanitized. Jesus fucking Christ. How do you live with yourself being this kind of person?
to be horrible on the internet. And the work of internet sanitation is trying to understand that and ideally staying a couple of steps ahead of it.
Yeah, Steve Huffman of Reddit talked about this.
Exactly.
It's persistently malevolent people who do not have, that's their job.
Yes, mostly malevolent teenagers.
Did you hear that? Did you hear what he just said? Don't worry, he's going to say it again.
Shane Huntley of Google has talked about APTs, usually advanced persistent threats in the security world, as being advanced persistent teenagers, and they.
So not only do they know there's just people trolling, it's just people trying to get around their stupid shit, they know it's just stupid kids. It's just teenagers having a bit of fun with adults who have no sense of fucking humor anymore. He's telling us this. Oh yeah, it's teenagers. Then why do you have your panties in such a bunch? It's kid. Were you? I was going to say, did you have no fun as a kid? But I can look at him. This guy had no fun as a child. We had a, that's why in that one Tom McDonald song, Dummies, I think it is. Is it Dummies? The one where he has the line where he tells kids to go out and break a law. I support that notion. Not a major law. Not a major law. Don't do anything horrible. Don't break any laws. Don't break any laws. I will say that in my youth, I may have done some things that were, how can I put this? Frowned upon by the legal system. Nothing horrible, just stupid shit. Minor vandalism, maybe, allegedly. There's no proof of any of it, and nobody ever got hurt. But you don't even have to do anything illegal. Just break a rule. Break a rule now and then, for fuck's sake. Don't break the law because that's illegal. Break a fucking rule. Like, you have to be in class when the bell rings. Hang outside the class until after the bell rings, just for the fuck of it. See what happens. Have a little bit of I don't want to say dangerous fun, but, rebellious fun. What happened to the rebelliousness of us? We become such goddamn pussies. Just follow what they tell you to do. No, there needs to be some rebelliousness in us. And don't be a fucking horrible person. Don't be like a criminal. And don't be a douchebag. There's a time and a place. Have just a little bit of fun. Jeff, yeah, smoking in the boys' room. Delahayes, yes, test some limits for fuck's sake. Have a little bit of goddamn fun, or you're going to turn into this goddamn guy. And parents, look, I know it's frustrating when kids do bad stuff, right? And yes, it's your job as a parent to go, hey, don't do that. You have to have some accountability for it and stuff. But don't go so overboard. Stop. I know so many parents, man, where they forget what it was like to be a kid. And maybe I was just too rebellious as a child. But when my kids fucked up, there were very few times where after, punishment was doled out or whatever, like, okay, go to your room. I got to give you a lecture or whatever it was. That when it was over, I didn't go into the room where it was just me and my wife and be like, that's funny as fuck. Because I remember being a kid and I understand being a kid. My daughter, sweetheart, I love you, accidentally drunk dialed me when she was a teen. Yeah, that's a real story. And don't look down on her. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. Look, kids experiment with shit. She didn't get in any real trouble for it. She got a stern talking to. And there was like, okay, you're not hanging out with those guys for a little while. But otherwise, it's like, look, I was a kid. I did stupid shit. Don't. But I didn't, go all nuts on my kid because she tested boundaries and did something stupid one time. You got to allow kids to be somewhat kids. Let them experiment some. And don't get like high with your kid. There's people who take it that far. But let your kids have some fun. It's at that point, when you catch them doing something wrong, you need to correct them, of course. But don't go so overboard and pretend that you were fucking Jesus your whole life and never broke a fucking rule. What's up, Jack?
How's it going?
Living the dream. How you doing?
Yeah, same as usual.
We're watching an idiot here tell us about how they know the surge of racist crap that came after Elon took over Twitter came from 4chan, and that they know it came from teenagers, but that makes it a horrible thing. It's evil. It's going to cause all kinds of evils.
The hacker known as 4chan strikes again.
Yes. But anyway, yeah. So, guys, you still have to be a parent, right? I'm not saying don't parent. I'm just saying remember what it was like to be a kid. And part of remembering what it's like to be a kid is remembering that you needed discipline. But it also means that, some idiot kid on the internet dropping an N-bomb, that should not be the biggest fucking thing in the universe. It's a minor thing. Like, all right, dummy, don't do that again. That's how you handle that situation.
Nope. It's clearly a threat to national security. We should panic. And all these people that said the N-word should be arrested and charged with hate crimes.
Indeed, right? How dare you? You're Jack, you missed earlier when this idiot told us that satire is dangerous to trans people.
Oh my God. I am going to have to get rid of half my porn collection then.
John Migda, thank you. Now the stream is good. Hi, Jack.
Hi.
All right. Let's get back to our ambiguously gay gentleman here.
Truly are. But, you can't rest on your laurels when it comes to that. And that's why we had a trust and safety team. You can't use ML for all of it. You can't automate it. There is no set it and forget it when it comes to trust and safety. And I think Twitter's challenge going forward is not, can the platform build machine learning? Sure, they can. But are there enough people who understand the emergent malicious campaigns that happen on the service and understand it well enough to guide product strategy and policy direction? And I don't think that there are enough people left at the company who can do that work to keep pace with
And what about when
all right, what he said in a whole long roundabout way is that, look, you can build algorithms, but you're not going to be able to go, that's transphobic, and have a person go, yeah, that's going to get trans people killed over whatever new fucking joke pops up. That's what he's talking about. Remember, he explained for a whole long time here that this was a trolling campaign. Now he's like, yeah, we built an algorithm that took care of it. He told us that, Jack, earlier. All of the stuff that popped up right after Elon took over, they made a simple algorithm. They actually got rid of the hateful words even more than it had been before Elon took over.
This guy's a crybaby.
But you can't, you can't rest on your laurels, man, because some kid is going to find a new way to type out a slur. These people are so sensitive.
Yeah, why do words hurt you so much? What are these people so afraid of when they are cracking down so heavily on trivialities like somebody said a naughty word or somebody used satire? Oh no.
It's all about control. That's what it is. I mean,
yeah, that's all it could
right
be.
Now, and this is what Tim Pool tried to explain to the JJ back in the day. Atomic Squid, thank you so much. This guy spent a lot of his time stuffed in a locker in high school, probably with his head in a toilet once or twice too.
I think he had his head somewhere, right? Two things. One, check your Rumble. And second, it's Trips My Mind Takes his birthday.
Happy National Dice Day. Though, does that also make it National Don't Shave Day as well? Anyway, have to Jack, please. Thank you so much, tall person.
Thank you, tall person.
And whose birthday? I'm sorry.
Trips My Mind Takes.
Trips, this is for you. And a 1 and a 2. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear
Trips.
Happy birthday to
you.
Happy birthday. Hope you have a good one. Really, really do.
Is it Check Your Logic's birthday as well?
I don't know.
Keever's saying it is.
Keevers, Check, is it your birthday? Anyway, Tim Pool tried to explain this to JJ, right? That when you go the whole anti-trans thing, when you're like, okay, you can't misgender, that is taking a political side. And that's what this is all about. It is all about a political side. And when they're like, okay, you can't say that Rachel Levine is man of the year because that's dangerous to the trans people, you are taking a political side that you are not allowed to make fun of any trans people ever. So there you go. All right. Keeve says, Mr. Jack, because you said check your Rumble.
She was making a joke, and I misunderstood it.
Gotcha.
Company itself removes. They're not going to be doing COVID and misinformation anymore.
Yeah,
it's just easier to do that, right? Like, we're just not going to watch for it.
You know, one way of streamlining the work of trust and safety.
All right, wait a second. There's been a ton of COVID misinformation on Twitter, tons of it, but it was official misinformation. There's still posts from people going back to the early days of COVID who had all kinds of wrong information that they were putting out. And those posts still exist. They never got hit for it.
No, why would they?
Well, because you got to stop the COVID misinformation. That's why. That's what they told us.
Well, yeah,
it's dangerous if we don't.
It's only dangerous if it's not from an official source. Now be a good communist and do as you're told.
Safety, I guess, is to have fewer rules. I will chalk up a minor win in that space. They announced that they were going to do it. That's something. I wasn't really expecting clear announcements about policy changes. We've seen.
That's because you worked there a long time and you guys were never clear about doing that. That's not a good thing. So at least the guy's like, hey, you worked there. Why didn't you push for it, dickhead? You were on trust and safety. You could have went to Vijay and went, hey, we should probably tell the people that we changed this thing.
I don't care.
One, which is good. Unfortunately, the policy change is really bad and damaging. But
no, it's not. Once again, I know I beat this drum many times, guys, but you don't need to shut people down and tell them they're not allowed to say things. You argue with them. Taking the example of what happened with the Twitter drops yesterday and all these fucking retards out there today who are like, oh, you guys just want to see Hunter's dick. Everybody knows that's bullshit. Everybody knows that's nonsense. I don't want the people who are saying that stupid shit to be shut up and not allowed to talk. I want to point and laugh at them for being so fucking stupid. One, it's far more entertaining. And two, it's far more effective. But not to this guy. Our ambiguously gay friend here, he thinks the only way that you actually can have a good thing is to shut anybody up who disagrees with you. Even if some of us were 100% right about COVID all a fucking long, yet we're on the side of, oh, you guys are liars just in your conspiracy theories. Dangerous, my ass. Fuck off, you little piece of shit.
You can certainly streamline things, but that doesn't mean that malicious activity is going to get less complicated. It doesn't mean trolls are going to stop. You can't bury your head.
They're trolls. He earlier called this internet sanitation, Jack. That's the wording he used.
Wow.
In the sand.
Well, no, I don't think they're burying. I think their policy is fuck it. I don't care.
It's not fuck it. I don't care. It's let the conversation happen. Why is this always their thing? Why are you that goddamn afraid of having a discussion?
Oh, you know why. It's a threat to the narrative.
Yeah, you're right. I know. I'm hoping by pointing it out, though, that anybody listening who's on this idiot's side might have a revelation. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Kind of thing. That's my feeling on that. I don't
think that's going to be tenable going forward, right?
Well,
so in my piece in the Times, I was talking about even if you wanted a policy that is fuck it,
Mhm.
You can't. Like, you simply cannot do that if you are operating what you want to be a commercially viable consumer service.
Oh, you absolutely could. You absolutely could. You ever been to a rap concert, sir? Sponsored by some of the biggest companies on the planet, saying the most misogynistic, racist bullshit you'll ever hear in your life?
Oh, no, those would be shut down too. Because
No, they exist.
No, they exist for now, Monkey. For now.
If you're talking, you guys ever listen to a modern rap song?
These totalitarians will shut down anything if they had the
No,
power.
they won't. This motherfucker's never going to stand up and say a black man needs to keep his mouth shut. Bullshit. Unless he's a conservative.
They would do it under a different guise. They don't need to do it under something as unsubtle as that. They would just slowly go after sponsors, saying, "Do you really want to pursue somebody that uses the N-word?"
You're wrong. They'll never do that to a black man. And especially not to a black woman. Not going to happen.
What if it was somebody that has the wrong ideas, though?
That's the only
somebody
way.
like Larry Elder, who's the black face of white supremacy.
If Larry Elder put out a rap song, yeah, they'd probably try to shut him down. But this guy's trying to claim that, you can't just have a fuck it. Yes, you absolutely can. And the corporate world's fine with it. You know what they care about? Making money. And if you guys wouldn't run around pretending that oh my God, we got to go make sure that the advertisers are okay. Tell the advertisers to kiss your ass. If they want to be seen by everybody, they'll be on your platform. This is what YouTube got wrong. Nobody's watching fucking TV going, oh yeah, I'm going to buy myself a new Audi. If you want to be seen, you got to be on the internet, period. And that means you need to be on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. That's where you need to be. Oh yeah, I guess TikTok now.
Yeah.
So it's not get off with this nonsense about, the corporate people, the advertisers, they're going to. No. You guys need to stop pretending that this is a legacy kind of thing. Back in the days of network television, when everybody sat down for 3 hours a night to watch the biggest shows of the evening, and that's where all the advertising dollars went. The advertising dollars are on the internet. Where else are they going to put their fucking money?
And the answer might be you don't care and you're going to burn it to the ground. But assuming your goal isn't to burn it to the ground, there are limits.
Wait, hang on.
Have to be limits.
Unless you're trying.
No, they don't have to be limits. That is where the nonsense comes from. Back in the day, Lenny Bruce got in trouble for some sexual jokes. Actually got arrested for it because, you can't say those kind of words. That kind of shit, the kind of jokes that he made are basically allowed on network television now.
Yeah.
In prime time.
They should have arrested him for not being funny.
Yeah, they really should have, especially after all the First Amendment stuff. He got so fucking up his own ass.
Yeah.
And look, I agree with Lenny on all that stuff. He just wasn't funny. Anyhow.
Trying to burn it just a little bit in order to get the bankers out. But then that's a theory we talked about. On November 9th,
Trying to burn it a little bit to get the bankers out? I'm sorry, that sounds like a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, that sounds like some anti-Jewish statement there, veiled by some white supremacist.
Did she just say they're trying to get the Jews out?
That's what I got out of it.
You and Elon seemed to align in that Twitter space as the next year were gone. What happened in that 24-hour period?
So there were a lot of things that were going on concurrently, right? So if you look to the day that I resigned, what's more instructive is the week leading up to it, right? So
okay, I'm willing to hear you out, but on, I forget which days it is, but just for to make the point, on Tuesday you're with Elon and you're like, Elon's gonna make this place safer. The next day you quit. What happened that week before is not all that instructive to that 24-hour period. Unless you were lying to try to keep your job. So.
Well, this guy seems like a hypersensitive totalitarian.
He's a twat, is what he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said. Yeah, I don't know. He seems like a real control freak. Like anything he doesn't approve of should be destroyed.
He's an ambiguously gay twat.
Ambiguous? Really?
I keep saying that to be nice to him.
Ah.
I don't know if he's actually gay, but he really does. No offense to the gay folks out there, but he comes off as stereotypically gay.
Yeah.
So I'm just going with ambiguously because I don't know. The skinny jeans are a good giveaway. Skinny black jeans, dude, really? He might even have a vagina.
Well, maybe.
Let's tally a couple of the things that happened in that week. Let's start with one that was going to happen anyway. There were elections in the United States. And the hallmark of doing a good job in trust and safety is nothing goes spectacularly wrong.
This is one of those parts, guys, where I'm not real sure what happened. Because I was jumping around, so I saw this. Oh no. Jack, will you take over for just a moment?
Yeah. I haven't been watching the full context of this, but so far it just looks to me like this guy's a pandering little asshole, and he thinks he's more important in the world than he is.
Sorry about that. Lady Monkey was sick yesterday, and she went to bed very early, and she's woke up, and I didn't realize she was up, so I just needed to check on her real fast.
Oh, shit,
I may have to step away again in a minute,
Yeah.
but yeah, she'll be fine. She doesn't feel very well, so.
That sucks.
Yeah. This is one of those parts that I haven't watched ahead. So I have seen this part. I haven't seen his answer here, but I'm very curious because he's setting this up, right, Jack? He just told us that the election happened. And he says the hallmark of being good at trust and safety is making sure nothing spectacular happens. Is he about to suggest that Elon did something that had anything to do with the election?
Oh, yeah, probably. Elon went ahead and destroyed everything. He's gonna probably accuse Elon of election interference.
Yeah, that's kind of seems like where he's headed. Hang on, I got to send one more text real fast, and we'll get back to this dickhead.
All right. Thank you, John. Who says, I think his parents should have shaken him as a baby. Well, I don't know about that, John, but they probably should have taught him how to cross his legs like a man.
I'm not positive that his parents didn't check or shake him as a baby. I just wrote check in a text. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't have any evidence, but it would explain a lot about the guy.
Yeah, it kind of would. Danger said, can you tell Monk the link to this full video won't work on DMs? So I tagged his cousin in a tweet with the hashtag.
Thanks, bud. I appreciate it.
And certainly the midterm elections were not free of disinformation. They were not free of malicious activity, but nothing went spectacularly wrong on Twitter. And that means that we did a good job. So we were doing that work. That was our focus area to begin with. But
I saw quite a bit of disinformation on Twitter leading up to the election. We have several shows about the stuff that we saw. But it wasn't spectacularly because the Democrats still mostly controlled everything. The
like
Republicans barely squeaked out the House.
Yeah, like you said, nothing went spectacularly wrong.
Yeah, so they did a good job.
Yeah.
They did their part as little shills for the DNC.
then we'd also had massive layoffs. Not as significant within my organization as at the rest of the company, but there's an ambient environment of that, of layoffs, of organizational change. So that's another one. There was the return to office email. If you've ever wondered how, the work of platform.
Oh my God, they told us to come back to work.
To come back to work in that amazing environment? Oh, the horror show.
Governance takes place within a corporate setting. The answer is it's all of the worst of corporate environments and all of the worst of the internet mushed together. And so you have people who should be spending their time thinking about how to deal with hateful conduct who instead are wondering, how do do I really need to go to the office? I don't live anywhere near a Twitter office. Am I still employed? And so you have.
I'm fairly certain that the people who were told to come to the office had an office to come to.
Yeah.
But I like how he's framing it. Like, these people, we should be just thinking about how to fix trust and safety. This must be what goes on in all those goddamn meetings between latte drinks. You can't think about fixing trust and safety at the fucking office?
No, it's too stressful, monkey. You don't understand the kind of pressure. They're afraid of COVID. They're afraid of so many things, and
Their
going
shadow.
into the office could be anxiety-inducing.
Danger says they said that office workers should work at the office. That's exactly what they said, yeah. And he's making it sound like one of their Indonesian employed checkers, human checkers, you know, the ones who repeatedly denied my ability to get back on YouTube. Like, they were like, get to an office. That's not even close to anything that's happened. He's such a fucking piece of shit. And he still hasn't explained anything. And look, maybe he'll get to it. But none of this would have any change to what happened that 24 hours between him saying that Elon Musk is making YouTube safer and going on this Spaces where he's like, yeah, it's a great thing. And then the next day where he quit. Because maybe the get back to work thing, but otherwise, and okay.
You have all of the HR related stress on top of this.
Which is none of your business. You're not in HR. All right, I'm listening. I'm willing to hear him out. But he's proven himself to be really stupid, so I'm skeptical.
Yeah, I hear you.
And then there's verification.
We're going to get to that.
That
T. Ryan, thank you. These people are a fucking joke. The only misinformation was anything that hurt the DNC's chances. They worked their butts off to fortify the election. Do you think he may have a dog in this fight? No.
I don't know how you could think that.
How dare you? Just because there is examples of him saying some really horrible shit about conservatives, bragging about how much he was donating to liberals. Nah. That's a real thing. You can look that up about this guy. But thank you, T. Ryan, for the donation.
product launches and adds additional layers.
Which you warned them about, which you warned would have, everybody warned them.
It was obvious. And, you know, let me take a step back and again, try to interpret this as generously as I can.
He's been generous so far. You know, when he said it's dangerous to say that Rachel Levine is Man of the Year. All right.
There is, underneath all of the work on verification, a theory that if you increase the costs for malicious activity, the pay me $8 thing, that some people will say, yeah, you know what I'm doing here is not worth $8. That's the basic theory of spam fighting. It's as old as the internet, and it's increased the costs on your adversary to a point where they go away. That is absolutely right.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, Jack. What we saw with the whole $8 thing, because I know where this motherfucker's going. But all of the verified where they changed their name to Elon Musk, these were not brand new accounts. These are not people who just got verified. These were liberals who thought they were being funny, who had already been verified on the platform.
Mm-hmm.
Did we see a big influx of new people doing this?
Not that I remember, no.
No, it was verified people like Valerie Bertinelli and Ethan Klein and
Kathy
who, by
Griffin.
the way, was dumb enough to do it after everybody started getting banned for it, and it was news.
Late to the party like usual.
Kathy Griffin. These were big name people who had already been. But anyway, I'm willing to hear dumbass out. I just can't help myself but stop and interject. It's who I am. You guys know that.
The problem is that the way that it was rolled out and the way that it was implemented, and especially the dynamics of an extremely online trolling heavy platform like Twitter, is that it went exactly off the rails in the way that we anticipated. And
it went exactly off the rails the way that liberals decided it was going to, and they started a campaign. That was not a 4chan troll thing. That was a mainstream media thing. They're the ones who first came out and started saying people are going to do this, and then we're like, "See, we told you."
Well, I know I'm late, so I apologize for that. But did he say why he hates fun so much?
No, he hasn't got to that. I don't know if it's in this clip or the other. And it wasn't in the other clip we watched. Maybe in the whole thing he explains it. I did hypothesize earlier that he has a giant stick in his ass.
Oh, yeah, that I could see for sure.
Yeah. He might have fallen as a child when his parents were shaking him as a baby and fell on a stick, and it's been in there ever since.
Oh, that would explain quite a bit.
It really would.
Is this Jose Jalapeno on a stick?
Yes. Trolling heavy platform, just say internet, right? Trolling. It's the fucking internet.
He makes it sound like he could fight the entire internet.
Oh, yeah.
Weren't the safeguards that needed to be in place to address it up front. And so then you have that as well.
Right. So how did you make the decision? You go home, say to your spouse?
Oh, she slipped and said husband and then went to spouse. All right. He's no longer ambiguously gay. He's totally gay. But see, I'm going to still call him ambiguously gay because he is not a good representation of gay men. He's a dickhead. He is a thin-skinned pussy.
Yeah, this is sad.
I just want to reiterate this, and we have gay guys in the audience who can back this up. That Hollywood version of a gay guy who's all flamboyant and shit, that's not it. Most gay guys are just normal guys. You wouldn't even know they were gay until you saw them with their mate, or they told you.
Yeah, or they're like, ooh, check him out.
Yeah. Most gay guys are just guys who prefer to be with other guys instead of women.
Yeah, they might have a little bit of an effeminate nature, comparatively speaking, because they're not trying to plow a bunch of whores. But this dude he's a stereotype. It's really shocking.
He really is.
Actually.
Q says there are many gay guys like him. Sure there are. I've told the story before. This one guy that I used to work with, Jack, one of the most buttoned up assholes you ever met in your life. Just straight laces can be. And then one day he becomes gay. And I say he becomes gay because at this point he had been married to a woman and had 3 kids. He stops working at this store. And about 3 months later, I see him. He comes in, he says hi to me. He was a great guy as a person. I mean, just very buttoned up and straight laced. He comes in, he is wearing a mesh shirt and chains. And suddenly he had picked up a lisp. And I was like, Bob. His name was Bob. Bob, hi out there. I was like, Bob, why are you dressed like that? And he goes, I'm gay. I'm like, everybody knows you're gay, but there's not a uniform. It's not the military. It's like a gay army, Jack. Is there a gay boot camp that guys have to go through when they come out?
I believe it's a Velvet Mafia, Monkey. Real quick. Thank you, John. This is Jeff Dunham clip for you. Thank you, sir. I'll watch that.
Guys, don't forget to hit the like button, the Rumble button if you're over there on our Rumble. And don't forget that you can donate to us. The link's at the top of your stream and in the bottom. So if you're a top or a bottom, we have you set up.
It was not an easy decision. And I ultimately, I was weighing the pros and cons on an ongoing basis. I knew what my limits were. And by the time that I chose to leave, I realized that even if I spent all day, every day, trying to avert whatever the next disaster was, there were going to be the ones that got through. And Blue Verification got through over written advice prepared by my team and others at Twitter. We knew what was going to happen. It's not that it was a surprise. It failed in exactly the ways we said
it got through because...
Let's talk about that for a second. When this is announced by Elon, the news media immediately comes out and starts writing these articles about how this is going to happen. He's telling us that they wrote internals telling them that Do you think there's a chance? Hear me out here, Jack. I know this is a weird conspiracy theory. It's very far-fetched. Do you think there's a chance that this guy was colluding with the media?
Oh, I would say there's a 90% chance.
James, thank you. Gay men and backing up in the same sentence. LOL. I didn't even realize I did that. And
yeah,
once again, I just want to point out that they didn't have an influx of people give $8 so that they could remember. He's not talking about what actually happened with that. The actual bad thing that happened with that was the impersonation of other people, most prominently Elon Musk. Now, who is it that could have put that idea out into the world? And it all came from liberals. So don't look, I know liberals, they're not funny people. And that was kind of a funny thing, if I'm being honest. They're not funny on their own. Anyway.
It's more accidental.
Yes, exactly.
Elon just wanted to do it, and the people around him supported him, which they're called by a lot of people the flying monkeys. So a lot of the shit was thrown by the flying monkeys, correct?
And then it happened. It happened because he willed it to happen. And
no, it didn't. He didn't will it into existence. He said this needs to happen, and he told a team to make it happen. He willed it into existence. No. He ordered it into existence.
No, see, couple things there, Monkey. Number one, he read this. Elon had read The Secret, so he was manifesting his power by imagining it being there. So that's how that happens. You do will things into existence according to that crap, New Age bullshit. So maybe that's what he's thinking. Also, flying monkeys is a bit not only racist for obvious reasons, but it's also misleading because the flying monkeys were slaves to the Wicked Witch of the West. So this guy's implying that Elon owns slaves.
Well, in fairness, it was her. That is a chick there.
Oh, whatever.
Beavis says, wow, my boss didn't take my advice. The whole blue thing looks like malicious compliance. It is amazing how many people who talk about the entirety of Elon taking over and are against it seem to really just be against having a boss.
I think they're mostly against responsibility.
Yeah, and that's what a boss does, is hold you accountable.
Oh, yeah, good one.
And look, there are bad bosses out there. We all know that. I've never heard anybody really complain about working for Elon. His employees tend to love this man.
Yeah, because
until he got to Twitter. Well. What's that? I'm sorry.
Well, he treats his employees pretty well. He pays them pretty well, and they get to be doing innovative. There was one guy that came out on Twitter and was like, "I haven't written code in years, so this is the most fun I've had."
Yeah,
because he was always in meetings.
Well, they had to go to their meetings so they could talk about how we can think about fixing trust and safety. Yeah.
Beavis said, "Well, my boss didn't take my advice."
Yeah. I just read that. I swear to God, you're my wife.
I know. I'm really tired, dude. I'm sorry.
I was in the car the other day with my wife, and I said something, and she just didn't even get it. Didn't even enter her head. And then we started talking, and she repeated to me what I had said. I'm like, I just said that. She goes, it's like working with Jack. Oh my God. Why do I surround myself with people who do not listen to me?
I listen. I just don't always hear. I got the second half of that, and I realized what I did when I said it. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I just woke up before I jumped in the stream, so I'm a little.
To God, you and I are gonna have to get gay married just to make this thing real. All right, here we go.
And that sort of, I think in the case of Steve Jobs, people called it the reality distortion field. I think there was an element of that, but you can't distort the reality of what happened
Steve
on
Jobs
Twitter.
made decisions with a group of people much more than people think.
And here, however it was made, by whomever it was made, it was a bad decision. And
no, it was actually a very good decision, because the blue check mark used to mean you are who you say you are. And Twitter switched it to be like, you are acceptable to us, which largely meant you were a lefty or you were completely I don't want to say non-offensive, non-threatening conservative. Ben Shapiro. But that's what it became instead of being yes. It was literally a verification check mark. That's what it was. And they turned it into a verification check mark instead of it you being you having the right opinion or not being threatening.
Yeah.
What Elon did is like, all right, we're going to let you do it. You can just verify it's you, because you did have to do that. You had to verify who you say you are and pay your $8. And the press hated that because you know who got a lot of attention for their little blue check marks and got to feel like they were kings of the world? Those shitbags in the press. That's why they wrote so many articles basically telling people how to do the trolling and change your name to Elon and say horrible shit. It was all because they were mad that they lost their stupid special status. Anyway.
It was their I'm better than you status.
Exactly. Frosted, thank you so much. Let the monkey / Jack shipping commence. Pride flag. How dare you? Okay, I am a very proud person. I should have a pride flag, not because of any gayness, but it's a pride flag, right? And I'm a very arrogant motherfucker.
Well, your hair would like it.
Yeah, that's true too. Faithless says it became validation. Yeah, you're not wrong. Who's the top? Neither. We're not having sex. It's a sexless marriage.
Yeah, it's a platonic. It's a heterosexual life mate.
It's Charlie and Frank, except for it's Frank and Jack. That's it. We're doing it for the insurance.
Yeah. Does this mean we get to go hang out in the sewer?
Yes. Naked, so our clothes don't get wet.
Well, obviously. You find cool stuff in the sewer.
I've heard that.
It was a decision made against
Who made it?
expert
Who made that
advice.
decision?
I mean, ultimately, when you call yourself chief twit, you're accountable for the decisions, whether they're good or bad.
And you said it's the reason I.
So basically, he's saying that he quit because Elon allowed the blue check mark. He put a whole lot of other shit in there to lead up to that, but that is his basic concept there. Anybody believe that shit? Anyone? Of all potato, yeah. On as soon as Elon took over Twitter, his Twitter bio, he changed it to Chief Twit. And then what did he do? He then changed it to customer service or something like that. I forget what it was after that. Anyway.
Little Galaxy's pointed out something interesting over on Rumble is that Twitter insiders were selling blue check marks for like 15 grand. I don't know if you saw that story, but yeah, they're ridiculous.
And that was backed up by Elon Musk, because that story came out and there hadn't been any actual proof of it, but somebody came out and said, yeah, they used to sell these for $15,000. And Elon Musk came out and goes, yeah, they were. So now you can get one for $8.
Yeah, Evil One said that somebody paid 30 grand for one. That doesn't surprise me. These people are arrogant fucks. But pay $8 for the commoners to be as good as me?
Yeah. 30 grand back then. I mean, it was a good, because I don't know if they ever even spoke about it, if anybody asked about it, but you did get more attention if you had your little blue check mark. And if you were a social media influencer with that kind of money and you wanted a boost, 15 grand was a decent investment, actually.
Yeah. Thank you, Travis Gardner, who says, I'm going to have to rewrite my fanfic. Yeah, we get that a lot. We like to change things up.
T says $8 is just too much. Right. But that's where we are in this story. I mean, we have these people who have been losing their goddamn minds because Elon took over. And people like Yoel. Put a J in there so you can be like a normal human. I'm gonna get in trouble for some Jewish shit, ain't I? I'm just kidding.
Probably.
I'm just kidding. Just change your name to Steve. Yoel there. This is one of the guys and the main guy who got to decide what you were allowed to say. Bloodwing, how are you, my friend? Dude, it's been a long time. Hope you're well, man. Hope you're well.
Frosted makes a good point, too. When you're used to privilege equality starts to look like oppression.
It does. Well, and it is from what you're used to.
Yeah.
206 watching, only 79 likes. Only 79 likes. Okay, I'm just going to say this. Please hit the like button. It really does help us in the algorithm while we're live. And not just for us. Anybody you go watch that you enjoy. I was watching AP before I started this, Jack. First thing I did when I came in, hit that like button.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I missed AP earlier. I was sleeping. So.
I only got to watch for like 20, 25 minutes. They were talking a lot of Dragon Ball Z shit, which I don't know enough about.
Yeah, I don't know shit about it.
Still, it's AP, and I support the boy because he's a good creator. And if I get a chance, I will go over and watch and click the like button.
Absolutely. Plus, he introduced me to Trader Horn, who plays some great stuff on Twitch.
I was also watching Johnny Hellcat and Hate Camel, and God, you guys had like 6 or 7 people in there. You know what I did when I went over there? Gave them a like.
Yeah,
because they're good. They're good people and they're funny.
Yeah, they do good work.
So yeah, if you guys, and look, even if you don't hit like on this one, when you go to people's streams, please hit the like button on it because it does help in the algorithm. Because YouTube's like, oh my God, somebody's watching. What's up, Ridge? How you doing over there? Why are you saying holy moly? What happened? Dragon Ball Facts, you get all 7 and you get a wish. I did know that. But he was talking about like Vegeta, who I know, and they talked about Piccolo. I don't think Master Roshi came up, but other people did. I just don't know enough about it.
I know who Popo is.
The police?
No, it's this fat gollywog racist looking thing.
I know who Boo is, Majin Buu, and all of his different transformations. I did watch that. Is it called the Boo Saga? I forget. My children watched it. They really liked it, and they're probably closer in age to AP, which makes more sense. The police. That's right. I do like. There was a Dragon Ball game that came out on the. Was it the Game Boy Advance? It was a really cool RPG style game. There's some really cool RPG Dragon Ball games out there. I don't know any of the characters and shit though. Beyond let me rephrase that. I know the characters. I don't know the stories in depth. Is what I should say. Yeah. Budokai. It might have been Budokai. That sounds correct. Please read what Blood wrote.
He said he was in the hospital for the last month and a half.
Fuck, dude.
Hope you're doing better, man.
Arteries bypassed, amputated your toe. Dude, you're too old for that shit. You better be nicer to yourself. I hope you're feeling better. I hope you're recovering, my friend. I have those ROMs if you need some help. I actually have a Dragon Ball game on my Steam that I've never played. And I think I picked it up one time, like really, they had a ridiculous sale on it. And it seemed kind of like the old Budokai game, but I'd never loaded it up. I don't know why I do that, Jack. This is why my wife should take away my Steam. She should have a password on my purchases. Because I'm the kind of idiot who's like, oh, it's only $5. I should get that.
No, obviously, it's only $5.
And then I'm like, yeah, I'm never going to use this.
Well, for the price of one game, you could get 6, 7, maybe 8.
Hope to get out Tuesday. I hope you do, man. And take care of yourself. Seriously.
Yeah, I hope you're feeling better. And if it was only one toe, consider yourself lucky.
Sam says nothing against it, just never got into it. Yeah, that's how I am. There's a lot of stuff like that. And there's even some, Jack, that I'll give shit to just for fun, playing around. But I don't try to take joy away from other people.
No, if you're enjoying something that's not hurting anyone.
Yeah.
Like if you enjoy serial killing, that's a different story. But
sure.
Just a video game, I mean, or a cartoon or something, who cares?
How many games do I don't even know how many games I have on Steam. I have 513. Jesus fuck.
Damn, dude, that's a lot. And you've played how many of those?
Oh, a good portion, at least half. And in my defense, I have had Steam for 16 years. So it's not like I just bought 500 games the last year. That's a long time of gaming.
Yeah.
But yeah,
You know how many games I own on Steam?
one.
No, I don't even know. It's less than 10.
I know you have at least one.
Yeah, because I got that from you and Satsu.
No, didn't you play XCOM or something?
Yeah, I played
Excuse me.
a couple of the XCOMs, the old ones.
Yeah.
I got that Injustice game from you and Satsu, and I've got Fallout 2.
Oh yeah, so you have some good ones actually. Fallout 2 is one of my favorite games ever. Fallout was good, but Fallout 2 was a near perfect RPG for its time.
Yeah, I really liked Fallout 2 and the Tactics one. I like that one a lot.
I've never played Fallout Tactics.
I thought it was fun. I don't know why a lot of people didn't like it, but it was more mission based. It played more like XCOM. Is probably why I liked it.
You're supposed to check your slabs. Like the guy screaming at the sky just needs a place under 800 a month and we'll be fine. Who? Oh, I parked downtown. Within 2 minutes, had a random homeless dude asking me if I had pills to say, Jesus Christ. Dude, you know what you need to do? I can help you make some money. Do you know what Pez is? Do you know what chiclets are? You can make some money, dude. Be like, yeah, I got some
you're getting
pills.
stabbed by a hobo.
Fuck it, man. Dip it in alcohol before you give it to him. He'll get a buzz.
I guess.
I'm trying to Tic Tacs. That's another good one, Frosted. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jack.
Thank you, Frosted Glass. Anime. Can we get back to something less gay, like Jack and Monkey doing butt stuff?
There are parts of the internet where if you call Dragon Ball anime, they will lose their shit. They're like, that's not real. What? It certainly looks like anime. I'm not an anime fan, so I can't. I did like the show, other than the ridiculously long pauses in fight scenes, so we could hear them think.
Yeah. And the weird yelling for like 30
and
seconds.
Their face looks like they're about to take a shit, and their hand is back, and in their head they're going, I don't know if I should punch him in the balls. That could cause the whole world. Maybe if I just tickle his taint. And they'll have that conversation for 3 goddamn episodes before he ever throws the punch.
Well, they had to, because the comic hadn't caught up yet.
I know the excuse, but that doesn't make it good.
No, it doesn't. I can't watch it because of that. I don't like the cartoon styles to begin with the weird wide mouths and the overreactions. But I understand people like different cartoons. Because that's what it is. All these things are cartoons.
Yeah.
They try and make it like some high art thing. Like, oh, no, it's anime. Then you end up with like a no true Scotsman fallacy like you were describing.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Oh, no. Dragon Ball isn't real anime.
T says Dragon Ball is anime. 2 people flying at each other for 5 minutes screaming as the screen flashes. Yeah. That's fighting anime. Look, there are animes out there where there's no fighting at all. But
yeah,
if you're talking about the action-oriented ones, that's pretty accurate. Just saying.
Real quick, thank you, Travis Gardner. I really want you guys to play Untitled Goose Game sometime. Never heard of it.
Oh, over on the Rumble, that's what it's called. Galaxy says gummies. Yeah, gummies would work too if you're trying to fool a homeless man. How does a homeless man have money to buy drugs?
Because they panhandle and they make an assload of money doing that.
Yeah, I guess. Somebody said, and I'm sorry, I forget who it was. Oh, right up there. Aaron said that Fallout 76 gave you 1, 2, and Tactics free. Yeah, I have Tactics. I've just never played it. Like I said, I have a shit ton of games I've never played. You'd be surprised how many games I've never played. Seriously, of that 512, probably half of them I've never even downloaded.
Wow.
I have some that I bought that I had played way back before Steam was where you bought games, that I just rebought because I wanted to have them for nostalgia.
Oh,
like
yeah.
the Roller Coaster Tycoon series. I own 1, 2, and 3 on disc. I also own 1, 2, and 3 on Steam for some fucking reason.
Yeah, how do you get old games to play on new computers?
Well, if you're doing it from a disc, you usually have to find somebody who's made a patch for it. Usually the game companies aren't doing it anymore, so you have to find a third-party patch. The
Isn't
best
that a
way to
little
do
bit
it,
risky?
yeah, the best way to do it is to go through Steam or like Good Old Games. Good Old Games is probably the best way to do it.
But what about like the obscure shit that nobody's made anything like
Um,
that for? Because there's games that aren't on either one of those.
yeah, one of my favorite sim type games was called Movies. That was a really
Oh.
cool. Do you know what game that is?
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
Yeah, that was a fun one, and I've looked several times. I keep waiting for it to come to Steam or something. I've loaded it into my computer, and it just doesn't work because it's not set up for 10, and there's nothing you can do.
Wow.
If nobody's made a third-party patch, there's nothing you can do. People have given something like virtual machines and that kind of stuff. It can work for some, but not all. If you wad up Yellow Pages, get it damp and put it in the microwave to dry for a bit, it looks like nice green buds. Are you for real? He says, I shit you guys not. All right, Beavis, we're trying to help you make some money over here, bud. He's gonna become the Yellow Page dealer to the homeless set.
Yeah, do it on your way out of town so
Yes.
they don't hunt you down.
You got to find the right street, man. Dragon Ball Z should have ended at the Cell Saga. Again, it's not one that I know the stories very well. I do remember the Boo Saga. Do you know who Boo is? He's the big fat baby looking motherfucker.
I don't think so.
He just keeps eating and eating, and he was going to eventually eat the universe, I believe it is.
Oh.
Yeah. And they had to beat him up, but he was just really strong for most of the series till they finally were able to beat him up.
They beat up a baby?
He was a big baby at that time. Does that count? Does that matter?
I don't know. Isn't that like fat phobia or something?
Oh, well, while he was big that way, he was also taller. It's not like he just got wide.
Oh.
How many different versions of Boo were there? Was it like 3? I think it's 3. Anyhow, I don't know why I'm talking about it. I don't know enough to talk about it.
I just think that it's funny that there's a lot of purity in anime, so that like, oh, that's not real anime.
There is so much of that purity shit when it comes to anime.
It's really sad because nobody cares about your dumb little cartoons. I mean,
yeah, look, the only time I'm with them on the purity thing is when like they do the live action remakes and they decide that you can't have a woman with titties hanging out because they would have fallen out, even though there's plenty of movies where women are half dressed and do fight scenes. I'm okay with them being like, hey, could you make it like the cartoon? I'm all right with that. But otherwise, I get what you're saying. Speed Racer is anime. I think Speed Racer is probably the first anime I ever saw. I never liked that show because of the art style.
I liked Speed Racer and Battle of the Planets, which was Gatchaman.
The only one that I really ever liked,
like they changed the plot a little bit.
Oh yeah, the only one I ever really liked was Voltron.
Oh yeah, Voltron was cool.
I was really into Voltron. I did prefer the tigers over the cars that they did because some of the cars were ugly as shit.
Yeah.
One of the cars, I shit you not, it was just a little brick. I had the full toy the year that our farm burned down because I was a poor kid, Jack. You know that. But my dad and mom had bought a farm for retirement. And some kids broke into it and burned it down, and they got a nice fat check. So we had a very nice Christmas that year, and I got the big Voltron. This thing's like 2 feet tall. It was the cars. Those. Yeah, it was all the cars. And the belt area is just this brick-looking thing with wheels on the bottom. Like, that's not a car. How dare you?
That's something a special needs kid made in wood shop.
Yes, exactly. If I ever get rich, I am going to buy myself, because I never had it and I always wanted. I am going to buy myself the one with the lions.
I used to have a metal one of the lions that I got at a garage sale, that it disconnected. You could make the little like individual ones, but it was a little over a foot tall, foot and a half. It was like a $50 toy at the time. I got it for like $3 at a garage sale.
The one I want, because I know which one you're talking about. I've seen that one, and I would
Yeah.
have accepted that as a kid. But they made one that each of the tigers were actually big enough for the little characters to fit in, and it came with the characters.
Yeah, it had little action figures and stuff. That thing was pretty huge. as I
Yeah, it
recall.
was. And
It was
that's
like
the
the
one I
size of one
want.
of those Shogun warriors.
And I like Voltron because the green guy was fat, and
Yeah.
it never comes up. Not once did somebody look at him and call him fat, which that was ahead of its time, Jack.
You know, behind the scenes, they were like, "Shut up, Porkins."
And I had a crush on the little female one. Yes, it's a cartoon. I understand that, but
The princess or the little boy that everybody thought was a girl?
no, the princess.
Oh, okay.
There was
Just
only
checking.
one girl, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other one, a lot of people thought was a girl.
No,
It was a boy
it
with
was the chick.
Thank you, Travis Gardner, for a link to the Untitled Goose Game.
I'm sorry. I'm being told the yellow one was the fat guy. I thought it was the green one, but look.
No, the green was the effeminate kid, I think. They had like Power Ranger outfits.
It's been a long time. Been a very long time. Yeah, it's odd how Power Rangers look so much like Voltron. But isn't Voltron stolen too?
Oh, they're all stolen. You know, the first show that had like one of the robot Zord things was Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, the Japanese one, right?
Yeah, that kicked off a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, and I remember when I first saw Power Rangers, I'm like, that's just live action Voltron. How dare you? Except for Voltron was cooler because they had the cats. Power Rangers was the shit when I was a kid. Oh yeah, I remember. I want the self-transforming Optimus. The only reason I never I never watched the cartoon, but the only reason I didn't like Transformers very much was because some of them were really hard to transform.
Yeah.
They were a pain in the ass. Did you see the trailer for the new one?
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't look too bad. And Optimus actually looks like Optimus Prime.
Yeah, Optimus does finally look like Optimus again. But it just seemed kind of weird. What was the other? We got asked about a trailer the other day, and you had seen it, and I hadn't. Which one was it?
Oh, I don't remember that far
Mario.
back.
Mario. Oh my.
Did you finally see it?
That looks like trash. Who's the guy who's doing Mario? Chris
Pratt.
Chris Pratt. You could have at least tried to do the accent. It's me, Mario. Oh my god. I mean, he did a little bit of one, but
yeah, you should have at least tried for a little bit of cultural appropriation.
Yes.
It's a me, a Mario.
They couldn't hire somebody who could do a fake Italian accent. And look, I get it. It would be fake if it wasn't the real accent, but he is over the top fake with the Mario accent. And they couldn't get somebody to do that. And Mario's a bumbling fool, and Peach is obviously there to save the day because men can't do anything.
Yeah, I told you that's what it was going to be. He's a derp, and the princess is, oh, don't worry, the real smart brains is here because I'm a strong, independent woman. Don't need no man.
Thank you, understatement. Your terrible take on anime is stochastically malevolent terrorism. You should love Goku's mastery of Chevron defense. And yes, I'm going to say it right this time. It's actually not saying it right, but that's how I say it. So, you didn't get me this time, fucker. And his love of eating nuggies and committing fallacies. I bet Vladimir Zelensky would substantively, substantively. God damn you. Now I feel like I owe him a reread of this.
A reread.
I bet Vladimir Zelensky would fuck you. Understatement. I love you, but you're an asshole. Would substantively carpe diem and watch it. How dare you? I hope you enjoy doing that. I really do, you little shit.
Oh, you know he does.
I know he's laughing his ass off over there right now. As he should be. Well played, sir. I tip my hat. He got me on the Chevron deference last time because I read it right, and I do not do that on purpose. And I caught myself and fixed it. I'm like, God damn it. Monkey reading is like 60% of the laughs from this show. How dare you? It's at least 75. Chevron defense as opposed to Exxon Mobil defense. Yes. He says, I'm enjoying myself. Thank you.
Did you see the Indiana Jones trailer?
Oh my God. Yes, I did. All right, guys. So they're making Indiana Jones 5, and they have the trailer out now.
Yeah. For those of you that don't know, it's Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny.
The Dial of Destiny.
Yeah. Can we get a redial? Because something ain't right.
There's a moment in this, Jack, I did not understand why it bothered me. Because I watched the trailer, and when he's on the horse and it rears up, I'm like, the fuck was that? That looks so weird. And I saw somebody
CGI
else mention it, like they didn't do the CGI right. They didn't put his head on properly. I'm like, oh my God, that was it. His head doesn't line up.
Yeah, it's clearly a different actor.
No 3, there's no 5th anymore. Look, I'm with you. I still have not watched 4. What was that? Crystal Skull?
Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, yeah.
Yeah, fuck that thing.
I didn't hate that one as much as most people, but it's definitely not an Indiana Jones film.
What they should have done with Indy is like, let Harrison Ford retire. You can get other actors. And at the time that Crystal Skull came out, somebody like Clint Eastwood's kid would have made a decent Indy.
Yeah,
he's got the look.
There's that one guy that can applied for Solo that looks a lot like like Harrison Ford, and he could do the same mannerisms. There's a video of him. He would have been great casting. There's plenty of people out there that could play Indiana Jones. It could be like James Bond. You could cycle through people.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying about the guy who could basically do a Harrison Ford impression. You don't even have to do that. James Bond proves they can have their own mannerisms. Connery versus somebody like Pierce Bronson, totally different mannerisms playing that character.
Yeah.
Why? American movie studios are so stupid with this shit.
Yeah. Well, we've already had somebody else play Indiana Jones. That was from the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles.
Yep, that's true.
So
and what
it's
they could
not
have
like
done,
this would be changing precedent.
Yeah, they did the Crystal Skull thing and moved it up. So instead of Nazis, which is the classic Indiana Jones thing, moves it up to communists, which I support fighting communists. Don't get me wrong.
Indeed.
But it kind of destroys the timeline. But they did that because they had to, because he was so old. Hire a younger actor, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Well, he's back to fighting Nazis in this one because it involves time travel.
Yep, we got the time-traveling Indiana Jones. This is going to be ass. And if the rumors are true, he's going to die.
Not only that, they're going to retcon him out of existence because the young Indy gets kidnapped, so old Indy can't exist anymore. And they're going to shoot him anyway. Don't worry if the leaks are true. And then Phoebe Wallace-Bridges is going to take over as the new Indiana Jones because he's going to give her the hat and whip.
Yep. River Phoenix, you're right, Dangerous. He played Indy in the Last Crusade.
Yeah, it's like a teenager, though. Nobody wants to see Boy Scout Indy.
You can't bring him back because he's dead.
Yeah.
Randall says Harrison Ford has already made it clear only he is Indy. Indy dies with him. He doesn't have the copyright to Indy. He
doesn't own Indiana Jones.
No. I get what you're saying, and he can say that all fucking day if he wants to, but fuck him.
Yeah, he's made the fourth movie and the fifth movie, so he's got no say in this anymore. I'm sorry, he's lost a lot of credibility.
Yeah, and look, maybe that's what he was doing, Jack. He's like, you know what, this looks like shit. This will probably kill the character.
Yeah, that opening sequence where he's in like the classroom, on the chalkboard behind him is what looks like the Nazi bell. It's a conspiracy. You guys could look it up, but that's probably where the time travel elements come from. I think the premise is interesting. An old man going back and running into his younger self. Okay, fine. It could be interesting if it was done right, like Looper. But this is going to be total dog shit, and it's going to be rah rah girl power, and they're going to hand over the Indiana Jones mantle to this nobody woman that, from all accounts, looks like a giant, massive feminist, and we're going to all hate it.
Thank you, Tyshawn. I'm convinced they're doing this to piss people off.
They don't care about the fans. They're doing this for pure politics.
I am very curious about how well it's going to do, because it's Indiana Jones. So there are people who are going to go see it. It's kind of like Star Wars. Star Wars can be dog shit if it's the main storyline and people are still going to come see it.
No, I think it's going to have the same problem Star Wars did, where it's going to have a big opening weekend and then fall off a fucking cliff. Because people got burned by the last movie, so a lot of people are going to stay home. They're going to see these trailers and be like, who's this chick and why is Indy acting like an idiot? Because, yes, he's acting like a sitcom dad.
If you don't know, somebody in the audience, how many Bond films are there? Will somebody look that up for me?
It's like 25 or 26, aren't there?
Yeah, I want to say it's in the 20s, right?
I think so.
I've heard arguments that you couldn't keep Indy in that same time frame and everything because it would get stale. Unless you're talking about the Daniel Craig ones. 25. Thank you, guys. 23, 27. You guys are guessing. Damn it. I'm trusting that Libra actually looked it up. Take off the Craig ones. All of the other ones are the same basic idea. Bond is fighting some villain. He gets captured. He fucks a bunch of people. And then there's a scene at the end where he confronts the bad guy and it's over. Over and over and over again. Some better than others, Jack.
Yeah.
But people kept going to watch them because they want to see that character doing those things. I want to see Indy running around trying to find objects that supposedly have powers that Hitler was trying to get to help the Nazis and him foiling them. That's a great story. And if you watch Raiders of the Lost Ark and you watch Last Crusade, it's basically the same thing. But they find a different way to tell it, a little bit different. Add his dad in there for a little change. And it still worked. They could have just kept doing that and not ruined my fucking childhood. Oh,
that's convenient that you said that in a sentence I'm never going to actually say. Thank you, Kathleen Kennedy. So I like to no touch your childhood with no lube and nuggies up the urethra.
Oh, that bitch accurate. Is. Did you see that there's rumors again that she's not going to be there next year?
She's going to stay there almost certainly now that Iger's back. Iger's the one that gave us a lot of this woke shit.
I'm wondering though if he sees how bad it is and he's going to be like, you know what? I will only come back if she goes. Because the rumors of her getting fired came out, I want to say it was right after he was announced as coming back.
Maybe.
Oh, real fast. Bloodwing, take care of yourself, my friend, and get better. And we'll talk to you next time, bud.
Yeah, man. Have a good one. Hang in there.
But anyway, you're saying about Kathleen.
Yeah. Iger, I think, institutes those rumors to try and gin up interest around the time a film is coming out, but he's the one that gave her that much power in the first place and refused to fire her after a lot of the controversy sparked.
Yeah,
so
true.
I don't think she's going anywhere. And Iger is incredibly, incredibly divisive of a character who was pushing for most of this politics stuff. And he's doubled down. He even said movies like Strange World and that other film they had come out that flopped real bad are important because it's important to be a good global citizen and shit like this. The usual Democratic talking points. He is a big lefty.
Yeah, but he might also be like, she is a tarnished brand. We can get somebody in here who does the same shit that doesn't have her name.
Maybe, but
there's tons of those people in Hollywood, man.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I don't know. You might be right, but I don't have that kind of faith in Disney anymore.
Oh, me neither. And frankly, she should have been fired a long time ago. And instead they keep giving her bigger, fatter contracts. And that was Iger.
Yeah.
So I see your point. I'm hoping this time, but again, I'm not. It's kind of like when people are like, we need to get rid of Putin. Like, yeah, who comes next?
Yeah, the person you get afterward might be worse.
Indeed, yeah. So, Casino Royale and Never Say Never Again were not made by Eon Productions.
Yeah, you don't want to get involved with the Bond people because the diehards want to argue semantics over certain
Oh,
films.
and that's fine. I there are definite differences here and there. I mean, some of them are just completely outrageous, like Moonraker, but
Yeah,
the premise doesn't change that much. That was the point. And if you get off of Craig, because Craig's become more action oriented, they're almost Bourne films
yeah,
where the old Indy was, or not old Indy, my bad. The old Bond was suave. He didn't get into a whole lot of fist fighting. He
yeah.
wasn't jumping on cranes, which, by the way, that sequence is really fucking cool. Where he's fighting that guy and they actually go across that giant crane and shit. That shit, I'm scared of heights, Jack. That shit actually made me go. But I like the Craig films, but they're not classic Bond.
Yeah, well, especially that last one. But yeah, I agree. But it's easy to adapt the filmmaking style to a formula.
Sure.
And like you said, these new ones may be different, but some of them even still follow that formula.
Well, me and Scribbles got into a little bit of a conversation today. He was talking about how Iger's back in Disney. What's his name is still doing the Marvel stuff, and there's an announcement that there might be changes to Phase 5 and 6.
Because the
And
last couple of movies have tanked.
yeah, and Scribbles is like, yeah, you just got to get somebody who really loves the movies, and I said,
That's
no,
gonna happen.
you got to get back to the A-list characters. And he pointed out, Guardians did well, and they're not really well known, but it's just because James Gunn really loved it, and that is part of it. But they coasted on the Thanos saga. They were at the height of Marvel, where people would go watch anything with Marvel's thing on it.
Yeah.
And yes, it does help that they made a decent film. But if the Guardians were released now instead of back then, even with Gunn at the helm and everything, all things being equal, they'd probably turn out very much like the Eternals.
Yeah.
Maybe a little better.
I don't think it could get a lot worse.
Sure.
Pretentious, boring shit. Oh boy. Um, yeah, I think that's the problem though, is they lost sight of what actually is successful, and they went for more of the messaging. They wanted to have a gay couple in there. They had to hit these talking points instead of producing a movie. They were making content.
Yep. And that's basically what they've been doing throughout. They threw away their A-list characters. You had to kill off Robert Downey Jr. You didn't have to kill off Iron Man. Nobody wants to see Ironheart. Bring back Iron Man.
Yeah, no, that they had to get rid of those A-listers so they could bring in the D-list team, the diversity hires. They decided to abandon 50 years of successful comics in favor of 10 years of shitty ones because it's more woke. They wanted the woke points.
Yes.
And they threw away all the good storylines by doing that too.
Yeah, I want to talk about storylines, but would you mind if I went and checked on Lady Monkey real fast? Could you hold this down?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, I'll be back in a few.
Said they intentionally hire writers that don't know the comics. Yeah, because the comics are considered a problem now because most of those characters are white and male. And that's the target demographic that you actually want for the people that are going to see these movies. But they don't want that. They don't want white male people. Hi, Spud Gun. So they have to get rid of those because I've heard there's a watchable Ironheart. Oh, the Asian porno? Yeah. That was pretty hot. 50% gay plan. Yeah. Well, they have quotas now. They have to go with that instead of what actually works. Disney, for as a whole, has been going this way for a while now. So this isn't exactly a new idea. They're just building you up to a false sense of security, trying to get you involved in their franchise, and then they do a bait and switch on you. New characters like Riri and Amir. Yeah. Yeah, you're going to see more of these characters slipping in. And they're trying to undermine that. Like the Thunderbolts movie is Thunderbolts in name only. It's got nothing to do with the Thunderbolts comic book at all. I think Zemo's the only character in there that's the same. How do we bait people? And yeah, they think you've got personal investment now, and you'll go see their movie, even though the last couple have really flopped. Black Panther was a pretty big failure for them, the Wakanda Forever one. Crying Game bait and switch is not quite that bad, but yeah. Favorite comic? You can't pick just one. John Cena was great in Peacemaker. I don't like John Cena, so I didn't watch Peacemaker because he's a dirty commie apologist. Most of the populace was watching it are now chased off. Who exactly do they expect to show up? They still expect everybody to show up. Seriously, they seem to really misunderstand that, and corporations are very slow to learn, so it could take them 10 years to figure it out. What do you say, the last really good animated Disney movie? Oh, yeah, more than 10 years ago, I would say. I haven't seen a lot of the new stuff, though, so that's not a fair assessment. I've heard good things about a few of them, but most of the stuff just looks like dog shit. What's Doctor Strange for? Doctor Strange, Not America? Yeah, well, at least she was done better in that movie than she was in the comics. And they didn't harp so heavily on her gender identity. It was one passing line. So I didn't have a problem with that. The girl actress was fine. I thought the movie was pretty good. And I thought it was a lot better than Wakanda Forever and Thor. Thor was a real turd burglar of a film. It's like bros getting mad because nobody showed up. Yeah, that movie was stupid as fuck, too. No, why would anyone go see that? There's a bunch of gay orgies in it. Who fucking cares? Who wants to see that garbage? Go watch porn if that's what you want. Should have taken a break after Endgame. They could have continued on by, focusing on some of the other characters, like introduce some new ones, maybe. But killing off the primary characters was a really stupid idea. Just replace them with another actor. And I think you're going to see them bring back a lot of these characters in Secret Wars. And I have already explained several times how they could have retconned the Captain America ending, because it was either Loki in disguise tricking them, and Cap was lost in time, which would have made a good movie. World War II vet lost in time. Could have been an interesting film, and he's got to collect Pym particles everywhere he goes to try and get back home. Or it was a Skrull that handed them the shield. And they could easily fix that still by just adding a scene at the beginning of another movie. Instead, they wanted Black Captain America so they could have a bunch of BLM messaging, and it was boring as shit. People just watch bros for the article. Yeah. Star Trek Discovery. Yeah, Star Trek Discovery was stupid. That show's awful. She held the phaser backwards, for God's sake. RDJ's probably too old now, so he's not going to want to do it. Those physically demanding films, they could bring in a younger actor and have him play Iron Man. And they'll probably do that in Secret Wars. Doctor Strange 2 was the worst movie so far. It makes no sense. I would disagree because I saw Thor. And as far as the TV shows go, Falcon and Winter Soldier was just BLM propaganda. Do better. Yeah. They killed She-Hulk with that final episode. That show's shit. Bring back Stargate? No. Leave Stargate alone. They'll make it super wokey woke. That show was a little preachy in a couple episodes anyway. Thor 4 was alright if you expect meh. No, that's just it, though. I don't expect meh. Because they could do better. With that much money and all the talent they had, there's no reason that movie should have sucked balls.
Okay, I'm so sorry about that. I had to
you're
get her
fine.
set up with some food and stuff.
I'm just bitching about Marvel.
Oh no, I'm glad you were, because actually I want to switch it a little bit to DC, because
Yep.
DC's starting a new Thanos style saga. What's the name of this one that they wanted to do?
Kingdom Come.
Kingdom Come. It could be a great thing.
Could be in 10 years after they set up the film with all the movies that would be required to introduce half the characters involved in it.
Is Lady Monkey okay? Yeah, she's just not feeling well. She got dizzy and her belly was upset, and she's very tired. She's got some kind of stomach flu thing. She's okay. She's feeling better than she was last night.
Oh, good.
But anyway, with this one, they could do a great thing. And with DC, they have a problem in that, even more so than Marvel, the stories required, the characters required in this saga are obscure as fuck.
Yeah, well, they've already introduced some of the Justice Society.
Sure.
But they haven't properly introduced Hal Jordan. They did that shitty Ryan Reynolds movie, which no one acknowledges as part of the timeline. So they have to do a Green Lantern one. You're gonna have to set up a lot of stuff with Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman. They have to redo a lot of stuff for Kingdom Come to work, and they'd have to introduce the Spectre, because he's a central character in the entire saga. It's all seen through the Spectre and the eyes of that priest. That is a really esoteric book to try and do without probably 10 movies to build up anywhere near it. Plus, it takes place in the future in an alternate timeline. So there's a lot of stuff that has to go. You're talking about appealing to diehards, which is fine. But quite frankly, I don't think James Gunn can do it.
No, neither do I. And I think that's the problem. And I think that that they're serious about trying to start it. And I think what's going to end up happening is that they're going to end up with a very, very bad product, because they're going to have to rush it, because monetarily they're going to have to rush it. You have Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman all in it, so you can get some decent big blockbusters. But introducing some of the minor characters that are going to need in there, you're going to almost have to have I don't want to say mediocre movies, but mediocre box office, and be willing to accept it for that big payoff. Because it's not like Marvel, where you have, by the way, chat, Lady Monkey says thank you. I told her, you guys told her to get better. But unlike Marvel, where you have this setup and you have some great characters who have standalone movies, Black Panther and Captain Marvel would not have done as well as they did if it wasn't for all of the social media bullshit around it.
Yeah,
all of this,
that was all hype.
Yeah, the cultural bullshit around it helped. And it's not that, I mean, Black Panther wasn't a horrible movie. It was a Marvel movie. And if we're being honest, Captain Marvel wasn't horrible. It was just stupid. You can get away with those when you've already had those major blockbusters and you're just plugging these people in who are going to be there for the final.
Yeah, you were on top of a wave. And you could insert pretty much anything in there, and it probably would have been a success on some level. Unfortunately, they didn't understand that those movies were only popular because they were at the top of that wave.
Yes.
And that's how we end up with Wakanda Forever, which is a shit movie. And I found out one of the reasons that Namor is pronounced differently in the movie is Namor, and he's Aztec or whatever, is because they don't actually have full rights to the character of Namor. Universal has partial ownership of that.
Gotcha.
And they didn't want to pay Universal a pile of money.
Yeah, but all of this is to say, when it comes to the DC one with Kingdom Come, we're coming kind of to the end of the superhero arc. The movies will still do fine, but I don't think that superhero movies right now, people are just so burned out on them. And so instead of being on that wave, you're actually kind of, the water's calming. And if you're spending $200 million on a movie and it only brings in $300 million, yeah, that's $100 million, guys. And to you and me, that's a shit ton of money. But that's not a great success with superhero movies.
Well, I think the movies could, like you said, still be pretty successful, but they're making so much crap. That's what's burning people out, is these mediocre properties. They're not making good movies like they were at the beginning. If you did another Iron Man movie with like Darkhawk, it could be a successful film, but you have to have good writing in there, and you have to tone down the political messaging, because now people are becoming very, very suspect of these movies.
I also think that they've become too formulaic. They need some that are more open-ended. Like the end of Infinity War, I mean, it's pretty much the only real cliffhanger we had.
Yeah.
All of them were building up, and you had, Thanos might smile at the camera or whatever. But the only real cliffhanger he had was that one. All of the other ones follow this basic same story. And it's kind of how the comic books themselves are, where you have the hero, he meets the villain beats him up a little bit, he goes somewhere to recover, they have another fight, he wins, the end. And it is kind of the comic book formula too, at least Spider-Man comic books. I've read a lot of those, and that's pretty much the formula. But there are other storylines in there that don't follow that, and where you might have to have 2 or 3 movies to tell the whole story and not be a full saga kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they could have done that. By the way, guys, I'm not planning on doing a game stream tonight, and I have time to kill. And right now, I'm just planning on talking until I get bored of it. So just a heads up for what I'm doing, and to you as well, Jack. So you know,
Oh, yeah.
if you ever want to bounce, let me know.
Oh, let me check my busy day planner. Nope, no sleep. Oh, thank you. Understatement. Kingdom Come won't work as it depends on specific character relationships and timelines. Also, you can't just interpret the comics now because they've written feminist Mary Sue garbage into the books, especially with Marvel and Ironheart. And that's going to be their problem going forward, is the comic books are total dog shit. And they're relying on these dog shit characters from the last 10 years to carry their franchises because they're obsessed with identity politics.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the movie industry is much more heavily reliant on identity politics and agendas than even comic books are. So by inserting these new characters, they're creating a problem for themselves.
And if you look at something like Iron Man 2, there's no real messaging in there, and that movie did fucking phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
Do that shit. You have so many stories from God. When did these most come out? Well, it depends on, because like DC is a little bit older, but like most of the well-known Marvel comic characters come from the 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
You have 50 to 60 years worth of stories that you could dive into. And instead, you're pretty much in the last 5 to 10 years. Why?
Because that's the audience they want, and they think that they can force you to see it because they're producing it, and you're going to go see it because it's got Disney on it, it's got Marvel on it, and you're going to watch their superhero trash regardless.
Well,
you bigot.
If you look at a movie like the new Top Gun, has a female pilot in there. You got a little bit of, your hey, look, we're progressive. It's not put in your face. It's not forced at you. You can have a little bit of the message without shoving it down everybody's fucking throat. Batman's from 49. Yeah. Isn't Superman for like the 30s?
They're both from 39.
39. Okay. I know they're real old. I don't know when Wonder Woman popped up, but I know a lot of the Marvel characters are 60s. But there's so much stuff that you can do in those fucking things, and they're just letting it all lay.
Well,
that's
they don't
the real problem.
Well, the problem is that they can't see past their own politics.
Well, no, yeah, that's what I mean. Because they're going for the newer storylines instead of going for the good storylines, and it's because of their politics. If they would go and do some of the better storylines from over the years instead of, I'm waiting, Jack. I really am. I'm waiting for Batman cooks for Superman. I'm waiting for that movie to come out. Where all they do for the whole thing is sit in the kitchen talking and having lunch.
Oh, yeah. They'll be sitting around having coffee at a deli. That seems to be half of modern comics. Yeah. There's always a scene where they're drinking coffee.
I thought you were kidding the first time you told me that, but I've seen so many examples of that shit.
Yeah. No, I wish I was kidding about that. There's an entire story arc of 3 issues where She-Hulk was watching a cooking show and a monster showed up, so she had to go to the studio and fight him because it was interrupting her cooking show.
Fuck. Aaron says, Monkey, they did the same as Star Wars. Why is it surprising? It's not surprising. That's not what I'm trying to get at here. It's not that it's surprising. It's just it's enraging and thinking about how they could fix it. It's not irredeemable. And the Kingdom Come thing, it really could work, but it is going to take Jack, they could do it probably in 8 years if they had a almost Marvel-esque schedule of every quarter to half year having a movie out that is related to it.
Yeah, but it would require a lot of films and shows coming out to craft that. Instead, they're going to half-ass it.
Yeah, they're going to screw it up. They're going to be like, oh, we had to do this for modern audiences.
Yeah, whenever I hear updated for modern audiences, I just think it's going to be dog shit.
It is.
I mean, if you go back to like the 40s and 50s when they had the cliffhanger serials,
Mhm.
that's the template you want to do these shows with. But they would have a stock standard set of things. You'd have like 3 fight scenes in 15 minutes, and something interesting had to happen at the end of this story, which would set it up for the next chapter. If they would do their shows that way, it'd be way more interesting. But they can't do that because there was a lot of violence, a little bit of racism, and the heroes were heroic. Now they can't be heroic.
Understatement says you'd need at least 10 more origin story movies. Not necessarily. I get what you're saying, but I'm still a firm believer that with a lot of the characters, you don't have to have an origin story. You can work in their powers, and unless the origin story is important to the story you're telling right now, you don't really need it. And even then, like, I know we've all seen Batman's parents die many, many times. You could have done the Bruce Wayne's parents died without ever showing it on screen in any of them. It could just be mentioned.
Oh, like in the 1989 Batman movie, where that scene where Vicky Vale was talking to Knox, and she's like, "Oh my God, he saw his parents murdered in the alley."
Yes, you don't actually have to show that in the film.
I maintain if you can't sum up the character's origin by the 5 minutes of the opening credits, you're doing your film wrong.
One of the things, look, I understand even with Thanos, there's stuff you had to cut because you just can't make every fucking story in it. But you could get away with not telling really deep origin stories unless it was important to what's going on. Showing Iron Man how he did it, that was a great one. Really good movie. But you actually could have done the Thanos saga without that. It just happened to be that they told a decent story there.
Yeah.
So, unless you're talking, and especially unless you're talking about one of the major characters involved, you don't need an origin story for everybody. It's one of the things I hate about Marvel is they have to show every fucking origin story.
Oh, it's an obsession over there. Black Adam didn't have to do origin stories for Atom Smasher and Cyclone or Dr. Fate.
Yeah, they just show up and that's fine. And then, you know what? If they take out, if people really like the character, fuck it, make their own origin story after that.
Yeah, you can have a movie about them where they discuss their origin story. You get 5 minutes, that's it. No, it's all flashback at the beginning of the movie. Move on with your fucking life.
And for the love of God, stop killing villains.
Yes.
I know Marvel's gotten a lot better about that over the last several years, but man, so many times that we're going to kill that guy. Like, why? He's not dead in the comics.
Yeah, it's just hurting future movies. Don't kill your golden goose. You want to kill a couple of them. You want to kill Clockmaster, Clock King. Fine. Nobody gives a shit about him. You can't kill the Joker off as much as we all want to.
And with these streaming services, I mean, you could use the actors and make television series that eventually become into the movies. There's ways to get around this shit.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's short-sighted, politically driven drivel is what it is. And I hate that I'm at the point, Jack, where I'm actually actively rooting for comic book movies to fail so that maybe they'll get the fucking message instead of trying to force a message on us.
Well, so many of them have been failing. It's going to take 10 years before they learn that lesson, though. They are companies like this are slow to learn.
What do you think? Somebody mentioned it earlier. Do you think Deadpool 3 is going to be any good?
No,
I didn't like 2. 2 has some good fun to it, but it's overall for me a boring fucking movie.
I definitely thought it was a lot weaker.
Yeah, the first one was much, much better. It just felt like they were trying to pack too much into the other one.
Uh-huh.
It will be interesting because now they can actually use the X-Men instead of just like showing the empty uh, Xavier Institute.
Yeah. We could afford the rights to these characters.
Yeah, now they have, Wolverine walking around in the background, which by the way, I love the fact that they actually tease that out instead of trying to pretend it's not happening until the movie actually comes out.
Yeah.
That was fucking what a way to tease the movie. And not just Wolverine coming back, Hugh Jackman playing Wolverine.
Which I still think should have been somebody else playing Wolverine.
I hear you, but he's played that character many times over the last 2 decades?
Yeah, but they should have stopped with Logan.
Probably.
Bringing him back, I think, is desperation move.
See, I don't. I think it's more related to like the Spider-Man movie. You could have left Garfield and Poop Face and never mentioned them again. Bringing them into the MCU like that, it was a nice fan service, and they handled it pretty well. If they do that with him, have him have a point to being in the movie, but not be a main focus in any real way.
Yeah.
It'd be a nice fan service to transfer into whoever the next Wolverine is.
Yeah, I could get behind that, but he'd have to be in costume.
Real costume.
Yep.
Not that fucking black thing that they gave him. Like, what? Do you want yellow spandex? Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Because that's what Wolverine wears, for fuck's sake. And look, there's a lot of costumes, Jack, that don't transfer well to actually building it. But Hollywood has gotten a lot better about making them look okay. If you watch the first Captain America again and pay attention, that costume's kind of goofy. But by the time they get to Civil War, his costume's actually kind of cool. They darkened it up a little bit here and there. Yeah, they made it look nicer.
Because I think they went with more of a neoprene than spandex, because spandex is not what the costumes are supposed to be made of to begin with, but that's just the material they had available.
Yeah.
But there's better materials out there now. And thanks to CGI, you can kind of clean that shit up anyway.
Give me the real costume. I don't want to see this stupid shit where like, no, he's just wearing black now. The whole X-Men team is wearing black. Have you ever seen the fucking comic?
Well, that's the thing, is they think that stuff's hokey and they think people won't watch it. And that's not true, because those costumes are iconic. That's part of the draw, is to see those characters represented on screen for the nostalgia purposes.
And I have a real, for some reason, Hollywood, look, I like the color black. I really do. But it's not the only cool color. I've seen this in the NFL, man. Teams were like, used to be bright red, and then they turned to all black uniforms. Like, that makes no sense. Why are you doing that? Because it looked cool and it's going to sell jackets. Everything doesn't have to be black, for God's sake. There's other cool colors. You can make a blue costume look cool. Spider-Man looks cool. I just fucking hate it. Sorry, little rant.
No, that's perfectly fine, and it's accurate. Just bring translate it better. You'll bring in people that read comics as a kid, and they don't give a shit about the comic books, but they want that nostalgia.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you'll get a lot more audience than you thought you would, because that's what sold the first several Marvel movies.
As much as it was a good kickoff, the earlier movies like Spider-Man with Poop Face, as hokey as it is, if you go back and watch it right now, I've never said hokey in my life, but you said it now; it's stuck in my head.
You're welcome.
For any flaws that it had, it helped kick off the genre. So I love that, because it's led to some really good movies. Same with like the X-Men. There's a lot of flaws in that first movie, like jumping way the fuck ahead to where Storm is in the fucking group.
Yeah.
I don't need an origin, but come on. Anyway, there's a lot of the things that they did. I didn't like their choices, but it set it up nice. And that's where the original X-Men is for me. I like that movie, even despite its flaws. But we're at a point now where that's not acceptable.
Yeah.
We're talking about when comic book movies are first finally getting their due. Now you guys are the king of the heap. You don't get to slide by anymore with, well, that's what we could do at the time. I mean, they can actually make it, Jack. So Black Panther, he's running, and then suddenly his mask is on. When you have that kind of, and it looks real, it's a good transition. The costume fits. There's no more excuses for fucking that shit up. I mean, other than they probably need 2 or 3 more animation studios. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're in college, go into computer animation. The Disney company desperately needs you.
Yeah. Oh my God. Did you see the Guardians of the Galaxy Christmas special?
I did not. They made a Christmas special?
Yeah, it's on Disney Plus.
Oh my God. Is it like the Star Wars one?
No, thankfully. I didn't much care for it. The chick that plays Mantis is pretty cute, because she's a hot Asian girl.
Yeah.
But the Groot costume, if you look close to the new Guardians movie, it looks very similar. It looks like a guy in a padded suit.
Oh, nice.
Like, it just looks like a bad Halloween costume.
Winter Soldier Captain America is the best outfit. I don't know him well enough to know which one was which outfit. I did like his outfit when he comes back in Infinity War. Because it actually looks like he's been tainted a little bit. And that comes from the Civil War. It's a nice visual cue to how he's become a little bit of a darker character. But I don't remember all of the different outfits, because his outfit has changed pretty much in every movie.
Yeah, which is dumb.
Yeah. They should have changed that original one. It needed change because it was spandex. But yeah, after that, just you don't have to change it every time. I have a problem with people that think everything has to change. I was watching.
Update it for modern audiences, monkey. People are dumb. That right? That's how this works.
I was watching somebody talk about the new Pokemon, and they said it needed updated because the old one, they hadn't innovated in years. I'm like, yeah, but the formula still works. You don't always have to have innovation. How about just a good story?
Story. Oh, that's asking a lot.
The first Avengers outfit was too cheesy. I agree. Yeah, it's cheesy. And you see that in the one Spider-Man movie where they have him doing the PSA. He's wearing the old outfit, and yeah, it just looks cheesy as shit. Or was that in Spider-Man, or was that in
that was in First Avenger?
Okay. No. I'm talking about when you see him on TV.
And he sits down. So you're in detention.
Yes, that one. That's a Spider-Man, right?
That's Spider-Man one, yeah.
Okay, yeah. And he's wearing that same old outfit, and it looks goofy as fuck.
I think it was too tight.
Logan was a great send-off. Oh, real quick, sorry. Logan was a great send-off, but I'm excited for the return in Deadpool 3. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jack.
Yeah, it was the skinny jeans of superhero outfits.
You're not wrong. But yeah, to your point there, Logan was a great send-off, but remember, Logan is way in the future, so it's cool to still bring Wolverine back. You can use him as many times as you want. I think the problem with it right now, though, is Hugh Jackman is obviously aged, and Wolverine shouldn't have aged that much in this time.
Yeah. Well, and he's too tall.
That's true. He's supposed to be short as shit. Who cares about a good story when there's opportunity to force identity politics? Yeah. You would think they would get the message.
We were talking past each other. That's why.
What's up? I'm sorry.
You were talking about the PSA that he did in the detention video.
Yeah,
I was thinking you were talking about the stage show he did, where he was wearing the like cloth outfit that was supposed to look more like the comics.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure those are the same outfit, aren't they?
No,
they're very similar. Okay,
but he's wearing something that's supposed to look more like they were trying to make fun of the comic book outfit.
Gotcha. Danny DeVito should play Wolverine next. I mean, I'd watch it.
Well, he's more height accurate.
That's true.
No, if they had made the movie in the 80s, they could have got Glenn Danzig to play Wolverine.
Who's that?
The lead singer of Danzig, Misfits.
Oh, okay.
You don't know who the Misfits are?
I know who they are. I don't know what they look like.
Danzig's a ripped dude, but he's really short, and he would have been perfect casting because he's less than 5'8", and Wolverine's supposed to be about 5'3".
Yeah, I understand that they have to take some liberties with it. Casting a 5'3" guy, I mean, no offense, short guys, but that's not what people want to see on screen. You want your lead to be a strong, tall man. But if you're being honest about the story, you could have made it work. People would have, especially the comic book fans, they'd be like, hey, they got him right, spot on. Little midget guy. Not that 5'3" is a midget. Sorry, guys. I know some of y'all are short.
Danzig's not dead.
They need to do it and make a bunch of short jokes. Yes.
Well, that's why you didn't make short jokes, was because he has a short temper, short man, and he's got claws that stick out of his hands.
And I got to admit, I teared up a little at the end of Logan. Logan was a good movie. I really wish they would have done that story a little closer to the comic, but they did an okay adaptation of it.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
I didn't like
5'10".
I didn't like the little girl. She annoyed me.
Yeah, they're trying a little too hard with that. But at least she wasn't the annoying older chick that they have as X-23 in the comics, because dear God, that was dog shit.
I have a real problem when they force kids into stuff.
Yeah.
It bothers me. I fell asleep the other night watching Married with Children, and Lady Monkey hadn't fallen asleep yet. She goes, I saw an episode I'd never seen before. I'm like, oh, really? She goes, yeah. Peg's cousin comes over and they end up with a new kid. I was like, oh my God, you saw 7.
Oh, yeah, those are the horrible episodes.
Yeah, and why? Because they forced a goddamn kid in there where they didn't need one. Good luck finding a super short, jacked guy to do it, though. There's tons of short, jacked guys.
Yeah, look at Tom Cruise isn't jacked, but he's pretty short. And Frodo was a normal sized dude. They shrunk down in the movies. Well, I mean, you can create that with CGI.
No, there are a lot. Okay, I'm not trying to be psychoanalyzing here, but some short guys overcompensate by working out.
It's true.
Go to a gym. You will find a short guy who's ripped. You'll find a short guy who's ripped and a fat guy who's on a machine he shouldn't be on yet because he's trying to lose weight. I'm just throwing that out there. Every gym has them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right. Over on the Streamlabs, thank you so very much. Oh, come on, damn it. Load up.
That's a weird
there we
name.
Go. Dark Resurrect, thank you for the feminist $12. What hit me the hardest in Logan was having to watch Wolverine watch Xavier slowly die to dementia. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was a really well done storyline there.
That was a beautifully done movie. And I thought it was really good send off for Wolverine. That's why I have a real problem with Hugh Jackman coming back. He's too old, let's face it. And I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah, they're going to need to do some facial fixing on that because, yeah, he's getting too old.
It's all wrinkly and old and shit. I mean,
well, and that's why it worked in Logan, because they jumped so far into the future.
Yeah.
Trying to put him in an X-Men type movie, which now Deadpool is, he's just going to look out of place.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be that old yet.
He's only 54, but he looks like he's 60.
He looks like he sleeps on his face a lot.
Yeah. What I hope they do, and if I were the Deadpool writers, this is how I would do it, is have Deadpool end up at a comic book convention and Hugh Jackman is a cosplayer playing Wolverine.
Oh, that would be awesome.
And he's using his Australian accent.
It's women who hate short guys. Society treats short guys like shit.
Yeah, that's why they're so angry.
Yeah.
Deep fake him with his own face. Yeah, they probably could. No, we're not using Mickey Rourke.
Oh God.
Talk about deep faking your own face.
They can CGI him into youth. Yeah, they're gonna, like I said, they're gonna have to do that if they want him. If they're gonna use him as Wolverine, they got to do something. Maybe heavy pancake makeup, Jack.
It'll look too obvious.
Well, I mean, Deadpool could make jokes about it.
Yeah, that's why I think they should do it with a cosplayer. Like have him be an Australian guy who's dressed as Wolverine, and they have like a team up for 5 minutes fighting something. Like, dude, I'm just cosplaying. Shut up, Wolverine. You know, and
Oh,
Deadpool's constantly calling him Wolverine. I think that'd be a fun joke in there, but
instead of that, I have a better one for you. Hear me out. Instead of him being Wolverine, have him be somewhere cosplaying as Deadpool from the Origin movie.
oh yeah, there you go.
Have him with his mouth all sewed shut and shit, and Deadpool can laugh. Like, is that supposed to be me? There's several ways they can handle it if they go jokey. And look, I like Ryan Reynolds, and I know he's really into this character, and he's the reason that it was done as well as it has been. I hope he keeps that up. Ryan Reynolds is one of the few. Him and Paul Rudd are the only two actors that I can think of who are always themselves, and I always like it.
Yeah, I mean that backfires because you could get too much of being yourself. Like Will Ferrell has ruined that for me.
I never found Will all that funny, so I love Anchorman, but it's in spite of him.
Yeah.
Because it's the side characters that make that movie funny to me. There's nothing wrong with new actors. Iron Man did it with Rhodey. Terrence Howard to Don Cheadle was a super jump. Yeah, and they didn't even have to acknowledge it in there. Nobody went, "Hey, the black guy looks different."
Yeah, they never addressed it at all. So
that's a fucked up story. Why Terrence Howard didn't come back? He basically got cheated out of his money.
Wow.
Have you heard that?
No, I didn't pay attention. I'm not a huge Terrence Howard fan.
Coming out of Iron Man 1, him and Robert Downey Jr. were supposed to have very similar pay structures, but Iron Man 1 blew up so much it reinvigorates Downey's career, and they took money that was supposed to be going to Howard and gave it to Robert Downey Jr. instead.
Wow.
Yeah, and Terrence was like, "Fuck you," and left.
Well,
he wasn't fired; he quit. But it was not a written contract. It was one of the don't accept verbal agreements, guys.
No, hell no. Contracts.
Unless you got that shit on camera, you sign the contract.
Yeah, get your lawyer to get the contract signed, because otherwise it means nothing. Verbal contracts, they'll just deny the conversation.
Yeah. Isn't Jackman also a dancer? It'd be a shame if we didn't get one Wolverine Deadpool dancing thing. I would like that. But see, that's one of the things they could just do at the end as a silly ending.
Yeah.
What do we got here, Jack?
This is Danzig here. See, he's ripped.
Yeah.
He's 5'3". This was in the 80s, so this is an old picture because he's 67 now.
Right, but somebody who looks like him, yeah.
Yeah, somebody that's that size, that's that ripped, would have made a good Wolverine.
There's one guy, the crew of the ship from the first Matrix, that had his character deleted and no one noticed. Really? I did not know that.
See, look, we totally didn't notice.
No, it don't mean nothing till you sign it out. Don't make me sing. And he's hairy. Yeah, that's something you need. If it's going to be Wolverine, if he doesn't have natural body hair, you need to put it on.
You need to glue on his body hair. Yeah, you got to have some chest hair because Wolverine's a manly man.
Monk, your bimbo girl is Jean Grey. What?
I don't know what that means.
What bimbo girl?
I don't know.
Do you think Marvel will try to do the Phoenix Saga again?
You know they will. They'll probably hire the same dude that wrote the other two. Because the same guy wrote both of those films, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I know that. And the Phoenix Saga is one of my favorite stories. I'm not an X-Men fan, Jack, but I had a girlfriend who liked X-Men, and she had the graphic novel, and I read it, and I fell in love with it. It's one of the best stories, in my opinion, in comics.
Yeah. if they want to do something like that, they have to do X-Men as a TV series because there's so much that leads up to the Phoenix Saga. You have to have the Shi'ar and the Brood, and there's so much stuff that has to happen. But if they did the X-Men as a TV series based off Claremont's work, which he wrote great teen drama, let's be real, then they could do that and have that maybe as like a special 3 or 4 hour epic then. But that's the only way you could pull off the Phoenix Saga, as they've demonstrated Disney and Fox are garbage at making big epic movies.
I think they could do it, and I hear you with the people in charge, it probably couldn't happen. In theory, it could. You could probably do the Phoenix Saga properly in 3 to 4 movies. The problem is they never introduced, going in, especially in the first 3, they never introduced all of the characters needed for it. They just went, okay, we have the X-Men. Here's the X-Men fighting again. Suddenly, she's the Dark Phoenix, and half the people who should be part of this story aren't here. Let's destroy a giant bridge.
Yeah.
For those of you who've only ever seen the Phoenix Saga, where Jean Grey goes in Dark Phoenix, on the big screen, do yourself a favor and go read it. I know people say that all the time, read the book. Trust me, read the book. It is an excellent story, and they just shit all over it. Like, shit all over it. I knew nothing about the X-Men when I read it, Jack, and I was able to keep up well with it. I'm sure there's stuff I missed that I didn't get context to, but it wasn't like massively distractive like it was in the fucking movie, where suddenly she just freaks out, starts kills Scott. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
What fucking retard wrote that? Oh, we know, the same guy who wrote the second one.
Yeah.
It took them 3 times to get Spider-Man right. Maybe third attempt at Phoenix is possible. They had Spider-Man right. They had the stories fucked up. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I know we disagree about Spider-Man 2, but there were elements of the Spider-Man mythos that weren't quite right.
Yeah.
At least they had Uncle Ben in those.
True. And they didn't kill Aunt May. Aunt May doesn't. You don't kill Aunt May. I'm sorry. Especially not in your third movie if you're going to do it. Aunt May is so resilient. Do you remember the comic book cards that came out for Marvel?
Oh yeah.
I have all of those. I have the first set. And if you read Aunt May's, there's actually a stat on there for how many times she's almost died and what diseases she survived.
Yeah. She married Doc Ock. She got cancer a couple times. She got shot.
Yeah.
The old bird's a tough one, let me tell you.
She's the Betty White of the comic book world.
Yeah, I still don't believe Betty White's actually dead.
Neither do I. They just put her somewhere so we can't see her anymore.
Yeah, they put her in a vault.
But Aunt May, and then making Aunt May kind of young and hot, like, no.
No, she should be an old lady.
She should be an old lady and overprotective and always worried about Peter. And very loving and sweet, even to villains who come in her house that she doesn't realize are villains.
Yeah.
But yeah, they got parts of that stuff wrong. And they still, if you're going by the actual mythos of Spider-Man, they still haven't got him right.
Yeah.
But they've done a good job with him personally, except for the dude being able to shoot webs himself that he made. Which I hated.
Yeah, I didn't like that at first either, but it's way more acceptable than some of the stuff they've been doing with Spider-Man.
That's fair.
So, I mean, turning him into Iron Man Jr.
Oh, God. Putting him in the Iron Spider suit so fucking early.
Yeah, that really offended me. So, yeah, internal webbing, at least that kind of makes sense from a biological standpoint. Somebody with spider powers would be able to shoot webs, and thankfully not out of his butthole.
Mm-hmm.
So I at least understood that change, but I didn't like it. but I find it way more acceptable than Iron Spider.
Yeah, I don't like the Iron Spider. It was one of my biggest complaints of the first one. What was that one called? Homecoming. Is when Tony goes to take the suit back from him, he's like, "I'm nothing without that suit."
Yeah,
He barely had
yes.
fucking used it.
Somebody put that in chat. And I was like, oh god, yeah, that was dumb.
It-
And in the comics, they sort of imply that Aunt May isn't his aunt; it's his great aunt because of the massive age difference.
yeah. Um, I'm trying to think. Up until we get to the Clone Saga, and they actually start talking about his parents. I mean, it's just kind of implied that yeah, it's not his mom or dad's sister or married to his mom or dad's brother. It it's you wouldn't say hey great Aunt May, you just call her Aunt May.
Yeah, and that was a lot more common back then. That your great aunts would, be actively involved and be that elderly, because a frail old lady in like the 60s would have been much different than somebody's great aunt now, who, because everybody's giving birth at a younger age now.
John says, "Hot, thank you for the donation. Hot Aunt May always worries about Peter." Smiles. Stop it.
She gets stuck in a dryer a lot. And he has to rescue
She's
her.
worried. She's worried about Happy's Peter.
Yeah. And his tingles.
Her name is May Parker. Yeah, true. So that would mean that she married into the family.
Real quick. Thank you, Evolved Potato. Get Danny DeVito with a drawn-on six-pack and make him look goofy while everyone is serious and just not comment on it at all. It'd be so
Yes.
funny just to have him clumsily climbing a fence and everyone else keeps a straight face. I'd watch the shit out of that if they did it Always Sunny in Philadelphia style.
I absolutely would. Yes.
I'm
Which
the
would
trash
work in
man.
it would work in a Deadpool movie.
Yeah.
I just really miss good movies, Jack.
I do too. Oh, hang on. Thank you, Frosted Glass. The best part about Dark Phoenix was Mystique playing the "it should be X women" line and then getting fucking impaled in the next scene.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please tell me they won't do the clone storyline. They're kind of leading up to it.
Yeah, get used to it.
The clones. Oh my god! If they bring Ben Parker in, I'm gonna just vomit.
Okay, hear me out. They have done
Don't.
some good storylines with Ben Riley. What they could
Don't.
no, let me hear me out. I got an idea. What they could do is retcon these last shit movies and tell everybody that was Ben Riley and that Aunt May was just some LM life model decoy that they were using to placate him. And the real Peter Parker's out there somewhere.
All right, guys, this is Jack's last time on the show.
They could fix this, I'm telling you.
Oh god, no, man. The Clone Saga is why I stopped reading. It got so fucking stupid.
That's because they dragged it out for like 2 fucking years and it was bad and they just couldn't stop themselves.
I do not ever need a Ben Parker in the MCU. Jeez. And I know Ben Riley, but he was and why is he blonde? He's a fucking clone.
I don't know. He dyes his hair. They've said that several times. I just don't get it. And I don't get how nobody has drawn the connection that he looks just like Peter Parker.
But okay, I hear you about him dyeing his hair, right? Which, by the way, stupid excuse.
Yeah.
But he's a brand new human. Why would one of the first things he do be like, oh, you know what? I really need blonde hair?
Yeah, I know. If they do the Clone Saga, it's gonna flop because it's left such a bad taste in everybody's mouth. It's gonna be terrible. Unless they did the original story with the jackal trying to clone him and the clone dies at the end.
Sure.
It's gonna be stupid as fuck.
We also know they're building towards Miles Morales. I mean, he's mentioned in one of the movies. He's going to end up in there soon too.
But yeah, they got to replace the white guy.
Yep.
That's what they
You
do
know
in
what?
comic in
Here's the
modern film.
Here's the thing. They don't actually have to. They can run 2 Spider-Man storylines. You can have a Spider-Man movie and a Spider-Man Miles movie.
Nope. You got to kill Peter Parker off because he's white, monkey. Haven't you been paying attention?
here's my question, because the way she's been introduced in the story so far, which by the way makes me want to fucking vomit. Gwen Stacy. How long until they give us Ghost Spider?
They probably will, but they haven't even introduced Gwen Stacy in the film in these new round of films.
Isn't Gwen the little blonde on the news in for the school?
Yeah, but that's not really. Well, I thought that was lead.
Oh no, that's Betty
Betty.
Brant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they completely fucked up Betty. Betty is an older woman with dark hair who worked for J. Jonah Jameson. She was a secretary.
She's like 4 or 5 years older than Peter, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I swear that they introduced Gwen, though, that there was one scene where there's a Gwen in there.
There might have been, but I kind of zone out in those films because I still can't get over Ned Leeds being a Polynesian who's really fat.
A little fat guy? Yeah.
Yeah. You're the Hobgoblin? Seriously?
Yes. I can't wait till he's the Hobgoblin. It'll be interesting to see him try to run around.
Yeah, they're going to do a Silk TV show, which I think is stupid because that character's pretty weak. That was Asian Spider-Man. She got bit by the same spider as Peter Parker.
Wait, hang on. Massive says the blonde hair could be a genetic error from the cloning process. Okay, I'm just gonna put this out there. I will not accept any excuses for Ben Parker. None. He just should never have existed. Everything about him is wrong. The end. Miles in the Spider-Verse animated movie, which isn't bad. I've heard good things about it, but
I don't like Miles Morales. He was designed to replace Peter Parker in the comics, in the Ultimate Universe. They brought him over to the main universe for no fucking reason other than diversity hire. That was it. That's all he has ever been, is a diversity Spider-Man.
Ben Reilly's The Hill You Die On. It's one of the many. I have a lot of hills that I'm on, Jack.
Oh, there are many hills in this valley.
Many hills. And I'm on all them bitches.
Yeah. I would much rather see some new characters, brought onto the screen than these lazy diversity hires. It's pathetic. It's insulting to black people.
Hey, Frosted, you bored? You want to come hang out? We haven't done that in a long time. Have somebody from the audience come hang out with us.
That's been a couple of years, I think.
Monkey built a bunker on that hill. I build in 7 Days to Die. That bitch got blade traps and electrical fences. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of Blade, did you hear the leaks on the new movie?
No.
Oh yeah, the rumor going around is that in the Blade movie, they're introducing Blade's daughter, and she's going to take over as the vampire slayer known as Blade.
Of course.
Yeah.
Like
you have a lot of good black characters to choose from, and Blade is fucking awesome. And you want to replace him with some chick, some woke chick? No, that's fucking stupid. Leave Blade alone. # not my Blade.
What I would really like to see is a white Blade, just to prove to all the media folks that it's not racist when people don't race swap that, because comic book fans would lose their shit if Blade was white.
Oh, absolutely they would, because it's bullshit.
Hang on. Sending Frosted the link. There you go, dude. Jump in whenever you can, my friend. I like these kind of streams where we're just shooting the shit.
Because we're angry.
Gender swap all the things. Yes, a white female Blade would be awesome with a limp.
No, with a prosthetic leg.
And yeah, have you ever seen I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker?
Long time ago.
When he meets Cherry and they go to the hotel, and when she first meets him, she says she needs 12 inches, and he goes, "Well, I guess I got it." And then they go back to her room, and she's like, "Give me the 12 inches." And he goes, "What about that? I don't have 12 inches." And she goes, "Oh, well, I have a secret too. My eyes aren't really green or blue. I forget which it is." So she takes out colored contacts, and then she says, I also, this hair isn't real. She pulls it off. She's bald. Then she pops out a butt prosthetic, and then she has a prosthetic leg she kicks off. I die laughing every time I watch that. But if you say prosthetic leg, that's where my brain goes. It
Fair
doesn't go
enough.
to some poor person who lost their leg or was born without one and needs help. Nah, it goes to a silly fucking parody movie. Which, by the way, if you guys have never seen, I'm going to get you, sucker. Watch it, but not if you don't know anything about blaxploitation films, because you won't get half the jokes.
I grew up on so many blaxploitation films. It's disgusting, but they were so much fun.
They were, yeah.
Dolomite, this middle-aged fat dude going around fighting people. Great. I loved those films.
Blazing Saddles was being passed around on Twitter today. Hashtag Blazing Saddles.
They tried to cancel it.
No, people talking about it and hyping it up. And the funny part is, the guy that I saw first doing it is a black guy.
Nice.
I want to return to a time when people can watch a movie like that and just laugh, have some fun with it.
Yeah, but they ignore the fact that Richard Pryor had so much input on that film.
Oh, no, dude. I don't know if you know this. There's a campaign out there where they're trying to convince people he really didn't do much on the movie.
What?
Oh,
Why?
yeah.
Why are they minimizing that?
Because they want to make it so that Mel Brooks is just racist. Real quick. Hi, Frosted. How you doing, my friend?
Oh, hey guys.
Hey,
Thanks for
Frosty.
having me on.
Oh,
I just
no,
wanted
dude.
to say Ben Parker did nothing wrong.
Excuse me for
Got
just a moment.
shot.
There we go. Thank you for dropping by, Frosted. Little fucker. How you been, man?
Pretty good. Yeah, as you mentioned, we got the 100th episode coming up.
That is over on the corner on Frosted's channel, the 16th at 9 p.m. Eastern time, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Hold on. That I'll get a link.
And if I'm up to it, I will definitely be there, man. It's great to see your show's gone on so long. I really, really enjoy hanging out with you guys. You guys are funny as shit.
Yeah,
And
we try to
depending
have
on
a
the
good
show,
time.
I told the audience the other night, there's been times where I've gone on there where I just feel like shit. But the last time I was on there, I had so much fun, and I felt sorry because there were times where I felt like I took over your show, and I shouldn't do that. But the stories you were reading were pissing me off.
Oh no, our stories pissed you off. Oh,
For those of you who don't watch it, Frosted goes to Medium, one of the shittiest places on the planet, to find his stories. And they are
I
they're
definitely
as
don't
trash as the
try
one
to.
that. Hold on,
I definitely don't try to piss off my guests.
These are as bad as the ones you'll every so often you'll hear us talk. Oh, Frosted sent us that article. That's the kind of shit he does over there. It's fucking hilarious. But the people that write that shit piss me off.
I always know I did a good job when I get someone to go off on an angry rant.
Well, didn't that show go like 3 fucking hours?
Yeah, I think so.
Aren't your shows normally an hour and a half, 2 hours?
Typically about 2 hours, but you and Prospero usually make for longer shows.
I just get very animated with some of those stupid people.
And that's not a bad thing, for the record.
Real quick, I gotta grab a couple other things here.
Oh, please do.
Thank you, John Migda, who gave me a link to the Urban Dictionary of Mexican lawnmower. That's when a man inserts anal beads into a woman's ass and leaves them there for 4 or 5 days to prevent her from shitting, then rips it out as if it were a lawnmower, releasing a fountain of shit.
That's disgusting.
Very much so, indeed. And thank you, Tyrai. They've managed to race swap half of the DCEU. Hawkman is one of my favorite characters. I was a little caught off guard when I saw the trailer for Black Adam. Yeah, that one annoyed me because there have been Black Hawkmans like 1,000 years ago because he reincarnates. But John Carter, I'm sorry, not John Carter. Carter Hall is white, and they decided to change that. And they did that with Cyclone too. She's white, then she's a ginger, so of course they race swapped her.
Oh, you know what? Real quick, James Colley, thank you. Will there be a Cat Congress story for episode 100? That's for you, Frosted.
Maybe.
There you go. They should have made the new Black Panther white. That would have been great.
Now, you know what they need to do? They need to do both Tom Holland and Miles Morales Spider-Man movies, but change the names so the Miles ones are just called Spider-Man and the Tom Holland ones are called Superior Spider-Man.
I have an idea.
I don't think they get away with that.
For the Miles Morales one, because he's a street kid, it should be Spider-Man with an A.
No, his name should be like Webbs or something like that, because he's not fucking Spider-Man.
I told you in the animated cartoon that my grandchild loves so much, his name, they call him Spin.
Yeah, that's fine. I have
Yeah.
no issue with that. If you're gonna look, he's been around long enough to be his own character. Make him his own character and stop trying to make him blackface Spider-Man.
Yeah. And they could have done it, but they keep fucking around with this stupid shit. As much as I loved the Spider-Man game, the fact that they made Mary Jane an investigative reporter pissed me off in ways that should not happen.
All right, hear me out. Blighter-Man.
Well, by Odin's fade, that's a brilliant idea.
Jack, will you hold this down for just a second? I gotta step away.
You left me and Frosted in charge of your channel. Must have been nice having it.
It worked, Jack. Our
I'm
plan.
still here, jackass.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I can hear this. I'll be right back.
No, you're not. Megatron has fallen. Now I am in command.
Monk is senile. One too many falls down the stairs. Yeah. Don't pay any attention to him, guys.
Wasn't there an Indian Spider-Man as well? There's been a lot of different Spider-Mans added. They have a cripple one, too, that uses the walking sticks and shoots webbing out of them. I wish I was joking about that.
That is freaking hilarious.
Oh, God, that was so stupid. At least that was its own character. It's not Spider-Man, it's Sun Spider. But it's still fucking dumb.
Spider Gimp.
Yeah. God. Spider cripple, wheeling around like spiders do. Oh, so dumb.
Does whatever a crippled spider can.
Yeah. Japanese Spider-Man was one of the few adaptions I'm willing to accept. And I don't know why that wasn't in that last Spider-Man movie, because you brought in Tobey Maguire and you brought in the guy who can't act his way out of a wet nutsack, Garfield. And they could have brought in Japanese Spider-Man too. Maybe not the original actor. Wouldn't have been necessary because that dude's super old by now. But they could have had Japanese Spider-Man in for at least one scene with his giant mech robot. I would love that.
Well, the original plan of having him try to bomb Pearl Harbor probably wouldn't have gone over well.
Well, I think it was after that. But he had a giant robot. Come on.
Of course he did.
And he had crazy powers. It was great. If you guys haven't seen Japanese Spider-Man, I highly recommend it. It is one of the most batshit insane things you'll watch outside of like Turkish Superman or Indian Superman, which if you haven't seen that movie, Frosted, wow.
Indian Spider-Man?
Indian Superman.
Oh.
It's insane. Almost there was an Indian Batman movie too, which I haven't ever found the full thing of, but it's out there and it's on my list of things to track down.
I mean, they must have handled it better than Zack Snyder.
Well, I think that's a given, because it had a dance number in it. I mean, when was the last time you saw Batman do a Bollywood dance routine? Huh? Answer me that and stay fashionable.
Did it include someone riding a horse and then sliding it under a truck?
No, but he did fly.
Yeah.
And he was kind of fat, so
I don't know. Can he beat the flying effects of Puma Man?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because Puma Man has the best flying effects I've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, I would say Amazing Bulk had a pretty similar CGI level quality as far as like budget wise, like we're really invested in making this high quality. Are you gonna
Eh.
see Cocaine Bear?
I can't say I've heard of it.
What?
Oh, is that the one you mentioned where it's Winnie the Pooh or something?
No, that's Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Cocaine
Oh
Bear is
God.
inspired by true events, where a bear gets access to a bunch of cocaine that was lost, and instead of like the real thing where it had a heart attack and died, it actually goes on a rampage murder spree. Hold on, I'll drop the link in the public chat for the trailer for that.
I
then
watched
the
that trailer and I thought Jack will love this film.
Then the Sci-Fi Channel has to make a sequel of like Cocaine Bear versus Meth Shark.
Yes, I would watch that. I would own that on 4K, much like I'm going to do with this movie. But
What they
I
need
think
is Cocaine Bear NATO.
Cocaine Bear versus the cartels. There's a lot of movies you could make here.
The tornado is going right through our bear preserve.
Yeah, well, that's what a polar vortex is, isn't it?
I still
I-
love the
Except a
first
bunch
Shark.
of polar bears.
I still love the first Sharknado movie. Just the ending where the guy flies into the air, chainsaw first into the mouth of the shark, and then
Yeah.
comes out unharmed. Is like
You
one
know-
of the best endings ever.
Like you do.
The Sharknado movie, they knew what crap they were making and they embraced it. It was just fun. We need more movies like that shit.
I'm also going to drop the trailer for the Mean One, which looks really fun. It's the Grinch, but as like a psycho slasher.
Oh, that's the one you told me about the other day. I forgot to watch that.
Yeah.
It-
It's
It's
in
not.
the public
It's not
chat.
literally the Grinch, is it?
Yes,
is it
it's
just
Yeah, yeah.
literally the Grinch.
They were
Dr.
able to get
Seuss's
the
Grinch.
rights.
No, they don't call him the Grinch. They call him the Mean One.
The mean
Oh
one.
yeah. That's what I meant. Like, well, is it
Yeah,
literally the Grinch, or is it just based on the Grinch? And they
Based on
can't-
the
it's
Grinch.
inspired by true events, I believe.
Yeah.
Like, is he a green furry guy?
Yeah, it looks like the Grinch costume from that creepy Jim Carrey movie.
Yeah.
Honestly, the best Asylum movies are from before they became a meme.
Yeah, Asylum has really gone downhill. They've kind of embraced shit.
I have Mega Piranha on DVD.
Oh, nice.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
Any movie where a guy is bicycle kicking giant piranhas.
yeah. Well, you really can't go wrong then.
Whoville will never be the same. Yeah. When it comes to the movies that go down, I like serial movies. Going back to the old horror movies of the 80s, late 70s, early 80s, Friday the 13th, those ones. I like where they get really cheesy.
Mhm.
Like the first Friday the 13th, or sorry, the first Nightmare on Elm Street, they play it very, very straight. There's very little humor in there at all. It's just supposed to scare you. And then you get to 3 where it's kind of a joke fest. And then you get to 4, which I count among the worst films of all time.
Oh,
I
I
noticed
have
you
not
s-
seen enough films.
I noticed you skipped 2, the very homoerotic one.
With the gay guy, yeah. 2 was a shit movie, but not in the good kind of shit movie way, like 4, 5, and Freddy versus Jason were.
Hmm.
I like when they get to that point. I like when they get to just absolute absurdity.
But to pull that off, they have to play it straight.
Yes.
That's my problem with Sharknado was it was too self-aware that it was a bad movie.
Well,
That's hard to do and come out on top, and still look like a good movie and be entertaining.
I think they should have stopped with the first one. After you do the self-aware movie, doing it as a second one is just it doesn't play the same.
Yeah.
You just have to make it so much more absurd that it's to the point where I don't care.
Real quick. Thank you, John, who says not enough diversity in the cat Congress, needs more racist bulldogs. Oh, fair enough.
I
The great thing is that Monkey doesn't know what the Cat Congress is yet.
I don't. No, I don't.
And don't tell him, Jack.
I'm
not
sorry.
saying a word.
I missed this over on the Streamlabs. Thank you so much, Tyrai. So all of these Spider-Man are Chinese knockoffs of Spider-Man.
Huh?
I don't know. I wasn't here for it.
Yeah.
You guys were talking about the Spider-Man.
No, Miles Morales is a Chinese knockoff
Mm.
of Spider-Man.
Yeah, what's this? Look, I don't know a lot about Miles Morales, but apparently he can go invisible. What's the story behind that?
Right. I want to see the Chinese release of a Miles Morales Spider-Man where he has to be edited out of his own poster.
No, they'll just have a Chinese guy in blackface doing stereotypical black guy stuff.
How does Monkey not know the Cat Congress? Because I can't watch everything.
There's only so many hours in a day, guys.
Tremors was one of the best series movies ever. I've still never seen Tremors. I've heard great things about it, but I've never watched it.
Yeah, I haven't
First
seen
one
it.
was fun. What?
Look,
Is that like a legitimately good one, or is it like a good schlocky bad movie?
It's a fun schlock film. It's got Kevin Bacon in it.
Yeah, see, that's why I won't watch it, because he's not dancing.
You don't know that. You haven't seen the movie.
I would have heard by now if he danced in there.
Would you?
Yes.
Nobody wants to talk about gay Kevin Bacon.
Look, gay Kevin Bacon's best Kevin Bacon.
Kevin Bacon.
That's right.
Stir of Echoes, if you haven't seen that, it's a really good Kevin Bacon film.
I don't know how many Kevin Bacon films I could even name.
I'd be here all day.
Yeah, I don't know a lot of them. Plus, I always mix up Kevin Bacon with Ethan Hawke.
That's
How?
easy to do.
What? They
No,
look
it's
nothing
easy
like.
to do.
They're
You've
both
seen a
kind of
movie.
generic looking guys.
Yeah, you've seen a movie and it had Ethan Hawke, and for some reason your brain rewrites that as Kevin Bacon. It's just a state of being.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if I've ever seen an Ethan Hawke movie.
What?
I know who he is, but he makes me want to punch him in the face.
There's Sinister. Let's see.
The
Nope.
Purge.
Nope.
Attica.
Nope.
Oh, wasn't he in that great remake of Hamlet?
Yeah, he was in Dead Poets Society.
He was in Dead. No.
Look it up.
He played Robin Williams.
Oh, Captain, my Captain. Was he really in that?
Yeah. He was in
That
Moon
doesn't
Knight
feel right.
as well.
See, I told you, generic looking guy. You don't notice him.
All
Yeah,
right,
he was in
fair
Training
enough.
Day. He was in The Northman.
He was in The Northman?
Yeah. He was in Taking Lives. You haven't seen that. Daybreakers. Did you ever see that?
No.
The movie Alive about the cannibals.
Nope. Oh, yeah, I did see that one. He's the one
Yeah.
who first goes and cuts the butt piece off to eat. You're right. Okay, I've seen that.
Yeah. He's
Yeah,
been
yeah.
in tons of stuff.
He literally eats ass in that movie.
He
Yes.
does.
Yeah, that Hamlet movie was a little fucked up. I think
What
Kevin-
Hamlet movie?
I know James Cawley, Animal House is Kevin Bacon, not Ethan Hawke.
That's true.
It was a modern adaptation of Hamlet from like 2000. It wasn't very good.
Yeah,
Kind of like
doesn't
the
he?
Romeo and Juliet thing, or
Yeah.
I've seen one part of that movie, and it's the part where he gives the "to be or not to be" speech while he's in a blockbuster.
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, it was not good.
Yeah.
It's a weird, surreal film that, I mean, it's worthy of mockery, but that's really about all.
Now, Frosted, you're a little younger than me, so you might not relate to this, but Jack, I definitely want your opinion on this. I saw Bridget Fetchy, or whatever the fuck her name is, talking today, and she said that before she had her kid, she just hated the holidays and looked down on anybody who enjoyed them, all except Thanksgiving for some reason. Apparently, she likes food. And she's from our generation. And I realized that she was one of those people from our generation that if something was cool, then it wasn't cool. You know the kind I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
She specifically mentions that she really related with the movie Reality Bites.
Oh God, why?
And I've never wanted to slap somebody I've never met more than in that moment. And I would never do that, of course, because I'm not a violent person. Our generation is kind of fucked up. There were so many people who like, if people like it, then I'm not gonna like it. I know the boomers started it with their little hippie shit, but I feel like our generation like really ruined things with that kind of thinking.
I think it's it really ramped up with our generation, but the hipster crowd of the generation after ours ruined it.
Well, yeah, they just took it to the next level. You got to outdo
They
your
took it to an
parents.
extreme.
Yeah.
Whereas, like our generation, it was like edgy and cool to be different, man. As opposed to like, oh, I actively hate that because it's popular.
Yeah.
I don't think it was as bad as it is now.
I certainly
I mean-
think it was growing, and I used to hate those kind of fucking people.
Yeah, because they were douchebags. They were proto hipsters.
Proto hipster. What a horrible thought.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
if I hate something, I usually try to have a reason for it, not just because it's popular.
Yeah.
There's lots of popular things that are pretty cool.
I mean, up until Endgame, I loved the MCU, even though it's super popular.
Yeah.
Let me, on that note specifically, there are a ton of people that are, the MCU is just stupid. I've never liked any of those movies. Then shut up. Nobody cares. And if you dislike something, it's fine, but they just come off in that same fucking way. I hate those people. Stop being antisocial to be cool. It's not cool.
Yeah.
It makes you a twat.
Yeah. As an antisocial person, I can back that up.
Yeah. Stop appropriating our culture.
Fake ass motherfuckers. It doesn't make you cool.
Fake, socially awkward, dystopian views of humanity. Get out of here with your fakeness.
Why are you faking being autistic? What's wrong with you?
I think he just called you retarded, Frosted.
I'm not autistic. I'm a spurg. There's a difference.
Yeah.
I think they're the same thing, actually.
No, believe me, there's a difference.
Spurgs
in the latest DSM or something, I think they wanted to get rid of it because it was technically named after like a Nazi.
Really?
or at least a guy who worked with the Nazis or something. I don't know.
Nice.
But who cares? It's not the same thing.
I need 4chan to start a rumor that the word autistic came from Hitler himself. That would just fuck up so many people. Or, even better, that Hitler invented the word spectrum.
And neurodiversity.
Oh my God, I watched Boogie the other day.
Oh God, why?
Hitler gives a speech about how the Jews are problematic.
Yes. Boogie did a video on Kanye, and it's his first one after the one I talked about last time, where, again, I thought he did a very decent job of just owning up to being a douchebag rather than the normal apology kind of videos you get. So I wanted to see how he did, if he showed signs of actually taking in the message.
I don't get why you keep giving this fat retard chances.
Because I want to believe that he's a decent person.
He's not. He's a dumbass.
I hear you.
He's a bad person and he's stupid. That's a horrible combination.
Speaking of stupid, he used the word neurodivergent. And I was like, oh, all right. Look, people,
more evidence for my case. Thank you.
Neurodivergent is not a thing. And I just want to throw out there
5004 for my case.
It sounds fucking stupid,
but it sounds smart. That they think it sounds intellectual.
But Monkey, the alternative is the word that they use for non-neurodivergent people, which I forget what it is, but they do have a term for it.
Abnormal?
Normal people?
Yeah, they just made up a new term for people who don't have a mental problem.
It comes from Tumblr, for fuck's sake. I'm neurodivergent. No, you're retarded. We already had a word for you.
This stochastic terrorism that you're doing right now is...
I am not physically divergent. I'm cripple.
Someone's going to shoot up a bunch of retards now, Monkey.
Ah, damn it. Yeah. I didn't mean for that to happen.
Look,
now I got to do an internet apology.
Oh, neurotypical. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Stevie.
Neurodivergent or non-virgin. That would be awesome.
Monkey, you damn neurotypical.
I thought it was from the movie 12 Monkeys. Okay, when I say something comes from Tumblr, it doesn't necessarily mean they made it up. They made it popular. Tumblr did a lot of that shit. A lot of the crap you hear right now still is the leftover herpes scars of Tumblr.
Yeah. Well, I mean, cisgender, that
Oh,
came from a
God.
pedophile back in the 50s,
Yep.
and they've made it into a thing where everybody's like, "Oh yes, you're just cisgender." Hey, watch it with those slurs by pedos, buddy.
Oh, the funny part about most of the trans argument is it all comes from money.
Yeah,
Comes from money and fuck, what's his name?
the other guy's name I can never remember.
Yeah, it's not Masters and Johnson, it's the other guy who was a really big sex researcher at the time.
Kinsley.
Kinsley, thank you.
Yeah, there was another guy that used to hang around Monday, whose name I can't remember. He's the one that came up with that cisgender crap.
Yeah. Kinsley's the one who gave us that babies can orgasm
Mm-hmm.
because
That
he
dude was
talked
a
to
sex pest.
Kinsey. Thank you, Kinsey, not Kinsley. I appreciate it. He talked to pedophiles to find out if the kids liked it. And that has been used. This motherfucker is quoted. I think he's still the most quoted sex researcher.
Probably.
And yeah, piece of shit pedophile motherfucker. And then you had Money who comes along. He's the one that really gave us the trans situation in the way that it is right now.
Interviewing a pedo to see if the kid liked it, isn't that just called a parent-teacher conference?
These days, yes.
Yeah, basically.
Actually, it's a teacher principal because they don't talk to the parents.
Well, they don't want to talk to a bunch of right-wing terrorists.
Well, yeah, the FBI is talking to the parents.
Yeah.
Right. Instead of the pedophiles, they're over there talking to the parents because they don't want their kids touched in school. Fucking degenerates.
That's oppressors.
Freedom Tunes did a great video on Kinsey. I'll have to check that out. I didn't know they did one. Yeah, Kinsey was a piece of shit, man. I think him and Money are probably in the same circle of hell right now. They're the kind of people that makes me want to believe that the Christians are right so that there's a hell these people are burning in.
Who's Money?
John Money.
John Money. He's the one that did the experiment with the two twins. One of the twins had a problem and ended up being mutilated in the genitals. So they decided
where they raised the boy as a girl.
Yes, Money talks them into this and has them like dry hump each other. Both of them end up committing suicide?
Yeah, both of them committed suicide.
And like, no, it's absolutely botched circumcision. Yeah, that's what they fucked up his circumcision and basically left him with no penis. And so he's like, yeah, just raise him as a girl. And experimented on these two fucking kids, ruined their lives. Both of them end up killing themselves. And people follow the teachings of this motherfucker without even understanding that that's what they're doing. This guy was a fucking degenerate. And they're like, no, it's going to save lives. Really? Let's talk about how it started, motherfucker.
Sounds like an ally to me.
Yeah. James, thank you. Auschwitz is German for autism. Hashtag obscure. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that would be awesome. 4chan, I need you to do your shit.
What they didn't understand is the sign doesn't say work will set you free. It says the work.
Yes.
That's why you got to put in the work.
Galaxy says Abby normal. Yeah, that's a good abnormal. Whatever. Why is abnormal wrong? I still don't get that.
So bigoted, monkey.
Yeah.
I feel like it's not. I feel like people are just overly sensitive. I hate all of this shit.
That's your white privilege talking.
There's no such thing as normal.
But there is.
Listen to that bigotry.
Yeah.
Saying there's no such thing as normal is saying like there's no such thing as an average.
We're all exceptional in our own ways, monkey. Where have you been?
Over here being normal.
Bigoted.
Yeah.
David and Brian Renner. Yeah, Rayner. Yeah, those were the two kids that they fucked up. That Money did his ridiculously grotesque experiments on.
The normal ones will be the first ones against the wall.
Yep.
Normies face the wall. All you neurotypicals.
Lobotomy was going to save lives too. Yeah. That's what, I mean, they were trying to help people by cutting out half their brain.
Oh, wait, I just realized that I just realized the Auschwitz autism thing. So that's why autistics like trains.
Yes, exactly. They probably like ovens too. We just haven't heard much about it. By the way, the whole Keffels thing, she's pretty much done, which makes me so happy. She's such a horrible piece of shit. You know what I've noticed lately? Ethan over there at H3H3, we all know he's a piece of shit. But he has accidentally platformed a whole lot of really bad people. Like Keffels.
Accidentally on purpose.
Well, of course he does it for the message. He is such a fucking little bitch who just follows what he would be a very good person for the trust and safety team at the old Twitter.
Oh, I thought you were going to say for the camps.
No.
That's going to get you in trouble.
I'm not him. I don't make. Okay, I guess we did just do the Auschwitz thing. I don't make Jew jokes. I don't make Jew jokes about actually killing people.
Yeah, but what we did was actual jokes. He just said, "Wouldn't it be funny if this guy was dead?" Which I still don't consider that a legitimate joke.
No, he wasn't.
That's not funny.
No, and I don't think he meant it as a joke.
Not because it's not funny, not because it's offensive, just because it doesn't work as a joke. It would be funny if this guy was dead.
Yeah, it's lazy attempts at modern post comedy.
It would have been different
in that shit.
It would have been different if in some way Ben had actually come out in favor of the Holocaust or denying the Holocaust. If they wanted to make that kind of joke at, I guess, Candace, who never really actually did it, maybe, but Ben didn't do any of that shit. So yeah, the joke doesn't work.
Real quick. Thank you, Travis Gardner. Sexologist is just a pedo with a PhD. Sure looks that way, doesn't it?
A lot of times, yeah. There was did you guys see the new guy over there at Planned Parenthood who's for their head of sexual education? This guy has said out loud, without any irony in it, that we are sexual from birth.
Yeah, that's fucked up and not true.
We are sexual from birth.
For those of you wondering how we shifted topics so fast, we were talking about Hollywood, and that immediately leads into pedos.
That's true. Pedos and middle schools.
Yes.
We should give a little disclaimer here. We're kind of kicking it old school here. When this show started, there was no format. I mean, we don't really have one now. We just kind of mostly do news. We used to just talk for hours on end. And I'm just kicking it old school tonight. So when you talk for 6, 7, sometimes almost 8 hours, the topic is going to shift because I can't talk about the same thing for 8 hours.
And Monkey likes to kick things.
I do like to kick things. I can't do it very well because I'm a cripple.
Well, topic shifts like a bad pair of underpants.
Yeah, and you should try and stop kicking the staircase.
The topic shifts like Brian Stelter in tight jeans around children. Just missed Dax and me.
Oh.
You know what? Fuck, I forgot her name. The chick who used to always come on the show with us. What the fuck was her name? No.
No, there's a woman before SDA.
I don't know if SDA's been on this show many times. She's only been here like 2 or 3 times. No, there was a Dorky. The fuck's was her full name? Yeah, but Dorky used to come on here all the time. And the people would pay me to have her say things in a sexy voice. I need to get her back.
But
baby, come back.
But Monkey Dorky's been dead for 10 years.
Oh, I love that cliche. That's one of the first ghost stories I ever read. It scared the shit out of me too. It was a really well done compilation of ghost stories, and the first one was one of those. They've been dead for 10 years. Dork Oracle, yes, that's her name. Because I called her Dorky, and yeah, I miss her. I know she's still around. I see her every once in a while. But
avoiding you.
I need a chick with a really hot voice to come on the show and say sexy things so people pay me money. I'm basically going to be your pimp.
Sora.
I'm not going to give you any money though. For the record,
Jack Gumsky does a very good Sora impression. If you're interested,
Uh, I don't need a trans Sora.
Not with that attitude.
But Joe Biden's been dead for 10 years. Did you see the picture of him today where he said, I'm you guys hired me to do your work. I hope I'm making you proud or some shit like that. And they have this picture of him sitting at the Resolute desk looking all spry. And it looks like they actually filled in his hair more in Photoshop. Because if you see him normally, you can actually see his scalp through his fucking hair. But all you see is this beautiful mane of white. I'm like, y'all know we've seen him before, right?
No,
Unless you're using that hair in a can, that is fake as shit.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The spray paint hair. That's where it was.
It's because they want a barrier to keep away the phrenologists.
Yeah. They don't want them spotting the evil that is there.
See, you don't even need a phrenologist with him. Just ask him to smile.
Oh, I need a phrenologist for most things. So you're just wrong on that one. I'm sorry.
No, okay. You just want one. You don't actually need it.
You don't know that.
I do. Because I've
Fair
seen
enough.
Joe Biden smile. Joe Biden actually would have made a good Joker.
Yeah, he looks like he just got back from Ace Chemicals. Yeah.
He does. That smile's annoying.
Tyrai, thank you so very much. People like money want to change the norm to their twisted norm. Someone brought out a twist Bible that completely supports the LGBTQ plus agenda, which is contrary to the original Hebrew text. Look, I'm sorry if you're out there, guys, and gay and Christian or Jewish or Muslim. Your sexuality does not go with your religion. It just doesn't. Goes to the Old Testament. And you don't have to like it, but you are living in sin. Just throwing that. Same with you people who are fornicating and not married. There's a lot of people who have their values. And look, guys, I'm not judging you, but it is amazing to me which parts of the Bible that you decide to hang on to. Because if you're Christian, you're like, well, you can't be gay because the Bible says so. Well, the Bible also says you should not be eating pork. Put that bacon down.
It's the equivalent of how they only like to bring up the Martin Luther King quote about him being mad at white liberals, but they ignore everything else he said.
I love his quote about not liking white liberals. But yeah, there's a lot he said. And I'm not telling you guys not to do it, but especially when it comes to the gay thing, it's like, okay, you can't just rewrite what it says. Just admit that you're doing it. Ask your Lord for forgiveness and leave it at that. Stop trying to convince me that words that are not in that text actually exist. It's not in the penumbra of the fucking Bible.
You don't know that.
I do. I've read it.
No, you just didn't see the penumbra. Your edition obviously needed a magnifying glass.
The whole point is that we're all sinners. So stop trying to rewrite the shit. And guys, I'm not going all atheist here. I don't hate your religions except Muslims because that is a violent religion. The Quran is basically the Muslim art of war.
Yep.
It's amazing how you can read the Bible and the Torah and not come away with the rules for war, like raping a dude's wife in front of him because you beat him in war. But you can find that shit in the Quran.
I mean, it's one of the best religions based around a warmonger pedo.
Right?
Yeah.
It's definitely in the top 3.
It's really hard to find those kind of manifestos, but they're out there.
Peter says, I avoid pork and shellfish because I figure there's a good reason for it. I avoid shellfish because I don't like most things that come out of the sea, but pork is tasty.
I avoid shellfish for the exact same reason they did back then. It's because salmonella will kill you.
Monkey hasn't been patching his Bible. He's still on 95.
That's
right. I don't have it set to auto update.
Yeah. Skip over Bible Vista, but go right to 7.
I would disagree with that. I liked Bible Vista.
Bible XP was the best. Monkey, you read Bible Digest? No. I've read the actual Bible. I was 14. My mom had died, and I was having a crisis of faith, Jack. I sat down and read that bitch cover to cover.
reading. Isn't that like a crime now?
Yeah, you're supposed to watch the movie version, but I don't like torture porn.
And much
Yeah.
like Cocaine Bear, it's more historically accurate.
Did anyone go see The Passion in the theater and yell out the book was better?
That would have been awesome. Man, people loved that movie.
I don't know why it was torture porn.
I don't
haven't seen it.
know. You know why? There's actually a good reason for it. It's because it's just like when you have something like the Top Gun Maverick come out. You have this group of people with Christians who have no representation, none, when it comes to something like Hollywood. And then they finally have something there, so they go to see it. I mean, I don't really blame them. I didn't watch it because I wasn't interested, and it's just 3 hours of a guy being tortured. Never saw Passion. Yeah, me neither. Islam abrogates, so anything written later in the book supplants the original, and the book ended with Muhammad, the warlord. Yeah, it's not I mean, it's a religious text, I suppose, but it's a violent one. I know we're not supposed to say that, but it's true. And it's one of the reasons that Islam doesn't really work with the Western culture. It never had its fucking reformation like Christians did. Christians aren't going around trying to, kick Muslims out of the Holy Land anymore. They did that. They just put the Jews there after World War II. But they don't do it, on a sword anymore. You got to have that reformation. You guys got to calm down. And we've seen some of that going on in the U.S. Not as many things blowing up anymore. So good on you guys. Credit where due. You need to work on the rest of the world with your religion, though, because it's still a violent, horrible place that treats people horribly if they're gay or women or people.
I mean, they are like 400. Their religion is like 400 years younger than Christianity, so maybe they just need to catch up.
That can be part of it. Sure.
Because they're like roughly where Christianity was about 400 years ago.
Pat says, I watched The Passion of the Christ one time and have never watched it again. I can't bear to see it. I had problems watching like Casino when they kill Pesci. That scene is fucking horrific.
Oh, Passion is way worse than that.
It is. And that's why I can't go to something like The Passion when I've watched that, and that was too much for me.
Yeah, you'll have a real hard time with Passion of the Christ. It's just torture porn.
I don't like that kind of stuff. And I know that there's some movies where it's kind of required for the story, but I can't watch it. I don't like seeing people in pain. 636 years younger than Christianity. There you go. So we got a couple, maybe 100 more years before they calm down.
Yeah, good luck with that. I won't hold my breath. Oh, real quickly. Thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist donation. To quote Polydub, they are 13th century savages of the 21st century. See, I would disagree with Polly. I think they're more 8th century.
Yeah. Understatement says, so you hate Tarantino. There are a lot of part of Tarantino films I can't watch.
I like a lot of the Tarantino movies because I like the movies he's ripping off.
I think Tarantino is vastly overrated.
Oh,
So do I.
absolutely.
He can get good performances out of actors and stuff, but I don't know, his writing and shit and having to add in weird stuff just for the sake of being artsy. Yeah.
He really seems to want to work gore and shit into his movies where it doesn't need to be there.
Yeah. Also, he just steals from other movies.
And maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I need to watch the other movies because there's parts of the movies that I like.
Yeah,
and then it gets to the
straight
part
up
where it's like,
steals entire scenes from another movie.
Yeah, like the dancing in Pulp Fiction. That was from what, 8.5?
I think so.
Yeah, it
it
was
just
like an
gets to a
Italian
point in
film.
his movies where the story, it's like, okay, the story doesn't matter anymore. He's just killing people because he likes to see gore on film.
Yeah,
like in college, I think a bunch of people were watching Pulp Fiction, and I watched them like 2/3 of the way through. I just left because I was bored.
Yeah, that's my problem with his films is while they're very artsy and well, scenes are well done with really good acting, they're boring as a totality. And
They
some of
just
them
ask,
he's just trying to be disturbing for the sake of it.
And I
yes,
shouldn't be bored by a movie with Bruce Willis and Samuel Jackson.
no
Right?
shit. Does anyone think the Coen brothers are overrated? Remind me of what they've done.
Oh brother, where art thou?
Fargo.
Big Lebowski.
Okay, the only one of those that I've watched all the way through is Fargo, and yeah, I'd say they're overrated. I mean,
I-
it was an
like
okay
it.
movie.
No Country for Old Men.
I think that one's overrated.
Like they seem to be good directors. It's just their movies aren't really my thing.
Yeah.
Like my favorite by them is Oh Brother Where Art Thou. That's just a really good movie, and I think George Clooney should do more comedies because he's really good at it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think he missed a lot of his calling there, but he's too arrogant to do that. I like a
Well-
lot of their films, but like Barton Fink was just weird. Sometimes they get a little too up their own ass, but overall, I like their films. I just have to kind of be in the mood to watch them. Although Big Lebowski is one of my more go-tos of their films, and Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? My dad loves that movie.
Apex
I haven't
says,
actually.
Oh, go ahead, Frosted.
I haven't actually seen Big Lebowski.
Me neither.
Wow,
I've seen the memes. That's it.
you guys make me sad.
Apex asks, Jack, don't all films rip each other off? Before you answer, to some extent, you can say that because there's only so many stories you can tell. But from what I've understood and heard about Tarantino, we're talking shot for shot at
Yeah.
times.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not
like
talking like premise.
like he even rips off like how the characters are dressed and everything, and
Yeah.
the movements they make.
Yeah, it's literally a direct rip off. And that is what is most annoying to me.
Thank you, Andrew, who says John Goodman played my dad in The Big Lebowski. Nice.
That's awesome.
I love their version of True Grit, but beyond that, I find them to be a bit meh. Like I said, I've seen Fargo. I think that's the only one of the ones we've been mentioning here. And it wasn't a horrible movie, but I didn't get the hype that everybody, it just, I thought it was vastly overrated.
I saw True Grit, and I don't know, it didn't really stick with me or anything. I prefer like the Sergio Leone westerns.
Yeah, I like the spaghetti westerns. I did like the True Grit remake. It was more accurate with the book, but I think they're directors that I have to be in the mood to watch.
The other day, just out of nowhere, for some reason, my brain's like, I need to watch a Western. And I went and watched Fistful of Dollars. I miss old style Westerns.
Yeah, well, you really can't make those kind of movies anymore because they're too politically incorrect. I mean, they have guns in those, monkey.
Have you seen Once Upon a Time in the West? Because that's a really good one too.
I have seen it, but it was a long time ago with my dad, and I have no real memory of it.
Plus, I love the music in that movie. Ennio Morricone was great.
Real fast. Thank you, Evolved Potato. There's one group of Muslims that were going through a reformation, but are currently being genocided because they have Uyghurs. And the ones that are left are being radicalized because they're being persecuted for their religion. That's usually how it works out.
Foreign Native says Outlaw Josie Wales and Pale Rider are also great. Look, I know that there's a lot of great spaghetti westerns, but for me, it's got to have Clint in it. It really does.
Both those have Clint in them.
Yeah,
I know they do. I know.
And Josie Wales is good.
Yeah,
Josie Wales, Pale Rider, even ones like oh shit, what's the one that the 80s one he did?
Unforgiven?
No. Fuck, I can't remember. But if you have a Western,
Any Which Way But Loose,
I do love that movie, but no. I like a Clint Eastwood in my Western movies. He just feels like he's an old cowboy.
Yeah,
definitely better than like the John Wayne types.
John Wayne was for a different generation. I think Pale Rider and High Plains Drifter are two of my favorite westerns.
Oh, yeah.
I would have to say The Searchers was really good with John Wayne. But yeah, the John Wayne movies, they appeal to a much different cinema era. I
The
think.
Searchers is probably the best John Wayne one because that's like the more cynical one. It's not like a
Yeah.
really cheesy Western.
Spud Gun says, "Don't start shit talking John Wayne." I'm not a big John Wayne fan, and it's not his fault. It's the era where he was making movies, where they were still trying to sanitize it so much. I like a more gritty movie.
The westerns of that era, I would equate more to superhero films
That's fair enough.
because they characters that like John Wayne used to play were borderline superheroes. You know, they were the best ever. Even though John Wayne obviously has back problems from the way he walks. Anybody that's ever hurt their back knows what I'm talking about. You end up with that like a little bit of a swagger. He is clearly much more of a superhero character because of his innate ability to be so awesome.
John Wayne reportedly, the way he walked, that was actually copying the real Wyatt Earp.
Oh, Wyatt Earp had back problems.
It's possible. I mean, he was an old fucking man by the time John Wayne met him.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's reportedly he copied that style specifically from the real Wyatt Earp.
And they're mentioning Lee Van Cleef in chat that
Yeah.
for a few dollars more did a great job of making him a badass.
Lee Van Cleef will forever be to me the master.
And,
That's a show about ninjas with a bald white dude, by the way.
With which Van Patten was in that one?
Oh shit, I don't remember his first name.
Because it was Dick Van Patten's kid, I think.
Yeah.
I only know it because they did it on MST3K.
That show was amazing.
Yeah, they did two movies that were actually just 2 episodes of that show put together.
Yeah.
And I love how like since it's just 2 episodes put together, like the first and second halves have nothing to do with each other.
Yeah.
So they just try desperately to tie them together with some ADR or whatever.
Yeah, pretty much. Frosted, you were born about 10 years later than you should have been because the 80s and the 70s seem to really be in your wheelhouse.
Dude, every time we've talked with Frosted, I always think he's our age.
I was alive.
And I know you're like, what, more than a decade younger than us?
I was alive for 6 months in the 80s.
Yeah, I was 15 at the end of the 80s. Real quick, let me get this. Travis Gardner, thank you. I think Stanley Kubrick is overrated, but some of his movies are brilliant, and his cinematography is unapproachable by any current director, but damn, he can bore an audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, he can.
Kubrick is definitely overrated. Like, he's great at, he can also get good performances, and he's great at atmosphere, you know, like in The Shining and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But his movies are so freaking boring. Like 2000
Good.
2001 has, you know, great effects, especially for the time and all that, but it's just a freaking boring movie.
Here, if you guys are having trouble sleeping, turn on 2001 and this stream at the same time.
No, we're entertaining.
No, but my voice does that. I have Xanax voice.
Yeah, 2001 is one of the most visually impressive films of its era, but it's so fucking boring.
Boring as shit.
Yeah.
It's got some memorable lines like, I'm sorry, I can't do that, Dave.
Sure.
You know, but you have to wait an hour and a half to get to that point, and it's a very dated film by today's standards because you look at it and you're like, this was made in the 60s.
Also, just can anyone describe the character of Dave for me?
No.
You know, like what was his personality or his wants and needs?
That is one of those movies. I sat down and watched it because I'd never seen it and everybody talked about it. And by the end of it, it was like, well, it was a movie. And
it was like watching Triple X with Vin Diesel. I'm aware that I was in a theater to see it, but I know I fell asleep at some point.
I love that movie because it is so fucking stupid.
No, that movie.
Yes.
Well, the second one is stupider, which
I never
is
watched
impressive.
it.
It had Ice Cube in it because
Yeah.
why not? But I fell asleep in the theater twice for that movie, and I like Vin Diesel, but I fell asleep in it, and I find like different parts too because I have patchwork memory of it. I finally saw it, and I'm like, no wonder I fell asleep in this because it's fucking awful, and what a waste of Asia Argento as an actress.
It's not a great movie, and it definitely goes on about half an hour too long. But it's silly enough that I like it. But real quick, I want to get back to what was said in that donation. I would argue for cinematography, Clint Eastwood is better.
Better than who?
Kubrick.
As a director,
Cinematography.
yeah, I don't. I see what you're saying because, like, I hated that movie, Perfect World, but it was a very beautifully shot film.
I don't know if I know enough Eastwood directed movies.
He did the one that instantly comes to mind if you're talking cinematography. What he did in Unforgiven is fucking amazing.
That had pretty good cinematography. I saw it recently, and it was all right, but I don't think it earns the reputation it has. I prefer his good, bad, and the ugly type westerns.
I like that one. One, it's a slow burn. It's an excellent movie, but people who get bored with it, I understand it. But it's the slow burn that makes it work as it builds up to him finally coming back to being William Money and just killing people.
Although I do like the part of Morgan Freeman asking if he jacks off.
Yes. I love his interactions with Morgan. I love the kid that they had in it, this brash kid who's I'm gonna go kill him, and he turns out to be not that guy.
Yeah, but yeah, Kubrick's good at cinematography. I'll give him that, atmosphere and all that. But like, I mean, probably his best movie is Doctor Strangelove.
Yeah, I would say Doctor Strangelove and The Shining were probably the highlights of his career.
Foreign Native says $1 Million Baby was pretty good. I never watched it. I don't watch movies with women leads because I'm a misogynist.
Oh, dude, that movie was really depressing. I
haven't-
like that movie, but it was I can't watch it very often because it's first of all I'm too aroused by Hilary Swank's body, but also because it's really of a downer of a film.
I like the Always Sunny in Philadelphia parody of it.
Yeah, that $100 baby.
Is that the one where they dress up like birds for the wrestling?
No.
It's the one where D's gonna be a boxer.
Oh.
They're training D to be a boxer, and the guys are going into underground fighting. It's fucking great.
Clown baby.
Full Metal Jacket was cool. I found that just to be disturbing.
Yeah.
That movie is two different movies.
Yes.
Glued into one.
Yeah, like even people who like Full Metal Jacket always say the first half is good.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's a good movie. That just means it has a good part in it.
You know what other movies like that? And I absolutely love them. Stripes. Stripes is two different movies. The first half is great, and the last half is shit.
I agree.
I
But
haven't seen Stripes.
with Full Metal Jacket, Vincent D'Onofrio and the drill sergeant whose name escapes me right now, they made
Arlie
that
Ermey.
movie.
Yes.
Yeah, yes. Arlie Ermey was an incredibly talented man. Not only was he an actual military drill sergeant, but he was actually a pretty good actor. And I think him and Vincent D'Onofrio effectively ruined that movie once they were both no longer in it.
Yeah.
And Frosted, if you haven't seen Stripes, find it and watch it. But just let you know, the last half sucks.
Yeah.
And recently I saw Eyes Wide Shut. So freaking boring.
I hate that movie.
It's
visually, it's good. I'm sorry, Matt. I know you just said you like it, but it's got cool sequences in it. Like the whole masquerade sequence is really well shot. But I think that when Kubrick died, that movie wasn't done, and it shows.
Yeah, like only Kubrick could make a movie with so much nudity boring.
Yeah, but visually it's great. Like that's something that I would, if it was on while I'm at the dentist's office and it was on mute, I would be looking at it because it would look like some sort of clips reel. But the storyline didn't make a lot of sense to me, and I'm not that big of a Tom Cruise fan.
Also, did Kubrick beat Rian Johnson to the punch of inventing the twist that makes things less interesting?
Apparently.
Because that's what that movie has. It's like, he thinks he's being, stalked and, this secret organization wants him dead and all that. It's like, oh no, we were just trying to scare you. Everything's fine.
Zombie Teddy says Leonard Part 6 is 2 movies and they both sucked. That movie was dumb as shit.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it. The Bill
Oh
Cosby
God,
one.
it was horrible.
And not only is it a bad movie, Bill Cosby roofies no one in the film.
Right. He didn't even give him a pudding pop.
No, that would have made the movie better. Real fast. Thank you, Travis Gardner. I can't agree, Monkey. Just knowing the work Kubrick put into some scenes, Dr. Strangelove's B-52 interior was so accurate. There was suspicions that he got secret photos. He probably did. Remember, he directed the moon landing.
Right. Look, I'm not saying he's bad at it. I just think Eastwood's better, and there's several others who do great cinematography stuff. I think people pay so much attention to Kubrick's cinematography because the movies actually suck.
Yeah. It's like the only part of the movie he's good at.
Yeah. And again, hashtag not all, blind squirrel and all that. But I don't know if I've seen one of his that I actually liked.
Dr. Strangelove is the only one where I like the whole thing.
I think
I liked The Shining, but that's just me. Dr. Strangelove I haven't seen in 20 years, but I remember liking it.
Well, The Shining, the plot doesn't make much sense.
It might be that I was so young when I saw The Shining, but I was not impressed with it. I don't want to say it was close to release, but it was way, way back in the 80s when I saw it. And I just remember sitting there going, I don't understand why people are talking about this so much. And I didn't find it scary at all. And I say that as somebody who did not bathe, this is true, for more than 2 weeks after I watched the first Nightmare on Elm Street. I was afraid of Freddy coming up through the tub.
Yeah, that's understandable. No, there were a lot of frightening things about The Shining. For instance, the carpet and the walls, those color palettes do not go together at all.
You're starting to sound like my hair.
Really? Turtlenecks?
Yeah. Plus, there was a black guy in it.
Wait. I look good in a turtleneck. I need them to come back because I look really good.
Nobody looks good in a turtleneck.
I look real good, man. You'd want to hump me if you saw me.
No, I wouldn't.
You would. You'd be like, I'm not gay, but I need some monkey.
Gross.
I'm just saying.
Scatman Crothers is a legend, Frosted.
I'm not gay, but I'm turtleneck gay.
That's right. The problem with turtlenecks is a lot of fat people wore them to cover up their third, fourth, and fifth chins.
I feel attacked. Not that I've worn turtlenecks, but
turtlenecks are the enemy of fat guys. But I do not like turtlenecks. I don't trust guys wearing turtlenecks. I think they're probably named Chad, and they're going to steal your girlfriend while challenging you to a skiing contest.
When did turtlenecks make their comeback? Was that in the 90s?
Yeah, whenever Tom Cruise was bouncing on the chair talking about how much he loved Katie Holmes. It was around that era.
Yeah, I remember because I wore a ton of them. I seriously, I look good. If you see me in a black turtleneck, you will want to rub my balls at least.
Yeah, no,
I don't think I've ever.
Turtlenecks are for hiding the bruises. Yeah, that's what women wear when they got abused.
No, dude, I used to wear them because my girlfriend at the time liked to give me hickeys. And my one teacher would give me shit about it, so I'd wear turtlenecks so she'd just leave me the fuck alone. It was great. She just reminded the whole class that I was getting laid. She thought she was shaming me. I'm a young guy in school, and she's like, you shouldn't be doing that. And I'm like, I'm the king.
Thank you, Travis Gardner, who says Kubrick didn't do the moon landing. Looks too fake. Yeah, I'll go with you on that one.
Yeah, the old joke of how yeah, he shot the moon landing, but he was such a perfectionist that he had to shoot it on location.
Yeah, that's way more believable, actually.
Yeah,
Have you guys
but
seen AI Spielberg making a Kubrick film? It's weird. I've seen it, but it was a completely unmemorable film for me.
I've heard it was really bad, and like it is a case of two directors that are good at two different types of movies.
Oh, like Joss Whedon and Snyder.
Yeah, where yeah, it's just Spielberg and Kubrick are two completely different directors who do different types of movies. So having one try to do the other is not going to turn out something good.
Yeah, just do your own style and don't try and mimic someone else's. It's not going to work.
Libra says I wear turtlenecks and I'm lean. That's who it works on. When you put it on a fat person, just it actually looks like they have more chins than they do.
Yeah, they have no neck. It just looks
Yeah.
like a potato on top of a
Yeah.
potato.
They look like Violet Beauregard when she's turning
Yes.
into a blueberry.
Yes, absolutely.
Exactly. My science teacher heard a guy talking about anal with his girlfriend. She went on a rant about the health risk and the moral implications. Oh, that is awesome.
But she could disprove how awesome it is, could she?
Unless you're Michael Bay, you can fuck right off. What do you mean? You're not a Michael Bay fan? Come on. Nobody's an actual Michael Bay fan.
I mean, like, what's it called? Armageddon is like a fun, dumb movie, but other than that, what's he done that's good?
Well, see, I like Armageddon, but it has the same problem as all of his movies. There's way too much camera bullshit when something's happening. Like, I just want to see
Yeah, the
lens
script makes no
flares and
sense.
all kinds of stupid shit.
Well, the lens
Yeah.
flares were to hide the props falling over and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was to less of a degree back then. Like he didn't do it as much.
No, it's not like Transformers, but I love Armageddon. I still, because of my daughter, I still cry at the end of it every time.
Mm.
Because I always picture if I had to have that kind of conversation with my daughter. Yeah. Hits me right in the feels, y'all. Hits me right in the feels.
See, I would be the Steve Buscemi guy.
I could see that. Sitting on top of a nuke talking about just let's blow this shit up.
And the Rock. The Rock is also a really dumb movie. It has a few good performances in it, and also Sean Connery is a super badass in that movie. And
Johnny Blaze says, "Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry."
I just love the line. Your best. Losers always whine about doing their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen.
Nice.
It's accurate.
Johnny says Bad Boys 2 was good. Look, I love the Bad Boys franchise, but none of those movies were good.
I hate those films.
They tried to make it too Miami Vice stylistic instead of just making the buddy cop film that it should have been.
I think that Will Smith is one of the most overrated actors of our lives, and Martin Lawrence is just garbage.
Yeah, see, we just disagree on that because I think Will's a pretty good actor, and I love Martin Lawrence. Not from the show Martin. I've never seen any of that.
Don't stupid.
But I like Martin Lawrence. Not Black Knight because that was dumb as shit. What was
not even Big Mama's House?
No, I don't know. I don't understand the appeal of Martin Lawrence. He's not funny. He's annoying. He's like the neighbor you would avoid actively. Like, oh shit, he's out in his yard. Looks like I'm not going outside for the next 3 days.
Jack
I like Martin Lawrence stand-up, and that's basically what you get in Bad Boys.
Yeah, I don't find him funny at all. And I think Will Smith has a lot of problems attempting to act because he tries to be cool and everything. Like, he ruined iRobot.
Fair enough. But he absolutely killed it in 7 pounds.
I didn't like that movie either.
And
I love that movie. He did it. What was the one where he's the homeless guy and then he gets the job on Wall Street?
Something Happiness.
Pursuit of Happiness.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
No,
Yeah.
Pursuit of Happiness. He did good in both of those.
I'm sure he did, but yeah, I can't watch them because those movies have Will Smith.
I think he overacted a bit in like the Men in Black movies.
Is
The
that what you call that?
yeah, the director should have reined him in a little bit. He was actually decent at the beginning of him, and then when he gets the black suit, it's just like, oh god.
And
Uh,
it is a dumb as hell movie, but I still enjoy Wild Wild West.
Yeah, Wild Wild West. I hated it because I'm a fan of the TV show, and not because they made him black. I don't give a shit about that. But the story was so stupid. But yeah, I do like that movie.
See,
Yeah,
I've never seen the TV show, so
the movie was fun, stupid, and I think that worked. Enemy of the State was a good movie, Wes. I'll give you that one.
Oh
But
yeah, that was
also-
a good one.
also in I'm telling the truth here. In college, I wrote a paper on Wild Wild West.
Did you really?
Nice.
Yeah.
Was it like on how that movie was so fucking weird and silly?
It
Made
was
no sense.
it was about how like all the good guys have to be non-racist and all the bad guys are racist.
Faithless said love the show, loathe the movie. I'd only started watching the show maybe a year before the movie came out because it was like on Nick at Night or some shit like that, and I found it one night and I absolutely loved the show. And I kind of wish they would have made a Wild Wild West that was more faithful to the show without giant fucking robots and shit. Look, it's a spider robot. Fuck
Well,
off.
that was because the director was the same guy who was going to direct Superman Returns with Nick Cage.
Cage, yeah.
Wasn't it the same guy who did Men in Black?
Probably. That explains a lot.
Barry Sonnenfeld, I want to say.
But that movie came out around the same time. You got a bunch of those other remakes, they called them, that they have to make fun of everything that came before. You saw it with Starsky and Hutch. You saw it with Wild Wild West. You saw it with dozens of other movies where you can't do a honest updating of it. You have to just make it, oh, it's a big silly joke.
Yeah.
Oh, we're taking this serious thing and we're making fun of it. It's lazy. And Wild Wild West did suffer from that. But I think the TV show was not done justice at all.
No.
And that's true of like Land of the Lost with Will Ferrell. It's shit all over the original property. The original property had some really good sci-fi writers on it. And you saw that with Starsky and Hutch, which could have been a great movie if they had done it as a buddy cop film. But they didn't because they got shit all over it. That entire era, they're still doing this. And they can't help themselves. They've got to shit on stuff that came before.
And I've had this argument many times. If you want, for me, the one that really pissed me off, I was a big fan of Dukes of Hazzard when I was a kid. And the shit that they did with that movie just pissed me off.
Yeah, see what I'm saying, though?
You can take those, if you want to tell that story, by all means, tell that story. Just don't call it the things from my childhood, for fuck's sake.
Well, they want the name recognition.
Yep.
But they want to shit all over it because they're like, people that like this are dumb because look how silly it looks now.
One movie based on an old show that I really enjoyed was The A-Team.
Yeah, but they took that one seriously.
I've heard that one's good, and I've still never watched it, so I'll have to check it out. But
it is kind of a dumb, like, action, enjoyable movie, and Liam Neeson's a badass in it. It's pretty good. I mean, I didn't watch the show, so I don't know how accurate it is or anything, but it's just an enjoyable movie, I think.
Yeah, I agree. They changed a few things, but they kept with the spirit of it. Murdoch's still crazy. BA was still badass. They stuck with the things that worked.
The one that really killed it for me was when they redid 21 Jump Street, and it is nothing like the show.
Yeah, because they made it silly.
I mean, it is literally nothing like the show.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the movie, but probably only because I've never seen the show. So,
well, here's the thing. It's not a bad movie. It's just not 21 Jump Street.
No, not even close. But again, they were insulting the original in that one.
Yep.
And they even made homages to that. Like, you guys don't look like high schoolers. Yeah, that's the joke.
And in fairness, the guys on 21 Jump Street look like they could have been high school kids. Johnny Depp looked really fucking young back in the day. And Holly Robinson, holy shit, guys, she was cute. But the one I couldn't even bring myself to watch was Chips. Because I knew what they were going to do to it. And Ponch was my boy, man.
Yeah, that's another one. They had to make it jokey instead of making a serious. Like they could have done like a really good cop drama,
Mm-hmm.
but instead they got shit all over the original.
The best movie Eric Estrada was ever in was Cool Cat Saves the Kids.
Oh, yeah, he was.
Oh no, I would argue Chupacabra versus the Alamo was his best film.
No. It's Cool Cat Saves the Kids.
Don't get him started on Starsky and Hutch. Didn't watch it. I've gotten to the point where if they're going to redo something, I don't watch it because they've just turned it all into shit.
Yeah, remakes are almost entirely garbage for the last 20 years. And whenever they say updated for modern audiences, that should just tell you it's woke.
Hyman says that did a TV Wild Wild West. Did I miss another statement in there? By the way, hi Hyman, how you doing, my friend? And for anybody who's wondering, no game stream tonight. I'm taking the night off of that. I'm in a little bit of pain. Just a little bit. I've had a rough couple of days. And not I've had some. I'm going to get a little serious here, guys. And not just physically. Yesterday was my dad's birthday. And for some reason this year, him being gone hit me real hard.
Yeah. My dad always loved Christmas.
My dad and my daughter were really, really close. And their birthdays are only 4 days apart. His is the 3rd, hers is the 7th. He died on the 5th, right in between.
Oof.
Yeah, that was a hard year. That was a hard fucking year. But I will say this. There's a lot of people who are like, you know, when somebody dies, like, make sure you tell somebody you love them. Because of my childhood, losing my brother and mom so close together, I'm somebody who very, very much will tell people that I love you all the time. If you're in my life, I love you. And I'll tell you, I'll hug you. Don't hug me if I don't know you, though. Just a reminder, guys, love the people that are here while you can. Throw that out there. And Pop, I miss you, bud. My dad was the most giving man I've ever met. I know people say that, but my dad, he really was. He had his flaws and stuff, but he was a very generous man. He literally would give you the shirt off his back.
Yeah.
I am not like that. I want to be. I want to be a better man. Go ahead. I'm sorry, bud.
Oh, sorry. I feel like I got my sense of humor from my dad.
I don't know where I got my sense of humor from. It's not that my parents weren't funny or anything, but I am just fucked up compared to my entire family. They're all so nice and straight-laced. I'm the black sheep of the family. And I'm okay with it. But they're all such nice people. They don't like hate me or anything. They treat me very well.
Excuse me, but that's African American goat lover?
I'm sorry. It is a person of color goat lover.
I believe you have to wear hijab for that.
It's not African American goat lover. His name is Louis Farrakhan.
Oh, my bad.
Wow.
Thank you, Tyrai. The Avengers with Ralph Fiennes and Uma Thurman. The issues with these remakes are the people making them didn't grow up in the culture, so it's ignorance in what they are making. I think it's actually beyond that. I think they actually despise the material.
I think you might be wrong about that in some cases. I think in some cases they really are. They think they are being clever.
Yeah, but that goes to the fact that they want to take a cheap shot at the originals. They think it's cute to mock something that came before them.
I feel like the Avengers is like the only movie where Sean Connery actually played a Scottish guy.
Oh,
you
yeah.
might be right. Well, what was the one that he was in with that actress everybody liked for so long who was ugly?
That narrowed it down.
Michael
Zeta-Jones?
Yeah, Zeta-Jones. Didn't he play a Scot in that?
I don't know.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
It's a really shit movie. They did the one with Catherine Zeta-Jones. I think it was Mad TV did a skit on it because he's like 90, she's like 30. She's still before the wall, and they're making jokes about how the old man trying to have sex with the young lady and keeps farting and shit. It's wonderful. Fucking
Hey.
wonderful.
Sean Connery could get any ass he wants.
I think he's gotten to the point where that's probably not true.
Well, at
Well,
this
he's
point,
dead,
he's
so-
dead. So yeah, that's true.
Well, okay, by that point.
Mhm.
Because I have a feeling by that point, when he pulled down his pants, he would be so wrinkly you couldn't tell where his sack was. It just all kind of blended. It looked like he had camouflage for his nuts.
Well,
Yeah, but he
it's
just-
nuts by his
You
knees.
just do that raise an eyebrow thing though, and then she would go right for it.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
wife is a big Sean Connery fan for that reason. I don't know if she's seen any of his movies.
Well, I liked that he played a Scottish guy in Hunt for Red October, where he was supposed to be Russian.
Supposed to be Russian, yeah.
Or a Scottish guy in Highlander where he's supposed to be Spanish.
I just assumed he was Scottish in that film.
No, he plays a guy from Spain.
No, he's
Like-
a Scotsman from Spain.
Craig Ferguson in one of his stand-up specials did a whole thing about that. He's like, yes, I'm from Spain. I like taquitos and burritos.
Vol Potato says, true, but Sean Connery had lots of money. That's fair. I think women like Sean Connery because he said he'd slap a bitch.
Mhm.
Have you ever seen that interview?
Once a while back.
If you guys have never seen it, look up the interview with Sean Connery and Barbara Walters. It is fucking amazing where he's talking about how sometimes you need to slap a bitch.
Does he
That shit
slap
is-
her?
At the time, it caused a little bit of controversy, but it really blew up like 20 years later when people found it.
Just like the John Wayne thing.
Because Barbara's like, so you think it's okay to hit a woman? He's like, well, sometimes you need to. And he goes, do you beat your wife? And he's like, well, he basically says she knows her place, so he doesn't have to hit her.
Well, yeah, he's rich. She knows she's replaceable.
It's
One thing
fucking
we need to-
wonderful.
One thing we need to bring back is slapping hysterical women.
Right?
Airplane
man.
style.
Yeah, I was gonna say airplane style.
Yeah, you're gonna be so exhausted walking by a campus these days.
No shit.
It would have been better if he had phrased it specific, like, "Yash, you need to slap a bitch."
I wish he would have, yes.
That would be on everybody's sounders.
But it's wonderful because he's being so serious, and especially if you watch it these days, it sounds like parody. But he's just straight up, yeah, sometimes you gotta slap a bitch. You know how canceled he'd be if somebody said that actually today out loud?
It's equality.
Hashtag here at the Monkey in the Morning Show, we do not condone slapping a bitch.
What if they
Unless they've hit
identify
you
as a
first.
bitch?
What's
The
that?
corner, however.
Yeah, you can slap a bitch on the corner. Do they
lot
have
of
to be hysterical to
prostitution
slap
jokes there.
them? No, they have to hit you first.
Yeah, I'm not monetized, so you know.
We'll probably get in trouble for even talking about slapping a bitch.
You know, when you type in Sean Connery slapping a woman is the first result.
Is it really? Seriously, if you guys have never seen, I would play it, but we're getting to the morning time, and I'm on that internet, so I can't. But look it up. Is that the one there, Jack?
Yeah. Dangerous just dropped the link at the same time.
Oh yeah, thank you, Dangerous. Watch that, guys. It's funny as shit. He's so serious about it. It's like he's giving a lecture about beating women.
I just want to get a T-shirt that has his face doing the eyebrow raise, and then it says underneath, "Keep your pimp hand strong."
Yes.
That would be like the best shirt.
All right. Equality, you should learn how to duck. Wow. Don't beat women. We don't want no stochastic terrorism because of us.
Yeah, well, he didn't say beat women. He was just talking
No,
about
it's just
putting
slap
them
a
in their
bitch.
place.
He says slap them when they're yeah, that's really what he's talking about, is keeping them in their place.
Yeah, it's about respect and discipline.
Discipline.
Okay, he lived to be in like his what, 70s or 80s?
Oh, 80s, I think.
All right. How many bitches you think he slapped in his lifetime? Okay, here's the. Did he slap more bitches than Wilt Chamberlain fucked?
Well, who's to say he wasn't slapping them while he was fucking them?
Well, he could have been doing that too.
So I don't know. It's hard to say because Sean Connery, man, he looked like he had a pretty strong backhand game.
Maybe he and Wilt Chamberlain were spit roasting a girl, and he was slapping her, slapping her.
And for the record, you know, a lot of women like to have their ass slapped, so maybe that's what he meant.
Yes.
I'm just saying. I just loved that the motherfucker came out and said you should slap a bitch. I wish somebody would do that today. I wish Kanye would come out and be like, I hate Jews and you should slap a bitch.
Well, I mean, it's Kanye, so 50-50 chance on that one.
Even he wouldn't say it.
Y'all
He'll praise Hitler, but he won't say that.
Right. His stuff on Alex Jones, man. Even Alex Jones is going, dude. Right now, I love the Kanye timeline. I really do. Don't support his anti-Semitism, but his blow up is fucking hilarious.
I like to think that Alex Jones was thinking, is this what it's like interviewing me?
Right?
Yeah, it must be weird for Alex Jones to be the most sane person in the room.
Do you think after that he'll ever have him back on?
I think they probably had to go to commercial break or pause, edit stuff out because Fuentes kept pulling out a black light going come hunting. He's like, would you stop that? What are you doing? Just checking things, sir.
I love the Medicare stream where Medicare said that Milo, Fuentes, and Kanye always look sad because when there's three bottoms in a room, they can't be happy.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, guys, did you see that? I'd missed it in the stream. I don't know where it came, but where Medicare said he's probably not going to be on too much longer. His health is getting that bad.
That's not surprising.
What does he have? I haven't seen much Medicare.
I don't know if they ever found out what exactly was wrong with him, but yeah, he said he's going to do the December stream and maybe one or two more, and then pretty much he's gone, guys.
Well, he's probably, he sounds worse
the
last couple of times. So whatever's wrong with him, I don't know if it's the cancer or something else, but it sounds like it might not actually be cancer. That's just the meme, but he might have some kind of genetic issue or something.
Yeah, I think that's the last I heard from him, that it was a genetic issue because they tried forever to figure out what the fuck it was and they just couldn't find anything.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure they've even actually diagnosed it, but fading fast. That's got to be the worst part of it. I mean, don't even know what the hell it is taking you.
Yeah.
And that's a damn shame because, look, I know Medicare pisses off a lot of people, but I like our little trickster god.
Yeah, I enjoy him. He's amusing.
I like him pissing off people more than I actually like listening to him. Travis, thank you so much. Just imagine last week for Alex Jones declaring bankruptcy isn't the worst thing to happen to him.
I think this has been a big boost for Alex Jones.
I do too, but I think it's going to be the wrong kind of audience who are not going to stay very long.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Fuentes audience.
Well, it'll be people that are expecting like goofy shit like this every week, and that's just not going to happen.
How does that America First crowd over there at Cozy feel inside about the fact that their little Hispanic white supremacist leader is a black man's bitch?
To be expected.
I guess it's okay because for some reason they all have a boner for Kanye. They all want to have sex with him.
I don't know.
Have you ever watched those guys talk about Kanye?
No, I try not to watch those people at all. They're stupid and annoying.
It's disturbing. They're a little too.
All I know is he's a gay fish.
He is a gay fish.
He does,
and they want some of that.
It's true.
He was a cat boy first. Which one?
Fuentes was a cat boy.
he's a
Fuentes
furry.
dated a cat boy.
Oh, I think he is the cat boy. He was dating himself.
Do you think when him and the cat boy did it, the cat boy bit him on the back of the neck to hold him still?
Maybe.
And do you think he was doing the loud screeching cat noise as it happened? Probably when it first went in, he did.
Probably, and then he started purring or something. I don't want to know.
And meanwhile, off to the side is Chank saying, "This is perfectly fine."
Yes.
Of course.
Do you think when they were done, he took his blue light and a mirror to his butt?
Probably.
See, this is why I don't talk about this. My brain goes bad places.
Well, it happens. I mean, we're talking about some rather interesting individuals who have some strange hobbies.
Common Gay View says, I get no gay vibes from Nick. I think your gaydar's broken, man.
I don't know if it's gay vibes or you just have standards. Because I think you just have standards.
I don't think I've ever seen any of his content.
Look, I'm not saying that Nick Fuentes is gay. I'm just saying if you put a dick in front of his face, he's going to swallow it.
He's not gay, but his boyfriend is.
Yeah, I think statistically your odds are higher that penis is going to end up near his mouth at some point.
Indeed.
But I don't know if he's gay or not. I don't really care. I try not to think about that guy as much as possible because he's boring as shit and he eats his own boogers.
He does. There's a
video.
clip of that motherfucker eating a booger on stream. Nasty motherfucker. Oh my God.
I bet he was that weird kid in every classroom that was like always doing something gross and thought it was totally fine. And everybody's like, why are you doing that? Yeah. What? I'm not doing anything.
He ate a booger.
If he's going to be a Nazi, then, he's got to learn from Hitler. You got to have the mustache to catch the boogers.
Did Hitler eat his boogers? Because
no, he's got the mustache.
He's got the flavor saver.
Can we talk about Hitler for a second?
His Brazilian mustache. What
was with that mustache? Why was that popular? That looks retarded.
It was a thing at the time. I don't know.
I know, but why?
Because it's like the Brazilian of mustaches. You know how chicks, when they shave their crotch, they get that little landing strip thing? That's what it is for mustaches.
I thought I heard that he did it because he wanted people to like him like Charlie Chaplin, but I don't know if that's true.
And that's fair, but why did Charlie do it? It looked stupid.
There were a lot of people that had that mustache at the time. You had like Oliver Hardy, Charlie Chaplin, and Hitler being the most obvious. But that mustache made an appearance. If you watch films from that time, there were a lot of like background characters and stuff that had that mustache. It was just a style.
Again, I hear you, but it's like bell bottoms in the 70s. Like, you guys had mirrors, right?
Yeah, it was just something people did that they looked back on later and was like, wow, that's very murdery.
Lieber says like powdered wigs and look, powdered wigs were silly, but there's a certain mystique about them where it didn't work on everybody, but most people looked distinguished when they had it on. Nobody looked distinguished with a Hitler mustache. They just looked stupid. It was to fit in his gas mask in World War I, then it was just a brand for him. Really? See, that was the problem. He never should have. If he had never shaved his mustache that way, his gas mask wouldn't have fit right, and we wouldn't have had World War II.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Evil One brought up the mullet. We're lucky somebody didn't go on a mass murder spree with that stupid ass haircut. We'd had to look at that for the next 50 years in history classes.
Yeah, I don't hate the mullet as much as most people do. The rat tail was the one from that time that I just hated.
I hate the rat tail more than the mullet. Yeah.
Yes. Chaplin did it first. Hitler was a joke thief. I just don't understand that mustache. I never will. Monk would look cool with a Hitler mustache. Now, see, the only way you can make that Hitler mustache work is if you get the Hitler haircut, and I will never do that to my head because I like myself.
I think Mez onto something here. A turtleneck, the Hitler mustache, and a mullet. You've got the breedings of a supervillain there.
You kind of do.
It's like gay, white trash, Nazi. Those things don't really go together.
Don't they?
I mean, there's a lot of closet issues there, but I think it could really turn around and become some real supervillainy stuff.
Shroom said, I like my bell bottoms. Those things were ugly as shit, and I cannot believe that people in the 70s did not know how dumb they looked in the clothes they wore. There's no way. Like, you know what? I want to wear polyester.
What one time in elementary school, I accidentally wore my sister's pants and wore flares to school,
Nice.
and I got the nickname Flares for a while.
So
Well, there's worse nicknames in that scenario.
you're telling us you got in your sister's pants?
Yeah, but not dueling banjos style.
Fair
Not
enough.
West Virginia, huh? All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, West Virginians. It's not my fault. Stop fucking your sisters. I mean, unless she's hot and you're both overaged.
I always thought West Virginia was more cousin fuckers. Alabama's the real sister state.
See, people keep wanting to do that. West Virginia is the heart of incest in America.
I don't
It's
know.
the
I think there
incest
should be
state.
some stats on that. I'll check with the FBI.
I'm fairly certain there's whole families over there that there's generation after generation after generation, and all of them have the same dad.
Oh, I just looked it up on Google, and according to Google, Florida has the highest incest rate.
That's because of Florida, man. What's number 2?
Alaska.
Why?
I don't know. Probably there's nothing else to do, and it's cold there.
Yeah, you gotta
Don't
keep
fuck
warm.
your sister because you're bored.
Those 30 days of night vampires show up, and you're like, well, we're gonna die anyway.
But they're inbreeding and be like Hills Have Eyes versus Dracula.
Why in the ever-loving fuck are they up there banging their sisters? Okay, Florida I get because Florida man's there, and we all know that's crazy. But why Alaska?
I don't know. But the highest.
That would. I was gonna say that would really put a spin on the whole "Baby It's Cold Outside" song.
No
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, apparently, the inbreeding rate is highest in West Virginia and Kentucky. So
Told
at least Florida and Alaska are wearing condoms when they're banging it out.
Yeah, see, in West Virginia, they want to feel their sister.
Yeah.
They
Oh,
want those
Oregon
sister
has the most
vibes.
sex offenders.
Who does?
Oregon.
Wow.
Oh, the state with Portland?
Antifa.
Wow, you don't say.
Yeah, I know, right? We're all shocked by that one.
Keldrick, thank you. Gay, white, trash, Nazi, average Democrat politician right there. You're not far off.
By the way, I was thinking, if you had a Nazi pedophile, what would be the better name for it? A Nazi or a pedophile?
Oh, I think you could go both.
I think Nazi works best because it's really close to a nonce.
See, I like a pedophile.
I think that's
Pedophile
what they would
works.
say. That's what they would say to their leader.
All right, guys, in chat, give me a 1 for Nancy, and 2 for, how do you say it? Pedophile?
Pedophile.
Pedophile. 1 for Nancy, 2 for, we're having a poll on, this is a disturbing show right now.
But by the way, Monkey, you know you can actually make polls in chat, right?
I know, but I don't do that shit.
That requires extra effort.
Doing it.
No,
old
look,
school.
people, we have the numbers right there. I don't need to do that shit.
Real quick, thank you, Keldrick. You don't have many options in Alaska. That's probably a fair point, actually. We get the next tribe is next village is like 500 miles away by air.
Yeah, to find the nearest girl I'm not related to, I got to get on the ice floe, and
I'm not your guy, buddy. It looks like it's pretty evenly split.
I don't know.
That blows me away. Why are Alaskans banging each other, family wise?
I think it's exactly that. There's just not a lot of options.
There's
Yeah,
other families.
It's either your sister or you're a sled dog.
Yeah, well, I mean, after a few generations, those towns are not big. So if you intermarry families, eventually you're going to end up with a cousin.
Okay, cousin is second or third cousin, all right, but not sister.
Hell, FDR married his cousin.
Though, there is a science out there, pseudoscience, because it's, these guys, but science that suggests that we find ourselves the most attractive. And if you saw a picture of yourself feminized, that would be your ideal woman.
Oh God, no, that's hideous. I'm not
That
into fat chicks.
well, I don't think they would do your whole body. It's just the face.
Yeah, well,
I've,
even my face isn't nearly Asian enough.
I've actually seen someone, well, a woman, I guess, and I'm thinking like, man, she looks weird, and I'm like, holy shit, that's a woman version of me.
Oh, there you
Ugh.
go. Buster, thank you. I went to Hawaii during the Hawaii shirt fad. It was so bad I bought a lot of them and couldn't tell them apart. They were ugly as hell, half to jack. I liked Hawaiian shirts, and not because of the color patterns, just because they were always oversized. And as a tall guy with a very long torso, it's hard to find shirts that'll hang far enough to not look like I'm fat rather than tall.
Well, you know what Homer said about Hawaiian shirts?
No.
The only people who wear Hawaiian shirts are gay guys and big fat party animals.
I'm kind of a party animal.
Sure.
Yeah.
Faithless says, is that why all the trans people are narcissists in love with themselves? I mean, there's some science behind it. I don't know. Now, if your face is all fucked up and you look like sloth, it probably won't be the same, because we also tend to gravitate towards people who are symmetrical.
Yeah. Also, thank you, Buster, for the donation.
I like
yeah,
my
thank you,
ha-
Buster. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
I like my hair and my eyes. That's about it as far as my looks.
You could wear a hockey jersey. They're long to tuck in over the pads. I'm not a hockey fan. Football jerseys I like. They hang long too. Did he read it? I did read it.
Yeah,
I
but
just forgot to say thank you.
football jersey would be even gayer than the Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah, I don't like sports jerseys. I think they look weird. But Hawaiian shirts, yeah, I can see people pulling that off. Bruce Campbell did a really good job of wearing a Hawaiian shirt in Burn Notice.
Yeah.
I look sexy in everything, so.
Well, he was just cool in Burn Notice, so yeah.
Yeah.
I look really good in just a Speedo.
Ugh.
I think only you think that.
A thong Speedo. Just a nut holder. I look badass, man. That's not true. I don't have a Speedo, but I want to get one and take a picture and that be my face reveal.
Yeah. You'd look in the mirror and your hair would grow 3 inches.
Yes. Stand straight up. Pictures are its fault. Yeah, I don't own a Speedo, but I do wonder about the guys who wear that shit. Put your junk away, man. There's kids around.
Yeah, no one wants to look at that ever. It's never attractive people that wear these things.
No. Well, and in this case, I don't think I would ever find it attractive because it's dudes who wear them.
Yeah, but I mean, like
it's always a fat guy.
Women, yeah, it's always fat dudes that wear banana hammocks and Speedos. And it's always ugly chicks that are at the nudist colony.
Well, everybody in a nudist colony is ugly.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to dudes naked, so try and block them out as much as possible.
It's kind of like okay, I read this Christian Science article, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was about these group of people who went to this party and they all got naked and had sex, and they're just average people, and every fucking one of them was ugly. I mean, not even a quarter erect watching that shit. I'm like, you people are fucking ugly.
Yeah.
I had to go read a different article.
No one wants to see that.
Nobody wants to see that.
That should have been the name of the article. Fucking ugly.
Fucking ugly. Well, the Christian Science Monitor, that they don't use the F word very often.
Yeah, you gotta keep it clean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to insult the gays. Oh, wrong F word. Dear
never the
Christian
hot chick
Science
at the
Monitor, I never thought Jesus would grant this to me, but
it's never the hot chick at the nudist colony. You know why that is? There's science behind this too. Because the hot chick ends up getting so used, she has to go to the hospital.
Well, the hot chicks also understand that they have value in their prettiness, whereas ugly chicks have to be throwing that shit around as much as possible.
I'm going to disagree with you there because some hot chicks do not have any idea what they're worth, and they turn into dirty whores.
I don't know. Judging by my experience with the Christian Science Monitor, the ones who are less hot are the ones who are willing to do anything.
Yeah, but they're getting paid for that.
Oh, look, if you're looking for somebody who'd do anything, find a fat chick who looks sad.
Isn't that redundant?
No, sometimes they look a little happy. You got to look for the ones where you can just see it in their eyes. That not only did dad not go to their recital, he told them, I'm not coming to your recital. Get away from me. I don't like you.
Because you're stupid and fat. Now eat your cupcake.
Yes.
Leave me alone.
That chick, there are no limits. None. She could date Marilyn Manson and not be offended at anything that happened.
He likes me.
As she has a stake on her black eye.
Yeah, while writing her sad poetry in her goth journal.
And for the record, I don't think I've not seen any evidence that Marilyn Manson did anything wrong, but they did have some really fucked up sex.
Yeah, I think he's pretty innocent of what he's being accused of. Just because you do weird sex stuff doesn't mean it's abuse.
Well, look, he was a star, so he had power over me.
Yeah.
Fuck you. All fat chicks give good head. Have you tried them all?
Gotta try them all.
What'd you do? Just line them up?
If Pokemon was about getting head, I would have been into Pokemon.
How do you know it's not?
It's stupid.
Yeah. In middle school, I was like the only one who didn't care about Pokemon.
Well, I mean, I was, by the time Pokemon came out, I was already an adult. I didn't get a chance to play it in school. I'm fairly certain if you said the word Pokemon in my school, they'd have just kicked your ass. Nobody would have known what it was, and they would have been confused and angry.
And that's how it should have been.
Like a fat chick when she eats a piece of cake that was made without sugar.
Yeah. Oh, man. Enraging. Yeah.
Dude, my brother, he's dropped like 100 pounds. Gotten very slim, and he came to Thanksgiving dinner, and he brought this dessert, which everybody else liked, but he's like, yeah, there's no sugar in it. I'm like, no.
That's a lie, is what that is.
I'm not eating that shit. Do not serve. They were peanut butter bars with chocolate on top. I'm like, how do you have no sugar in that? Chocolate is bitter as fuck. They're like, no, we put other stuff in it to flavor it. Fuck you. Just put sugar in it like a normal person and have a little bit of self-control.
And one of the hardest parts of my diet was giving up milk, and almond milk just isn't the same.
No, that shit's gross.
That's because almonds don't have titties.
But as long as you mix in like some, protein powder type stuff, then you can't tell.
You know what really would help is if you poured some milk into it.
No shit. When they first told me I had diabetes, they're like, you got to give up regular milk. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. And she goes, no, 2% is just this. You never tell the difference. Like, bitch, that is water with milk in it. I'm not drinking that shit. You know what I'll do? I'll just cut back my milk.
I'm closing in on 100 pounds. And when I do, I'm going to Chick-fil-A like 2 days in a row.
Nice. Congratulations, by the way. That's awesome.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm around like 95 now.
Very nice, dude. Congrats, man. That's actually, seriously, very well done.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's not easy to do.
Giving up bread and pasta is the hardest thing for me. Yeah, I don't care about bread, but pasta is my weakness.
Yeah.
On our birthdays, our family tradition is you get to pick what the meal is. And this year, my wife goes, I don't even have to ask you. And my son goes, spaghetti. Yep.
Spaghetti mixed with tacos and raw egg or raw hot dogs, right?
No, just spaghetti. I like spaghetti. And our rule is you can anywhere you want. We can go to a restaurant. You can have whatever we want cooked here. And yeah, I go with plain ass spaghetti.
You're like, we're all going to Chuck E. Cheese.
Well, the closest Chuck E. Cheese got shut down during COVID because they wouldn't let kids go play.
Oh, and Matt in chat, please shut the fuck up.
What I miss?
He's just bragging about how he had to eat 8,000 calories a day to gain weight.
God damn, what you got a
Show
tapeworm?
Hmm.
Spaghetti and ranch. Actually, it doesn't go well together. The spaghetti sauce and ranch, not a good mix.
I do miss pasta because I'm doing the keto thing, so it's all like protein and fat and stuff, and avoiding carbs.
That is a good way to burn calories or burn fat away. And yeah, that's for me. I mean, I could not give up the spaghetti. So what I did was got very sick.
That's a plan too.
That's what worked for me.
I lost weight by getting limbs amputated.
And also, Monkey, when they say to exercise by going up and down the stairs, you got to remember the up part too.
I go up. It's just the coming down is. Look, I'm just going for the speed record. I'm a speed runner on the stairs.
Yeah, the down part's involuntary.
I'm looking for the hack to get to the bottom quickest. For the record, I haven't done
Monkey is a stairs speed runner.
I'm a stair speed runner. I scared the shit out of my wife tonight because I was going down. I was going to go downstairs, but first Phoebe was sitting at the top, and I wanted to stop and pet her, so I took 2 steps and then sat down. She thought I was falling, and I'm like, "No, baby, I'm fine." Because my worst falls are the ones that start at the top. The ones at the middle aren't so bad, but the ones that start at the top, there's just my head bounces all the way down.
Yeah, because they're twice as far.
Yeah, it's almost like physics exists.
Yeah, stupid physics.
I got like a bad fear about falling downstairs. Like I'll have dreams about it that like get me all stressed out.
Wow.
I've gotten to the point where I'm walking like, fuck it. If I fall, I'm gonna make this one spectacular. I'm going head first on purpose.
I don't know if that's a good mentality with how often you fall.
I would, those scans they can do with people to see all the bruises they've ever had.
Uh-huh.
I really want to have one of those on my body to see how fucked up I am from all of this.
They're probably gonna have to do one of those from all your concussions. You could be like a football player.
Look, I think I've only had 2 concussions from falls down the stairs.
You think that because you forgot all the others from all the concussions you've had.
I'm gonna fall anyway. Screw it. Puts on a Speedo.
That's right. The one where I'm pretty sure I cracked my skull, pretty sure had a concussion then, and the one a couple weeks ago. Otherwise, I'm all right. We have to change the subject though, because if my daughter's listening, this kind of stuff bothers her, and I go out of my way not to upset her because she's my princess.
She's bothered by Speedos.
I think she'd be bothered by me in a Speedo. Yeah. We have an invention of a seat at the top of it, and it takes you to the bottom of the stairs. Again, my stairwell is not wide enough for one of those.
Well, I mean, technically, any seat could bring you to the bottom of the stairs.
That's true. All you gotta do is, get pushed real good.
Just sit on it and have someone kick it.
Have you considered getting a sled?
No, remember, there's the fucking wall right at the bottom of the stairs.
I told you how to fix that. You put a mattress there.
Doctor had me on steroids now. I'm slowly gaining weight or gaining back the weight I lost. I was watching Crowder the other day and they were talking about steroids and stuff with the Liver King guy. And
yeah.
Crowder
Burger King.
They were talking. What's that?
I prefer Burger King.
We all do.
As long as it's not the guy in the mask, sure. But they were talking about steroids, and he's talking about having basically a competition with everybody in the office taking steroids on purpose to show you how quickly you will gain muscle and stuff. If you guys have never been on steroids, when I was 13, they put me on steroids and they actually gave me a note to tell me not to take gym class. My gym teacher was an asshole and still made me do it. I bulked up. I was only on him for like 2 weeks, and I put on like 15 pounds of just solid muscle. I had pecs at 13.
Had lots of rage.
A lot of rage.
What the hell kept the teachers away from you?
The rage. That's what it was. Grow, or muscles grow, balls shrink. Maybe, but my nuts are still, I mean, they get in the way all the time.
Well, you
Man,
were only on it for a few months.
I wish I could have handed in that note. Please excuse Frosted from gym class. He's too buff.
He's taking roids. Don't let him do anything. Yeah. Anyway, guys, we are at the 5-hour mark, and I am going to wrap up here. I'm going to check on the wife again. Hopefully, she's fallen back asleep, but I'm gonna let my voice rest, and I'm gonna go relax for a little bit before I fall asleep. So, guys, as always, thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Especially some of you have been here since the beginning of the stream, and you guys are fucking heroes. The rest of you are great too, but those guys are heroes. Thank you for the donations. You guys are so very kind to us, and we appreciate it. Jack, you want to show?
Yeah, I got some cool videos to share, so I'll drop those in the chat. As always, thank you for the donations. You guys are awesome. Much appreciated.
Frosted, anything you'd like to show?
Yeah, I'm putting a link to my channel in the chat, and planning on the 16th being the 100th episode of The Corner, which hopefully these guys can be on if they're free.
Hopefully.
That is next Friday, not this Friday, next Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern time over on Frosted Channel. The link is in your chat there. No game stream because I did this too long today, and actually my hands aren't working very well. I've been playing Pokemon and the Steam Deck, and my hands are like, nah, fuck you, bro. So just giving them a night to rest. We'll be back sometime later tonight with the regular show. Oh, hi, Nuts. When did you sneak in? Has she been here long?
I don't know.
That's what Monkey says when he wears a Speedo.
Hi, Nuts.
When did you sneak in?
My nuts bring all the boys to the yard.
Certain type
Fuck
of boy.
me. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for coming and hanging out. Jack, Frosted, pleasure as always, guys.
Always glad to be here.
Yeah, always glad to be here, even though I'm usually not.
Nut says, been lurking, scared me. What scared you?
Probably the entire conversation for the last 2 hours.
Was it talking about Speedos and my nuts? I meant metaphorical nuts. That means testicles. You don't have to be afraid of testicles. You're a woman. You've licked one or two.
Oh, Jesus.
What? Isn't that what women do? They lick testicles? La 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 la.
That's what we learned in health class.
That's what they
Yes.
told. Yeah, when they separated us, that's what they told us.
I've seen a great deal of it on the Christian Science Monitor.
Yeah. Although I had to miss health class because I was too buff.
Yeah, it sucks, man. I've been there. Shut up now, dude. I don't have the ability to do that. That's what I got in most trouble for as a child, is my inability to just shut my fucking mouth.
Yeah, I was pretty much the opposite.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for coming and hanging out with us. Jack, a pleasure as always.
Always glad to be here.
Frosted, my friend, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me on.
Everyone, have yourselves a wonderful night. We will see y'all next time. Take care.
Bye, everybody.
See ya.
My nuts look good in a Speedo, and my ass shows to the world. There's no rhyme for this. I just wanted to talk about my balls again.